This kid got betrayed in the most backstabbing way imaginable, but the goddesses have bigger plans for his destiny. Raiders are the elite, powerful, loaded, good-looking, and famous. Jun was a broke nobody who dreamed of one day having the power and looks to match. No one could have ever guessed this kid would end up being a bigger legend than all of them combined. One day, our guy Jaijun was at his wit's end. He'd been jobless forever, and then his buddy offered him a seriously sketchy gig. "Why are you offering me such a trash-tier job? Look, it's a high-risk run, but the payout is insane. Better for a warrior to go down swinging than to starve on the streets." Desperate for some quick coin, Jaijun takes the dangerous gig as a meat shield for an A-rank dungeon raid crawling with the undead. His handler, Boomin, an A-rank mage, is the one who set up this whole quest, so he's supposed to meet him there. The next day, at the dungeon gate, our protagonist is all geared up. He checks his phone, thinking that Boomin was supposed to link up with him here, but there's no sign of the guy. He figures Boomin could have at least shot him a text, but then again, he thinks, honestly, Boomin would be way better off managing some top-tier raider. Jaijun knows he's just a D-rank warrior class, while Boomin is a freaking A-rank mage. He has no clue why a powerhouse like that is stuck running a raider agency. Boomin could join any top guild, but instead, he's just slumming it. Jaijun thinks he'd kill to be in Boomin's position, but his own inner voice just calls him a worthless mob, which totally kills his vibe. Just then, someone calls his name. A guy named Miho walks up, saying, "Well, look who it is, we meet again." Jaijun acknowledges him and says he's been picking up a lot of gigs lately. Miho chimes in that these kinds of runs might be dangerous, but the pay is seriously good. Our guy agrees, and Miho adds that there's really no other place for warrior-class raiders like them. He starts complaining about how the kids, these days, have no respect for the blade, asking what's so cool about slinging fireballs from the backline. Jaijun, though, internally admits it's not about passion for him, he's literally about to starve. Anyway, Miho suggests they just give it their all and go grab a drink after the raid. Jaijun says that sounds good, but deep down, he's bummed, knowing he's flat broke. Miho just reminds him that he paid last time. Jaijun gets a little embarrassed, and Miho totally clocks it, offering to cover him again this time, but firmly stating it's the absolute last. Our hero mumbles something about feeling bad for always mooching off his friend, but internally, he's just thinking Miho is a total pushover. After that, some guy shows up, telling everyone to assemble at the dungeon entrance and that they're breaching in 30 minutes. The whole crowd looks totally unmotivated, including our guy and his buddy. Miho suggests it's time to prep. Jaijun is completely zoned out. He tries to kill time by scrolling on his phone. When you enter a dungeon, raiders have to keep two things in mind. The first is the chance of finding some epic loot. The kind of treasure you find in dungeons can totally blow a raider's mind and make them drop their guard against all the hidden dangers. And when they can't think straight, the dungeon tests them to see if what they've found is a true jackpot or just a tragedy disguised as a lucky drop. Suddenly, Miho snaps him out of it, asking, "You staring at your phone again?" He mentions that Jaijun always does this before a dungeon dive and asks if it's something good, like a pic of his girlfriend, but our hero just insists it's nothing. He glances back at the screen, though, and sees a picture of himself with his mom, vowing to make it back alive. Then, he heads into the dungeon. Moments later, they're all inside and immediately run into a horde of zombies. Soon, someone screams for the tanks to raise their shields and hold the line. He hammers the order home, telling them to maintain formation, even if it means getting wiped out. Our guy just thinks, this job is the absolute worst. Meanwhile, the mages get to work, unleashing their spells. A second later, surges of raw mana begin to erupt, and the tanks hold their ground, keeping the monster wave at bay while the mages' spells absolutely obliterate them. John's just watching the mobs get wiped when he glances over and spots the Meteorite Guild, a bunch of casters who were the new hotshots on the scene for a hot minute. For a sec, he's totally stoked to see them, thinking, all right, if these pros are here, I probably don't have to worry about getting my HP zeroed out. After the clear, his buddy's already chugging a potion and asks if the boss room is the last stage. He's also moaning that getting old is a real grind, and if he'd known it'd be like this, he would have goofed off less as a kid and just power-leveled non-stop. Our MC just claps back that Miho is still young enough to be a top-tier player, and is still a way higher level than him anyway. Miho, though, just asks if his buddy snagged any decent loot, pointing out that some high-tier items are dropping. I mean, this is an A-rank dungeon after all. John's not sure, but figures he'll check now, so he pulls up his system window. But something totally weird catches his eye. He sees some kind of weird script he can't read and is like, what the heck is this? Right after, a sharp pain zaps his brain, and he's left wondering, whoa, what was that just now? John stares at his interface again. The Aesir system is flashing a critical error. System crash. Our boy finds this super sus, because this has literally never happened before. The system then alerts that it failed to reboot for unknown reasons. This just leaves our MC even more clueless. But then, a new prompt pops up telling him to follow the light. He's totally shook by the random voice. The system then flashes a new alert, warning that an unknown presence is infiltrating the Aesir system. The system tries to initiate a safe mode repair sequence, but it fails. John gets super suspicious of this unknown presence and can't stop thinking about that voice he heard. He remembers the voice telling him to follow the light. Miho's just like, dude, what are you even talking about? But our MC just plays it cool, saying it's nothing. He just thought he heard someone tell him to follow the light. But then he looks over at his buddy and sees this faint aura, a literal light, surrounding him. Our guy is even more confused now, wondering what this light is that's calling out to him. Miho pipes up that he's been acting super weird and asks if he's feeling sick or something. John insists he's fine, but he's thinking, am I the only one seeing this glow? He decides he's got to investigate this new quest line. His buddy just asks where he's off to. John tells him it'll just take a second and he'll be right back. But in his head, he's still totally clueless about what's even happening. The MC ducks into a side cave, following that mysterious light. He tries to pull up his status window, but the system is still down and hasn't rebooted. John is getting seriously tilted by this, but he keeps spamming the command, trying to get his info. The system flashes another alert. Core function partially corrupted, attempting safe mode reboot. Reading this just makes him more confused, like he can't even process what's happening. He's been an awakened since he was 10 years old, but the system has never once crashed in 17 years, and there's never been a report of a core function getting corrupted. That voice he heard. He's starting to think it's all connected to the system failure, this unknown presence hacking in, and the whole system glitching out. Some mysterious voice sent him a quest notification. Follow the light. The Aesir system might be going through some kind of massive update. For context, this system is a direct nod to the Asgardian gods, like Thor and Odin. The theory goes that the name Aesir represented humanity's last bastion of hope after we were pushed to the brink of extinction 20 years before the current timeline, a period everyone calls the Year of Calamity, back in 2011. Out in the middle of the vast Pacific Ocean, a ginormous tree of immeasurable height just grew. It just sprouted one morning, shooting past the clouds and into space in just 9 days. Some people called it the harbinger of humanity's extinction, while others called it the Tree of Blessings. The tree's real name is Yggdrasil, the world tree straight out of Norse mythology. And on the 9th day, after the tree was fully grown, that's when the tragedy began. All across the globe, a disaster on a scale never seen before, known only as monsters, started spawning. Half of humanity got wiped out by these beasts, and half of who was left died from starvation or disease. It was at that moment, when everyone was drowning in despair, that someone finally stepped up to face the crisis. A man who didn't flinch in the face of chaos, taking on even the most terrifyingly powerful monsters. And in that moment, a tiny sliver of hope was born for humanity. The mana beasts tried to swarm the dude who challenged them, but the guy didn't even flinch. He was the first awakened, the OG who unleashed his magic against the monsters. A human-wielding power that was basically god tier had shown up. After that, the number of awakened totally exploded, and among them were the ones who hunted monsters, the Raiders. Yeah, the Raiders. The Aesir system is the ultimate weapon, the OP tool wielded by humanity's strongest heroes. Ja figures that if something major messed with the Aesir system, it'd be tough to spin that as a good thing. He finally reaches the source of the glow and finds himself standing in front of what looks like a gate. Having no clue what it is, Ja theorizes it's a hidden treasure portal and gets totally hyped at the thought. Treasure gates are like super rare hidden rooms that only pop up in high-rank dungeons. They usually hold special items or rare crafting materials, and the loot from a treasure gate is said to be worth thousands of dollars. Easy. Right then, our MC realizes that if an A-rank or higher item drops here, he could instantly ditch his current grind. Before stepping through, he sends a silent prayer to every god he can think of, begging for some A-rank or better gear inside. He steps through the gate. Whoa. The vibe inside is a whole different world from where he was, leaving our boy totally shook. He never dreamed a space this massive could exist inside a dungeon, and figures that all that stuff they talked about on the news wasn't just some urban legend. After taking it all in, Jan looks to the center of the chamber and spots an item, thinking, whatever that is, that's gotta be the jackpot. So, he decides to get a closer look. He reaches out his hand for the artifact, and just as his fingers are about to touch it, a system notification pops up. Partial recovery of system functions successful. New equipment acquired. Then it asks if he'd like to appraise the acquired item. Our MC is just zoned in on the fact that things are finally looking up, and the system came back online at the absolute perfect moment. After that, he checks the item's status window. It's called Odin's Lost Eye, and equipping it lets you understand runes and use magic to dismantle or destroy. The item is a unique grade artifact, and when Yaun goes to check its stats, his actual eye starts to throb with pain. Realizing the pain is linked to the artifact, he pulls up the system window again. A new notification flashes. Universal Bypass skill has been activated, allowing him to understand and dismantle any magic formula. The resulting buffs include complete comprehension of runes, letting him use all kinds of OP magic without needing to chant spells, and with 0 penalties. Yaun knows the highest ranked gear sold on the Hunter auction house is S rank. When an artifact like this hits the market, it'll easily go for hundreds of thousands of dollars, since artifacts with magic properties basically sell for whatever price the seller pulls out of thin air. Plus, this artifact is mythic rank, and it's a one-of-a-kind, world-unique item. With this in his inventory, our boy believes he won't have to suffer or be bossed around by the guilds anymore, no more being forced to act as a meat shield in dungeon raids. His crappy life is finally about to be over. Before he cashes in, though, he figures he should probably test the item out first. I mean, he thinks he'll never find another artifact like this, so he should at least use it once before listing it on the auction house. But then, the system flashes a warning that equipping it will automatically soulbind the item to him, asking if he really wants to proceed. Yaun totally freaks and cancels the action immediately, realizing he almost blew his chance with this impossible-to-get mythic rank item. There's no reason for him to equip it, and if he sold it on the black market, it could be worth hundreds of millions of US dollars. Even so, after scoring such an insane item, he has zero desire to keep grinding in dungeons. He's already spent 20 years doing it, and his level is hard-capped anyway. Besides, the artifact might not even be that effective on him, and this whole system glitch is a totally unexpected complication. You could call it an unprecedented anomaly. Still, John is used to these kinds of annoying debuffs. In the world today, where dungeons are a fact of life, random events popping off on raiders are pretty common, and these situations usually fall into one of two categories: a blessing or a curse. With that thought, our MC wonders if he should start heading back to the party. Outside, Myunho is trying to keep the raid team chill, telling them the protag will be back any second, saying he just dipped out to scout something real quick. He then asks the party leader to hold up just a little longer, especially since Jan's already back at the rendezvous point. The second our boy gets back, the leader announces they're starting the dungeon clear. Our MC apologizes for the holdup, and the leader gives him the whole "going solo is a good way to get your party wiped" speech, hoping it's a one-time thing. Apologizing again, Joss swears it won't happen again. His buddy gives him a once-over, noticing he's acting kinda sus. Myungo then tries to cheer him up, telling Jun not to sweat it, but our MC just grins and insists he's totally fine. He even says the post-raid drinks are on him tonight, cause he can't be a mooch forever. As they push deeper toward the boss room, his friend is totally thrown by this sudden personality switch-up, wondering if Jun finally decided to level up his maturity stat at 27 years old. Meanwhile, Jan is thinking he totally played it cool for now. He knows he's inside a gate, and since whatever happens in a dungeon, stays in a dungeon, it's basically a lawless zone. Broadcasting that he just scored a high-tier artifact would be like painting a giant target on his back for a PK. For him, just chilling until the raid is over to cash in on the loot like he planned is no biggie. Right now, laying low and not raising any red flags is the top priority. The party leader announces that since the vanguard is regrouped, it's time to push forward with the clear. But then, a massive explosion rips through the ceiling, stunning the whole party, including our MC. He immediately dashes to dodge the falling debris. Totally blindsided by the sudden blast, he's like, "What the heck just happened?" But then Jan spots a purple mist rapidly flooding the chamber. He instantly recognizes this isn't some random dungeon trap, it's a poison-type debuff affecting everyone in the area. Yaun knows that breathing this stuff in for too long, it is a one-way ticket to a game over, and he concludes he needs to bail. Like, right now. Myunho yells for his buddy, urging him to get a move on since the fog looks seriously bad news. Our MC agrees, shouting that the whole party needs to retreat, but suddenly someone gets hit. As he whips around to check on his friend, Yaun sees Myunho's been run through with a sword. He's absolutely floored, completely caught off guard by the ambush, and Myunho collapses to the ground, leaving our protagonist totally stunned by the sight. Thinking he could be next on the chopping block, Jaijun makes a break for it. He bolts as fast as his stats will carry him, not even daring to look back. The sound of another blast rings in his ears as he sprints for his life. He's also got to worry about the poison mist engulfing the dungeon. Jan thinks he's spotted the exit portal, but the image of his friend Myunho and the others getting PK'd flashes in his mind, forcing him to a halt. Gasping for breath, his stamina bar nearly empty, he realizes this wasn't the work of some dungeon mob. No, this was clearly the work of a player killer. Our MC starts putting the pieces together, and his anxiety levels start to skyrocket. But for a hot second, he thinks he needs to shelve those thoughts and just focus on getting out. He refuses to get zeroed out right after scoring the S-rank artifact that could change his entire destiny. The thought alone makes him break out in a cold sweat. But then, he senses a powerful presence approaching in the distance. Jan realizes an attack is incoming and braces himself. A chain of fire magic whips toward him, but he manages to dodge the skill just as it singes his clothes. The attacker remarks that he knew Jaijun had the stats to survive that. When our MC gets a good look, he recognizes the guy. It's Jong Woman, the same broker who manages the hunters. Jong Woman smirks, saying he told him he'd be seeing him. Our protagonist confronts Jong Woman, demanding to know if he's the one behind this whole mess. Jong Woman knows all about the poison debuff and the ambush on the Meteor Guild members. He just laughs it off and confirms that, yeah, he's the mastermind who orchestrated the whole thing. Our MC is completely shocked by the confession. He tries to process everything and asks Jong Woman what his angle is. Jong Woman says he just fulfilled a quest from a client. He also casually mentions that a lot of powerful people aren't exactly fans of the Meteor Guild. They've been flexing on other guilds way too hard. No wonder everyone hated their guts. Dungeon killer is the term they use for scumbags who trap people in sealed gates just to player kill them. Looking at how this raid went down, this sneak attack on the Meteor Guild totally exploited that blind spot. Jaehyun sweating this, wondering if he even stands a chance against this new enemy. But he knows it's a total wash. Wiming is an A-rank mage, a real prodigy from the nation's top 2%. Meanwhile, our boy, on the other hand, knows he's just a D-rank scrub. Not OP, not total trash, just painfully average. He shouldn't even be on their radar, since he's not a real guild member, just a low-tier porter, so he figures he just needs to keep his head down. With the Aesir System currently offline, there's no guarantee he can even log out or escape. It's so messed up, but he's got zero options. He's just hit with this wave of helplessness, thinking about his fallen party members. Jaehyun feels this fire inside, wanting to get revenge for the crew he raided with, especially his bro Munho. But in reality, he's totally powerless. He figures the best play is to just pretend today never happened. He knows that ever since the gates appeared, this world has had zero tolerance for the weak. But then, Jong-Win calls out to him and launches a freaking fireball right at his face. Jaehyun somehow manages to dodge the spell, totally shocked that he was a target too. He realizes if his reaction time was even a split second slower, he'd be toast. With a seriously creepy smile, Jong-Win looks him over and says the target in today's dungeon raid wasn't times, just times the Meteor Guild. Then he starts spamming more attacks, forcing Jaehyun to backpedal. Even without a direct hit, the splash damage is still messing him up. He's thinking, I gotta get out of here, as soon as possible, wondering why the heck he's being targeted, since he's just some random D-rank hunter. Jaehyun's mind is racing, like, did he piss off some big shot? Does some S-ranker want him erased? He tries to connect the dots, but nothing's clicking. And yet, for a split second, a memory flashes. Someone calling him a worthless disgrace, saying they didn't know how a wretch like him was even born. The memory leaves Jaehyun stunned. Then, a horrifying thought clicks into place. He looks up and asks, was it my father? Did he order this hit? Even Jong-Win, who was smirking just a second ago, his whole expression shifts. He looks genuinely shocked. But the look is gone in a flash, as he just starts laughing his head off at Jaehyun. Jong-Win says, man, you're sharp. I like that. Jaehyun just stares at the ground, trying to process this nightmare, precisely because all these repressed memories are flooding back. Then he's got another question. Remembering his mother, lying cold in a morgue, he asks, did that same person put in a request like this 5 years ago? In the winter? Stunned, Jong-Win says, whoa, I didn't think you'd figure that one out too, kid. With a twisted grin, he says, you're something else, seriously. That reaction is all the confirmation Jaehyun needs. Jong-Win keeps going, saying he just doesn't get it. The old man has his wife taken out, then disowns his own son. He fires off another spell, but Jaehyun dodges the flames with ice-cold precision. Jong-Win's like, it's pretty messed up, don't you think? He confirms that's exactly what went down and tells Jaehyun, well, see ya. But this time, Jaehyun doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, ready to get out his last words. But before he can say a thing, a light flares up from the system. It's an item. It looks like it just activated. Back in the fight, Jong-Win mockingly asks, did you say something, Squirt? He even pulls back his hood to hear better, but then he freezes, noticing something. Looking at Jaehyun, he sees this intense aura flaring up around him and thinks, what kind of skill is that? The ground beneath Jaehyun starts to crack, but he doesn't even seem to notice. He's totally lost in his own world. Jong-Win can feel the mana getting crazy dense. What the heck is going on over there, he wonders. Something weird is happening, and he needs to end this now. Then he tells Jaijun, "Playtime's over, kid. Just die for real this time." He then unleashes his ultimate skill. A chain of pure fire lances towards the protagonist, but he just stands there, totally unfazed. In the final split second before impact, Jaehun's eyes flash open, and that alone is enough to nullify the enemy's attack. Jonggin is completely shook, like he can't believe a stunt like that is even possible. Jaehun's injured eye gets a massive upgrade, replaced by something way better. The system dings that the Lost Eye of Odin has been equipped, and the artifact is now soul-bound to the user. Jaehun knows he can't pawn the item now, and the system alerts him he's got a blank skill card to use. Frustrated, John Woman screams that this is impossible, realizing our protagonist just had his mana awakening. With that, Jaehun strides toward his enemy and calls him out by name, promising to make his end as agonizing as possible. A new notification pops up. The electric chain ability has been successfully copied, making the skill available for the protagonist to use. He immediately flips the script on his opponent, summoning multiple chains. John Woman totally panics, demanding to know how he did that, since he grinded for years to master that magic. A D-rank hunter shouldn't be able to pull off a move like that so easily. He says he doesn't get how the protagonist could cast a spell of such a high tier, and asks if his opponent really thinks this is enough to take him down. Jaehun just smirks and says he doesn't know, but they're about to find out. Then he unleashes a barrage on his enemy. John Woman manages to juke a few chains, but the attacks are coming from every blind spot. Our boy is just toying with his prey, attacking indirectly and forcing him to scramble. Pissed off, John Woman tries to launch a counterattack. Once again, he retaliates with his own chains, but then the protagonist's system flashes a notification. Skill. Universal bypass has been activated. Just like that, Jaehun Uno reverses the enemy's chain right back at him, forcing Woman to watch his own signature move get used against him. John Woman is frozen stiff with terror, realizing he's dead meat if he doesn't do something. He desperately summons a mana shield. Using his new mystic eye, the protagonist activates Universal Bypass again, and John Woman's shield shatters like glass, making the attack impossible to dodge. Woman takes a direct hit. With the battle basically won, the protagonist walks up to his defeated enemy and sees that, while he's weakened, he's still breathing. John Woman never saw this coming, and now he's groveling for his life. However, without a word, the protagonist finishes him off with a single, clean strike. Afterwards, he's overwhelmed by a weird feeling and wonders if it's really all over. He then collapses on the ground next to his enemy's body. His mana and stamina are completely bottomed out. He's got nothing left in the tank. He just scored a mythic grade item, and now he thinks he's about to die. Like his gacha luck decided to kick in right at the very end. Death, a terrifying word he's had to face off against many times while working as a low-level porter. But now that he's staring it right in the face, he realizes how cold the feeling of dying really is. Then, a system window pops up alerting him that a new operating system has been downloaded. It asks the protagonist if he'd like to initialize it, stating that, once the new system boots up, time will be reverted to the period the user most desires. Jaehun realizes it's a regression, and asks if the system is going to save him. Another variable has just entered the game for him. Jaehun has no idea if a golden path or a total tragedy is waiting at the end of this journey, but he decides to start the new system. It's the only play he can make right now, since he's completely out of options. A new message appears, stating that the Nornir operating system has been initiated. After that, he sees flashes of visions he can't fully understand, along with a language he doesn't recognize. A few girls are talking to each other, but what they're saying is total gibberish to him. Still, they look super happy about something. One of them even reaches her hand out to the protagonist. The second he takes her hand, the system dings. From this moment, you are the adversary of the almighty Aesir. Passive skill. Gaze of the Gods has been acquired. This skill synergizes with his divine eye, which means the gods who stand against the Aesir now have their sights locked firmly on him. And then, Jaehun jolts awake in a bed. He bolts upright, startled, then scans the room, completely clueless as to what's going on. He realizes the place feels familiar. Looking down at his hands, he notices that they're perfectly fine, but then his latent power flares to life and the system pings. Temporal regression to user's most desired moment. Successful. Reading this, RMC is like, am I tripping or is this for real? He flashes back to his past life, wondering if he actually time traveled. But nah, he shuts it down. This has got to be just a dream. He remembers his mom's last words, saying this was all one long dream. But then, plot twist, she walks right in. The second our boy sees her, he full-on sprints and tackles her with a hug. He concludes that if this is a dream, he never wants to wake up. A moment later, the system chimes in. Date: November 15th, 2020. User has successfully returned to the most desired timeline. Restrictions on non-combat activities have been lifted. Body has successfully recovered to 20%. Jaijun is still side-eyeing reality, but then he realizes he's in his old room, in his old house. And a new side quest has just auto-generated. Rest is a friend of success. The system states he's a being who miraculously cheated death, and the quest requirement is to chill out and recover his HP to 80%. After reading this, our MC figures he's back at the starting line. First things first, he knows he didn't actually bite the dust in his last battle. The reason is probably this new system that let him rewind time. His mind is already hardwired to handle the sight of Yggdrasil and all its gnarly monsters. This isn't the first time Jaijun has faced down some seriously bizarre phenomena. And if he's learned one thing from situations like this, it's that speedrunning the analysis and adapting to the new meta is absolutely essential. If the system's info is accurate, this day was 11 years ago, back when he was a third year in elementary school. He also clocks that the new system's name is Nornir. But honestly, this whole experience of getting a do-over still feels totally unreal. But he's slowly getting used to it, and after checking his calendar, one thing becomes crystal clear. Jaijun sees a reminder on the calendar. Apply to Mila Academy. Choose the combat class, no matter what. Then he grabs a pen and scratches out the old reminder, declaring this is a new, golden opportunity, a second run where he won't make the same noob mistakes twice. He's going to be a mage in this life. After that, he sits down to eat, and one bite of the food has the waterworks starting. His mom sees this and is totally clueless about his behavior, wondering if something's been bugging him lately, because he's usually so quiet, and now he's been crying a river. His mom tries to talk to him, asking if something's wrong, but Jaijun just says he had a nightmare, flashing back to his past life and feeling the weight of it all. He then says he needs to tell his mom something. She's like, I figured, thinking he must be scared about applying to the Mila Academy. His mom isn't surprised, since she knows being a raider is a super dangerous gig, not to mention crazy competitive. And if he doesn't want to do it, she thinks he should just drop it and go to a normal school. But Jaijun just says he wants to switch his application to the mage class. With that answer, his mom feels way more relieved. She remembers how her son had been obsessed with applying as a warrior from day one, and he's so considerate of others that Jaijun wouldn't just say something like that on a whim. His mom is worried about him, and looking him straight in the eye, she asks if he's just being impulsive, but Jaijun says no, that he's been thinking about this spec change for a long, long time. His mom says it's okay, that he's free to do whatever he wants, and she just hopes he's not just chasing the bag. Whether it's magic or something else, she'll always have his back. Jaijun feels it right in the heart, but he thinks now is not the time for tears. Because if he wants to get revenge on his father, an A-rank raider, he's gonna have to get way stronger. Then the system dings. Rest quest complete. Reward. Blank skill card obtained. Jaijun doesn't waste a second and starts grinding, thinking the situation is totally in his favor. He still doesn't fully get what the Nornir system is, but it's worth exploiting for now, since he has future knowledge and knows about all the hidden pieces and ruins that he can monopolize. Having a memory so good it's basically a full-on dungeon map. His only problem is his current skill set. Aside from the skills he snagged in that last throwdown, everything he's got is straight-up warrior class. Jun's like, no shocker there, since he was gunning for a warrior build from the get-go. He's wondering if he's totally stuck, then decides to pull up his status window, and whoa, his level has been reset back to what it was way back when. And his stats have been nerfed back to base, too. Jaijun's totally confused, like, why are only his passive skills still intact? The system chimes in, saying it's all thanks to the observed by the gods ability, all his previous passives have been carried over, and it claims this OP skill is basically a growth hack for the user, supercharged with the blessings of the gods. He realizes this skill buffs all times his stats and is totally floored. But more importantly, it means he's got the attention of the gods, a totally different league from the usual divine interference. He figures he should check out his other skills too. The system then displays the Absolute Eye of God skill, which lets him see through any illusion and perceive absolute reality. Next up is Chain Lightning, a spell that zaps an enemy and has a chance to inflict a paralysis status effect on the target. Yun's still not 100% sure what this Absolute Eye of God really does, but he thinks Chain Lightning is seriously OP. As for his stat distribution, he figures Strength is a total dump stat for a mage, but he'll need at least some points in agility for dodging. Magic is a no-brainer, obviously, but the most crucial stat is Stamina, because Stamina doesn't boost your DPS like Strength or Magic, but it lowers your fatigue rate during repetitive actions. If he maxes that out first, he'll notice a massive difference as he levels up. So, first priority is handled. Now, The big deal is picking which skills he's going to learn. His offensive skills are solid for now. Besides, even if he tried to learn some high-tier spells, he wouldn't be able to cast them, since his mana pool is way too low. Maybe what he's really missing is a healing spell. Right now, it's the year 2020, and mage classes are considered total trash tier compared to warrior classes. However, raiders with healing abilities are the one exception. They're basically treated like royalty wherever they go, because even if they don't become raiders, they can still get top-tier jobs in the medical field, so they're always in high demand. Jan figures that if he starts with a healing skill, at least he won't get clowned on everywhere he goes. But the problem is, finding an awakened with a healing skill is next to impossible, especially since that situation with the woman was unavoidable. Anyway, he'll need to start using those blank skill cards as efficiently as possible later on. He has no idea how many cards the system will drop, but it's a long shot that he'll get some kind of game-breaking item. John wonders if there isn't an option like that somewhere. Just then his phone buzzes, and when he checks it, his eyes go wide, seeing the name Kim Yu-yong on the caller ID. Kim Yu-yong is his childhood friend, someone he's been tight with for years who always shared his dream of getting into Nil's academy to become a top-tier raider. In his past life, he tragically lost her in his arms, a fate he is absolutely determined to change this time around. A smile spreads across his face as he reads her text. Apparently, she's hitting him up to go meet the saintess, Yu Seon-yun, at her seminar. This news makes him ecstatic, since Saintess Yu Seon-yun is legendary for her magical prowess, especially in sacrificial magic. Without a second thought, he jumps to his feet, grabs his hoodie, and quickly tells his mom he'll be back soon. Once he's outside, he checks his phone again and shoots Kim Yu-yong a text saying he's on his way. Meanwhile, a high-end Rolls-Royce weaves expertly through the dense city traffic. Inside, the saintess, Yu Seon-yun, sits silently, surrounded by the pressure of a jam-packed schedule as her manager runs her through the day's events. Looking concerned, the manager asks if she's all right, pointing out that she's been pushing herself way too hard lately. She reassures him that she's fine, just a little drained, reminding him that sacrifice often means giving up a piece of your own life force. The manager, meanwhile, looks visibly stressed, wishing there was someone with healing abilities on par with Lady Seon-yun's. He's worried it's only a matter of time before the burnout finally catches up to her. Meanwhile, our dynamic duo finally arrives at the event venue. The girls totally stressing, practically dragging our hero through the massive crowd. When they finally stop, he starts clowning her, asking if she only brought him along because she was scared of getting lost. She gets all flustered and embarrassed, telling him not to call her out like that. Then she goes completely silent, which is basically a full-on confession that he was right. So naturally, he roasts her again, joking about how a top-tier student can have a navigation skill that's straight up F rank. While she's giving him the death glare, our boy is secretly thanking his lucky stars for his directionally challenged friend. If he can actually copy Yu Seong's sacrifice ability, it would be a total game changer, potentially leveling him up to one of the most OP connections in all of Korea. As the massive crowd settles into their seats, our anxious lady and the MC are just floored by her insane number of followers, which, let's be real, isn't a shocker. She's the guildmaster of Lotus, after all. A legendary S-tier healer, known across the nation and the whole world. In this era, raiders aren't being used as mana shields just yet, but she's famous for always putting her party's safety first. Finally, she hits the stage, and the audience goes absolutely wild. Our hero is on the edge of his seat, waiting for the perfect window to use his skill copy ability. While he's waiting, he lets it slip that in just 2 months, the saintess is going to get hit with a nasty debuff during a dungeon raid in Iwan, all thanks to her own sacrifice healing magic. He figures he's the only player who could possibly cure her if he can just yoink that skill. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-yong is totally geeking out, which Jaijun finds kinda cringe. Up on stage, the saintess kicks off her speech about how the world is a mess because of the Yggdrasil tree and the monsters devouring people's lives. Despite all that doom and gloom, she offers a sliver of hope, telling everyone to remember the awakened who can help save humanity. And she urges every single one of them to become a raider, too. As she wraps up her speech, the fans are ecstatic, and even John gets it, admitting that since it's no easy quest to fight monsters on the front lines, everyone's hesitant to sign up as a raider. He's a prime example of this himself, because he was totally planning to sell the Eye of Odin just to avoid grinding in dungeons for cash. As they walk, she's nonstop fangirling about the saintess, while our hero keeps teasing her, which is seriously getting on her last nerve. She then mentions she already called her mom for a ride because of her busted internal compass. She suggests he just catch a ride with them, but he blows her off, saying he's got other quests to handle. Before he bounces, he casually drops that he's changing his character build to go full-on mage, and hints that he'll need her to tutor him later. With that, he just dips, not explaining his sudden career pivot, leaving her feeling kinda bummed out and alone. Our boy starts scanning the area and finally spots the saintess's ride. A smirk spreads across his face as he heads for the car, but her manager spots him approaching and tells him they're not taking any fan visits right now. But our MC boldly claims he's here to meet director Yuang Yun. The manager sighs, clearly annoyed at having to deal with another wannabe Raider fanboy. With a totally ticked-off expression, the guy arrogantly tells our hero to back off and reminds him to respect her privacy, mentioning that even the director would be annoyed by his presence. But the kid insists he's not here for some fan meet and greet. To convince the guy, he reveals that he knows Lady Xiangyun is suffering from an incurable status effect and boldly claims he's the only one who can remove the curse. Naturally, the director is shook when he hears this and goes absolutely ballistic, grabbing our hero by the collar and demanding to know where he heard such a thing. But our boy calmly tells him not to cause a scene and gestures to the onlookers. Just then, the saintess herself rolls down the window and addresses our hero directly, asking him if he can actually back up that claim. He says yes with total confidence, assuring her he can for real cure her affliction. Even though she's hesitant to let some random dude get close, the saintess decides to give him a shot, figuring that if he's bluffing, he's gonna get exposed any second now. But his main character energy is so off the charts it's just making her more sus. She tells her manager to make time for the kid and find a more low-key spot where they can chop it up in private. Once they're settled into the VIP lounge, the lady cuts right to the chase, asking how he knows about her terminal debuff. The kid's like, "My bad," but straight up says he can't spill the tea on his source, making it clear that if he has to reveal his info broker, then the deal's off and he won't cleanse her condition. The lady just laughs at his audacity and moves on, asking what his game plan is to heal her. John keeps it 100 and says he's gonna skill copy her sacrifice ability. Naturally, the lady is shook, and the manager starts bugging out, yelling at our hero, asking if he even gets what a unique skill means, and demanding to know how he plans on copying an ability that's literally soulbound to her. Okay, hold up. Quick lore drop on unique skills. They're basically S-rank abilities, the absolute top tier of the power system. You can only get them through a bloodline inheritance or a super rare personal awakening. Unlike your garden variety skills, which you can learn from grimoires, unique skills have like black box mana formulas, making them impossible to copy-paste. This monopoly keeps the power exclusive to specific individuals or their clans. Our boy tells everyone to chill, stressing that if he didn't already know the meta, he wouldn't have even pulled up in the first place. The lady immediately tells her triggered manager to stand down, saying they might as well hear this cadet out. She asks if he can actually pull off this insane feat, and our boy just confidently says, "Bet." We also find out that because of the backlash from her unique skill, Sacrifice, she needs another S-rank or higher ability just to cleanse the debuff. The crazy part is, she can't use her own OP skill on herself, because Sacrifice requires a tribute to the gods, which prevents them from healing their own vessel. Finally, the lady gives him the green light to proceed. As she flares her mana, John gets totally hyped and immediately yoinks her ability. The system window pops up, asking if he wants to imprint the new skill Sacrifice onto the blank card. Without missing a beat, our boy smashes that yes button. Once the skill copy is complete, he flexes the Sacrifice ability, summoning its pure mana essence right into his palm, leaving both the lady and her manager absolutely floored. Our hero decides to get down to business before actually healing her. But first, let's peep the stats on this new skill. Perk number 1. It unleashes a wave of healing energy to patch up multiple allies and cleanse all their debuffs. Number 2. When used against undead-type monsters, it flips into a holy attack skill called Judgment of Light. And finally, the best part. Since the skill was swiped using a blank card, there are 0 inherited penalties. No backlash, no tribute, no nothing. So, the lady asks what he wants from her guild. She's playing it cool, but low-key. She's confident that handling this academy cadet is going to be a total cakewalk, especially since she's the guildmaster of the freaking Lotus Guild. Our boy gets straight to the point and asks her to sponsor him. The lady just laughs, asking if he wants her sponsorship just to help him level up as a raider. Without even hesitating, he's like, yep, explaining that it's his ultimate goal and he needs the resources, connections, and guild support that comes with a sponsorship to get OP. Impressed by his drive and his broken ability, the lady happily agrees to sponsor him, but then she hits him with a condition. As soon as our hero hears this, he's kinda shocked. I mean, she's not exactly in a power position to be making demands, yet she's still holding her ground with some serious boss energy. The lady reveals her debuff is a personal issue and has jack to do with the Lotus Guild. What our hero wants isn't entirely her call. He's asking for the backing of the whole guild, which has 0 reason to invest in some random cadet. Our hero just tells her to lay out the terms. If they make sense to him, he'll decide if it's a deal or no deal. His mind is racing with all the crazy quests she could be cooking up, but she totally hits him with a curveball by simply asking if he'll join the Lotus Guild. Our boy is immediately like, "Wait, for real? You're actually scouting me?" The lady then starts listing off a whole bunch of reasons for the recruitment offer. First off, he somehow dug up top-tier intel on the Lotus Guild Master's curse, a secret only the inner circle knew, proving he's got some serious info-gathering skills, like S-rank level info gathering. Second, he perfectly mirrored her sacrifice ability, a feat she's never witnessed before. Now she's wondering if another awakened on the planet can even pull that off. Our boy starts sweating bullets, hearing this, knowing he can't just spill that he's a regressor who knew about her debuff from a past life, and that his skill copy is all thanks to his OP cheat system. The guildmaster then gets all up in his personal space and drops reason number 3 for the guild invite. Even though he's just an academy student, our MC didn't even break a sweat when facing down the Lotus Guildmaster. She's digging the absolute nerve he just flexed. In his previous timeline, the Lotus Guild totally fell apart right after she kicked the bucket. Now that she's still in the game, he's pretty sure joining her crew would be a fast track for leveling up. But he's like, how can they even make a contract? He's still a minor, and that's usually a no-go. With a smirk, the guildmaster reminds him about the priority negotiation right. Turns out our hero has heard of this system. The priority negotiation right is a special perk a guild can use to sponsor a promising trainee who hasn't hit legal age yet. Once that trainee comes of age, and that sponsoring guild gets first dibs on signing them to an official contract before any other guild can even make an offer. Jaijun never imagined he'd be on the receiving end of a buff like this, especially after getting ghosted by even the most bottom-tier, F-rank guilds back in his old life. The guildmaster seems to have taken a real shine to our hero, who then stands up and declares he'll cast the healing spell right now. Even though her offer is basically a done deal, he decides to focus on the cure first before officially accepting her terms. As he channels his mana above her head, the manager looks super skeptical about our MC handling the cure. Even though he saw our guy's OP skills firsthand, he's still on edge, worried that our hero might use some sketchy dark magic or a cursed artifact, especially since not even the top S-rank healers could fix her debuff. A moment later, the guildmaster feels the magic working, sensing the changes in her mana flow. The manager is completely floored, his jaw on the ground. He immediately bows his head to our hero, apologizing with ultimate respect for ever doubting his power level. Our MC just shrugs it off, saying it's totally understandable to doubt some random academy kid, but the manager keeps bowing, feeling awful for his earlier disrespect. Jaijun tells the guildmaster the status effect has been cleared, and she's good to go. The second she's on her feet, she walks to the window and unleashes her aura, lighting up the entire room with pure mana. Tears well up in her eyes as she realizes the debuff is completely gone. She thanks him for this miracle, and asks if he'll get hit with any system penalties for using his skill on her, but we know penalties don't apply to his copied skill. Our boy just grins and tells her she can repay the favor down the line, and the guildmaster happily agrees. She then whips out her exclusive guild card, and tells him to think over the recruitment offer. She promises to pull all the strings to make sure the contract is stacked in his favor. Then our MC says there's a quest he'd like to ask of them. The next day, the manager takes him to a low-rank gate owned by the Lotus Guild. As you'd expect, he's there to grind and level up his skills. With his sights set on becoming a top-tier hunter, the guild makes sure he's kitted out with all the essential items, and even lends him some extra high-grade gear meant for official guild members. But the manager warns him that soloing a dungeon could be super risky, asking why he's so dead set on going in alone. Jaijun just says he wants to push his limits. As a safety net, the manager hands him an artifact, telling him it's a teleportation stone. If he shatters it, he'll be instantly warped right outside the gate. It's a small token of thanks for curing the guildmaster, and our boy happily accepts the loot. He then steps into the dungeon, and the moment he's inside, he can tell it's just an E-rank gate total mob-grinding territory, nothing to sweat. The manager still tells him to warp out as soon as possible if things get hairy, which he totally senses is the right move. But then, out of nowhere, some rando's hands slap over his mouth and a system window pops up. Welcome to the Helheim death field. The scene then hard cuts to director Yu Songyun's office. We catch the director totally lost in thought, pondering our MC's every move. She's stressing because even an E-rank dungeon is a near impossible solo clear for a newbie. No matter how OP their starting stats are, still, she can tell this kid isn't just some mob character. He didn't just stumble into this gate by accident, so she cracks a smirk, deciding to see what kind of play he's trying to make. A sudden knock on the door breaks the silence, and after getting the go-ahead, a staff member walks in. The director asks for the status report she requested, and the woman hands over a file, explaining it's the dossier on our main character. While she's scanning the pages, her eyes go wide. It says he's aiming to be a martial artist, which makes zero sense considering his insane mana affinity. A thick silence fills the office, cause even the aide who brought the report can't figure out how someone's stats could be this broken, but she promises the director the data is 100% accurate, unless the system itself glitched out. And hey, let's get a peek at that screen. We see our boy's magic aptitude is a staggering 97%. A moment later, the director calls her manager, Appa, ordering her to ping her the second our hero clears the dungeon. She's dying to see this prodigy's S-tier potential for herself. Meanwhile, our boy finds himself getting yeeted into some unknown dimension, the so-called Field of the Dead, and totally eats it on the landing, right on his butt. As he looks around, he realizes he's in a legit graveyard and struggles to his feet, hacking his lungs out. But before he can even get his bearings, some undead mob spawns right in front of him. It instantly aggroes, draws its bow, and lets an arrow fly. Our MC's reaction speed is just a bit too slow, and he takes a nasty gash to the face. Another mob pops up, ready to jump him. He's not sure if that arrow was laced with a paralysis debuff, which is seriously messing with his flow. He quickly pops a heal using his unique skill, Sacrifice. Then, a whole new wave of zombies spawns in, and he's completely swarmed by floating, shadowy spirits. They immediately open fire, but this time, John goes full Chad mode, snags an arrow right out of the air, and crushes it in his fist, totally done with these weak sauce mobs. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-yoon is staring at the autograph she got from the director, and she is also feeling totally ticked off at our hero for ghosting her, especially when he knows she has, like, zero sense of direction. His completely random plays are starting to get on her last nerve. He used to be a total loner, but then out of the blue, he's down to hang out with her. He never used to just bail on her like this, always making sure she wasn't left hanging. But this time he ditched her flat, and now he's re-rolling as a mage. Even though a combat class was his lifelong dream, she just can't wrap her head around this sudden 180. He's a strategist, a planner, not some meathead who just rushes in without a good reason. All of a sudden, she starts blowing up his phone again, reading him the riot act for leaving her high and dry earlier. Meanwhile, back in the instance, Jun's face goes white. He's literally seeing ghosts. And to make things even worse, these things are way more coordinated than your average mob swarm. He decides to pull out a special item, a staff crafted by a blacksmith from the Lotus Guild. But before we get into that, let's get a lore drop. This dungeon, Helheim, is the domain of the dead, ruled by Loki's daughter, Hel. It's one of the 9 worlds in Norse mythology, forged after the 7 realms, not counting Midgard and Asgard. These worlds include Niflheim, the world of mist and ice, and Muspelheim, the world of fire, Jotunheim, the world of giants, Alfheim, the world of elves, Svartalfheim, the world of dark elves, Vanaheim, the world of the Vanir gods, and the absolute coldest, darkest of them all, Niflheim, which is where Helheim is located. This place is a total noob trap, but our MC is totally stoked to grind and test out his new build. He decides to activate the Sacrifice skill, a gift from the goddess Nora. When he casts it on the undead mobs, bam, he channels his mana, unleashing an epic AoE skill, Judgment of Light. A mob lunges at him, but our MC is quick on the draw, smacking it with his wand, knocking the mob clean off its feet. He instantly casts Blitfire, blasting the monster into 1,000,000 pixels, bagging a sweet 70 experience points for taking down the Death Spectre. He keeps the momentum going, chaining his blitz skills to absolutely wreck the stage with his OP moves. Every mob he dusts puts a bigger grin on his face as that sweet, sweet EXP rolls in. Next up, he leaps toward another, undead archer type, and just clobbers it right in the dome. Boom. His wand snaps in half, but he still manages to one-shot the mob. His face goes ghost white, seeing his busted wand, realizing he wasn't fighting like a proper mage at all. Dude was just brawling, and his recklessness just cost him a weapon. So, he gets serious and activates his Sacrifice skill. The holy judgment of light rains down on the mobs, burning them to a crisp. Once those undead are nothing but ash, he grinds out some more precious EXP and decides to take a breather in the settling mist. He pops a quick heal to restore his mana and is just relieved he made it out alive. He's definitely learned a valuable lesson about not overestimating his own stats. Even though his ultimate skill, Divine Judgment, saved his butt this time, he might not get so lucky on the next run. In any case, he decides it's time to dip, but he quickly realizes he has zero clue how to get out. Big sigh. He decides to just use his teleportation stone. But before he can even activate it, a terrifying aura of pure mana envelops him from behind. He whips around nothing. Suddenly, he senses an immense presence, and the next moment, he feels like he's being suffocated. He raises his broken wand and jams it into his own thigh. Not totally sure why he's self-harming, but it feels like the only move. but he makes damn sure not to let out a single peep that could aggro any more mobs. Little does he know, this horrendous monstrosity is lurking right behind him. Just in time, a system notification pops up, revealing that the dungeon boss, Nightshade, has spawned. And the level gap between our MC and this boss is, like, night and day. The system is practically screaming at him to escape the dungeon as soon as possible. He fumbles for his teleportation stone, but before he can grab it, the boss lunges from behind, sending the stone skittering out of his hands as he slams into a nearby wall and starts coughing up blood. His HP bar plummets into the red. The system immediately prompts him to use a healing item, but it looks like there's no time for that, because the boss is already on him, winding up for another attack. Just as he braces for impact, the monster in front of him just freezes, leaving him staring in total disbelief, wondering what the heck just happened. That's when a woman's voice, echoes through the cavern. The woman looks straight up ethereal, almost like a goddess. She commands the boss monster not to harm him, revealing she's the one who brought him here as an important guest. This half-elf, half-demon, all angelic-looking being informs our MC that he is destined to be the adversary. Totally confused, the kid has no idea who this lady could possibly be. The lady continues, saying she believed he was destined to effortlessly solo this boss as the so-called adversary. However, it seems she was mistaken, seeing him as just some average kid with mediocre mana and F-rank skills. She wonders why someone like Loki would choose a player like him to be the adversary against the all-powerful gods. Meanwhile, our boy is struggling to stay conscious, his life literally draining away from blood loss. He knows he can't afford to die here, not when he's been given a second chance, a regression to make things right. Seeing the determination burning in our hero's eyes, the lady acknowledges his resolve but says he's still way too weak to fulfill his role as the chosen adversary. She starts choking him, warning that his end is near. If he doesn't level up fast, she threatens to end his run personally. Recognizing his importance to their plans, she decides to give him another chance. She urges him to get way stronger than he is now, strong enough to easily clear the Nightshade boss. If he succeeds, she promises him a proper reward, but she stresses that he needs to get on it, like yesterday. Then, a system window pops up with the first main quest, the Trials of Hell. His primary objective is to take down Nightshade within a 2-month time frame, and it looks like this mysterious lady is none other than the goddess Hel herself, Loki's daughter. If he aces this quest, then the goddess Hel will personally grant him her blessing, but failure means a death penalty. As those creepy-ass hands start dragging him into the void, everything goes black. And when the scene shifts, we see that blonde goddess from his regression, and she still seems to be speaking to our hero in some ancient, divine tongue. He suddenly snaps awake back in the real world. As he gets up, he realizes his wounds have been completely healed, like he's back at full HP. Checking his status window, he sees the same quest still hovering in his vision, confirming that everything he just experienced was real and the lady he met was, in fact, Hel, the goddess who rules over Helheim, one of the 9 realms from the old myths. He's still bugging out about this whole adversary thing, and he's already heard something familiar right after getting this new Nornir system, with a ton of unanswered questions about it, like, why did he even regress? And what the heck is the deal with being an adversary? He knows one thing for sure. He's got to grind levels, and fast. If what that goddess said is true, the moment he stops getting stronger, he's gonna get totally wiped by her. But hey, he just smirks to himself. At least he's got some high-stakes quests lined up. Still, he's got a long road ahead. He's a total noob when it comes to spellcasting, and doesn't even have basic cantrips to handle low-level mobs. Whipping out his phone, he sees a call from the guildmaster summoning him. He tells her he'll swing by tomorrow, ready to sign the contract. The next day arrives, and our hero steps into the Lotus Flower Guild. The manager leads him inside, and as they walk, he gets why they're giving him the VIP treatment. His aptitude as a mage is a whopping 97%, after all. Arriving at their destination, our hero's eyes light up seeing the guildmaster radiating that S-rank aura, with her long hair and a presence that just screams boss level. They greet each other warmly. She details the OP perks the guild offers with the contract, and our hero enthusiastically confirms they're insane. I mean, who wouldn't be hyped? On top of a living expense stipend, the guild is hooking him up with an endless supply of B-rank artifacts, no charge if they break. Plus, he'll get a fat cut of the profits based on his contributions during dungeon raids. These terms are usually reserved for top-tier, S-rank raiders. Before signing the contract, he drops a condition. The guildmaster warmly encourages him to speak his mind. He explains it's only been a month since he class changed from martial arts to magic, which makes him a total greenhorn with spellcasting. Therefore, he requests to be personally trained by the guildmaster herself. The manager is floored by our hero's sheer audacity, directly challenging the prestigious guildmaster without even flinching. Meanwhile, Our boy asks if she's cool with his condition before he signs the priority negotiation contract with the Lotus Guild. She just laughs at his interesting request and agrees to his terms. He thanks her, and she playfully reminds him she's already got her eye on his potential and can't wait to see him in action. She urges him to show her his talent first, if he's feeling up to it. Of course, our hero totally saw this coming. After all, it's the main reason the Lotus Guild is even scouting him in the first place. He immediately asks what he needs to do to prove his power level. The lady simply snaps her fingers, and a surge of blue mana starts to materialize behind her, forming a mana cube as she tells him to withstand it. The kid is absolutely shook by the sight of the mana cube. The lady quickly reminds him that a talented awakened should be able to handle at least this much if he's going to sign a priority negotiation contract with her. You see, a mana cube is a test that B-rank mages and above use to gauge their mana sensitivity. But there's no way a newbie like our hero won't get totally overwhelmed by it, since only about 7% of all awakened mages can even endure it. Because of this, the kid asks the lady if she's just trying to haze him. She's all like, "Chill, even if you totally bomb this, it won't mess with your priority contract. We're still signing you." With no way out of this quest, our boy steels himself and steps up to the plate. The chairwoman just gives her aide a nod to prep the artifact. But the manager is totally bugging, questioning the call. She's like, "Even our current A-rank raiders get wrecked by this thing." But the big boss lady just smirks, saying our MC ain't some F-rank scrub, so it's worth the gamble. Reluctantly, the aide gives in and fires up the mana cube. The second that artifact hums to life, our boy freezes up, hit by the insane mana pressure. The chairwoman behind him is like, "Get in there, champ." So he finally mans up and takes the plunge. The second he's inside the mana field, the manager starts sweating bullets, seeing him as just a newbie kid. But the chairwoman just pats her shoulder, all confident, like her S-rank intuition is telling her he's got this. Meanwhile, inside the cube, our MC feels like he's totally submerged, drowning in a freaking ocean of pure mana. But plot twist, he can still breathe, which is a huge relief after stressing about getting hit with a nasty case of mana poisoning from the prolonged exposure, which could have totally flatlined him during this high-stakes trial. He starts scanning for a way out, remembering the only escape from this pocket dimension is to find the single gate back to reality, hidden among countless swirling mana vortexes. He hardens his resolve, searching for an exit within the mana field. Suddenly, his senses ping something weird, a tiny, hidden crystal, pulsing with an absolutely off-the-charts mana signature. It felt like the very heart of this entire mana dimension was packed into that little thing. Outside, the manager is still freaking out, while the chairwoman is just letting out these nervous, excited laughs. The manager finally asks, "So, what's the usual clear time for this dungeon?" The chairwoman says the all-time record is a blistering 40 minutes. When she hears that, the manager just deadpans. So, it's either a game over for him, or he shatters the world record. The chairwoman just nods, totally agreeing, although she's clearly betting on a new record. Then, her eyes go wide as she sees the entire cube start to spiderweb with cracks. Stunned, the manager whips out her phone, realizing it's only been 10 minutes since our boy went in. As the two of them hold their breath, wondering what the heck is going on inside, our hero feels the insane energy pouring from the crystal and gets this wicked grin, thinking, "Yep, this is my cheat code out of here." With a new mission in mind, he surges through the mana toward the core, clenches it in his fist, and with a single flex, crushes it into a million pieces. As the cracks start spreading all around him, a blue system window pops up right in his face. New passive skill acquired, mana core operation, and just like that, the entire mana cube implodes, leaving the two women staring in total shock and awe. A trial like this usually takes a top-tier S rank, awakened at least an hour, but our guy cleared it in just 26 minutes, absolutely demolishing the 36-minute record held by Camila from the European Union Guild, a prodigy mage famous in the Hunter World rankings. The manager immediately bolts over, grabbing our hero's hand and just gassing him up like crazy. The chairwoman joins in on the hype train, too, but she's dying to know how he managed to clear the trial that fast. Our boy just shrugs, explaining he found some crystal thingy inside and, broke it. The chairwoman is absolutely mind-blown. She explains that the artifact's mana core holds all the power of the dimension, and it's basically impossible for anyone, especially a freshly awakened hunter, to even locate it, let alone break it. The fact that our MC not only found the core but completely obliterated it means his personal mana pool is bigger than the entire artifact's. She just explodes with joy, promising right then and there to make him the world's next SSS rank hunter. The scene cuts back to Lady Kim Yu-young, who's looking totally ticked off that Jaijun is running late. Our MC's mom is right there beside her, confirming that he's super late and is ghosting all her calls. Then, a super bougie, familiar-looking Rolls-Royce pulls up, catching both of their eyes. Their jaws absolutely hit the floor when they see our boy hop out of a whip that expensive, leaving them completely and utterly shook. Like, how in the world did he swing a ride like that? Jaijun spots them right away and gives a cheerful wave. While his mom is instantly worried he's into some sketchy business, Miss Kim is just livid, thinking he's been goofing around. The second they're all in the room, she goes straight for the interrogation, demanding answers, grilling him on why he pulled a class change to magic. Our MC just shrugs it off, saying he'd hit a wall with the martial path and had already filed the paperwork to become a mage. She keeps bugging him for the deets on his big decision, but he totally dodges the question and flips it, asking what she's doing here. He then asks if her parents are on the clock, and she nods, explaining that's why she's crashing at his place. Totally cool with his mom, of course. We then find out her folks work at a monster processing facility, shipping subjugated beasts overseas, which means they're basically never home. So whenever they're out on a job, she ends up hanging at his place, since his mom and her parents are tight. Anyway, moving on, our boy asks her to teach him the basics of magic theory. Seeing as he's a total magic class noob now, she demands to know what's in it for her. Reluctantly, he asks what she wants. She admits she can't think of anything specific right now. After a moment, she decides he has to grant her one wish, no takebacks. He's like, bet, but adds a condition. She's got to cash in that wish within a year, or the offer expires. She agrees, looking a little salty about it, while he's secretly betting she'll totally forget about it in a year. He then teases her, asking what kind of crazy wish she's cooking up, but she's clearly getting ticked off and just tells him to shut it. Homegirl gets so flustered that while she's holding this pillow, I swear it looked like she was clutching her assets for a second. Was I the only one who saw that, or is my mind in the gutter? Drop a comment and let me know. As they continue their bickering, his mom calls them down for dinner, but they're too busy having a pillow fight to even notice. Honestly, with their chemistry, I wouldn't be shocked if her big wish is for him to put. Meanwhile, in some spooky forest, a murder of crows is just vibing in the sky while some dude in all black is absolutely styling on a bunch of mobs with his blade. And surprise, it's our hero Minong's dad, who's getting props from the other swordsman for solo clearing the dungeon like it was a tutorial level. The guy tries to recruit Minong Ho into his guild, but our hero's dad is a lone wolf, you know? He straight up turns him down. The recruiter dude is practically begging, promising him VIP status in the Scarlet Guild, but the man in black just scoffs and calls him stubborn. Then, out of nowhere, Pop starts casting some weird chain-like spell, all while giving a lecture about how greedy humans are. He just vanishes into thin air, leaving the guild scout totally baffled. After that seriously creepy run-in with this OP dad who, let's be real, looks younger than our MC, we cut back to the headmistress schooling Jaijun for his first ever magic class. The lady decides to jump straight into a sparring session and challenges him to land a single hit. The kid's hesitant but realizes he's got no choice. He lets out a sigh and drops into a perfect martial stance, leaving zero openings, and channeling all his martial arts training. He throws a probing jab, expecting a reaction, but the headmistress just stands there smirking as the impact of his punch kicks up a massive dust cloud, obscuring everything. As the dust settles, our hero sees the lady casually catching his fist, no-selling the hit like it was nothing. He's left completely shook. She flashes a confident grin, and the kid immediately tactical retreats to a safer distance. Looks like he totally underestimated her just because she's a healer. He's now positive she's got the power level of an S-rank raider. After that one exchange, she analyzes his form, pointing out the martial artist habits in his stance and attack. She notes that mages don't typically rush in for a melee. The headmistress then asks if he knows the difference between martial arts and magic. Our boy says martial arts are all about close quarters combat with swords and stuff, while magic is more about casting ranged attacks. She nods and adds that mage types are for debuffing enemies from afar, while martial classes finish them off up close and personal. Then she tells him to brace himself, because she's about to show him what a real mage's combat looks like. She reassures him she can just cast a heal if things get dicey. He's a little nervous, but he's ready to rumble. The lady channels mana into her finger, blasting a wicked beam of pure energy. The dude dodges, rolling to safety as she's like, "Your turn to throw down." He pops his lightning chain skill, unleashing a volley of lightning arrows right at her. There's a massive explosion as the chains make contact, but the lady is just standing there, not a single scratch. She's kinda shook he's packing an A-rank ability, but reminds him it's useless if he can't land a hit. Then she counters with her own mana arrow aimed right for his face. He totally panics and ends up taking the hit head-on. Even though he's beat up from head to toe, he's still on his feet, impressing her with his high endurance stat. But then she decides to go all out, unleashing a barrage of azure energy blasts at him. This time, he instantly activates his absolute calculator skill, and the spell just fizzles out, leaving the lady completely stunned. She can't believe he reversed her attack and completely nullified it in, like, 0 time. The lady is once again blown away, asking if he's hiding any more cheat skills. Our boy just tells her to find out for herself. And with that challenge, the ground right in front of her starts to crackle with some serious mana. She takes a direct hit but manages to parry it with her hand. Even though her hand is trembling from the impact, she's absolutely baffled by his insane casting speed. Meanwhile, he unleashes a whole barrage of arrows her way, but she quickly throws up a mana shield to block. She's totally intrigued by his chantless casting, since spell activation for a mage usually requires a deliberate incantation. Sure, experienced mages can shorten the chant for lower-tier spells, but every single one of his attacks is packing the same high-tier punch, making her doubt he's really casting without a single word. On the flip side, our MC is almost on empty, his mana pool too drained to keep up the assault, so he just blurts out that she's a total monster for being so tanky. The lady walks up to him with a smirk, saying he's an interesting kid with a ton of potential, but she points out he's still a noob, catching him off guard and taking him down just like that. He has no clue how it happened, while she just chalks it up to her years of combat experience. Thinking about his skill set, she gives him props for his CQC close quarters combat and how seamlessly he can weave magic into it. She's seriously impressed by his ability to just deconstruct spells with that reverse calculation hacks, thinking he could develop a totally unique combat style. She tells him she's taking him under her wing from now on, officially becoming his master. Apparently, he's the first lucky dude to get this kind of VIP treatment by becoming her disciple. The next scene shows our hero sitting around, moodily lost in his own head. His friend snaps him out of his daze with a seriously scornful aura, and he just clicks his tongue, telling her he's listening. It looks like she's been chowing down on ice cream ever since she got here, which our boy bought for her as a tuition fee. He asks if she's not full yet, and she shoots back that she could eat all day, telling him to focus on his studies. As she keeps teaching him about magic theory, the system window pops up, revealing his magic knowledge stat has increased and his mana efficiency is up by 5%. The dude is so over these constant notifications. Every time he learns something new, they start spamming him. It feels like the system is constantly pushing him to grind and level up. Looks like even Miss Kim finds his growth rate pretty sus. He's learned more in 2 days than most people would in 2 whole months. But the dude just plays it cool, saying it's no big deal since she can memorize spell formations just by looking at them. This annoying girl gets even more ticked off and demands our hero call her master. Her annoyance seems to stem from the fact that he's leveling up his skills so fast. Even though she's been in the magic game way longer than him, she's worried he's going to surpass her sooner rather than later. At this rate, the guy sighs and reluctantly calls her professor, reminding her that she's obviously a natural-born talent in the magic field. Sure, he's learning faster, but let's be real. He's power leveling his magic skills as fast as possible because he doesn't want to get played by some god-tier entity. The guildmaster then reminds him how she was totally floored when he said he was going to spec into a martial arts build, and now she's starting to chew him out for that boneheaded decision, grilling him on why he'd ever ditch the mage path when he was clearly a natural-born prodigy. Meanwhile, as Yu-Yun and Jaijun are grinding the books, Jaijun gets a sudden system-like vision of some dude's face, a flashback linked to the events of his previous life's timeline. Yu-Yun snaps him out of it, asking if he's been grinding for the upcoming combat assessment on his own time. And he confirms that a special tutor is helping him level up his practical skills. He's left wondering what the heck that vision was, not sure if he was just tripping or if it was a real memory fragment. However, he also remembers the system gave him a strict 2-month deadline to take down the Nightshade, so he shoves those thoughts aside because there's 0 time to get sidetracked. Our boy focuses on other potential power-ups, hoping the elixir he's brewing will be a game-changer for raiders everywhere and help him finally break through his current skill plateau. Meanwhile, over at the Lotus Park Guild's training center, under Sunja's watch, the manager is overseeing some of the raiders' training, correcting the janky form and rookie mistakes they're making. When he spots the guildmaster, Seon Yoon, he comments on how the newbies aren't half bad and how the guild's average rank has almost leveled up since last year. But he's surprised to see she's completely zoned out. When she realizes he was talking to her, Seong Yoon apologizes, and the manager teases her, saying she's daydreaming about Ja-hun, which she totally confirms. All of a sudden, the manager brings up how he remembers a bunch of other raiders have tried to master the technique she wants to teach Jae-hun, and every single one of them failed spectacularly. However, Seon-jun reminds the manager that he also witnessed Jae-hun's ridiculously OP unique talent firsthand. You could have sworn Jae-hun was a veteran hunter from a top-tier guild because he didn't make a single wasted motion. At this point, Guildmaster Seon-yun is absolutely certain that if another S-rank mage appears in the future, it's going to be Jae-hun. She's still currently the only mage in the country to have hit S-rank. Still, being a healer class, Her personal DPS is kinda low tier. But if Jae-hun suddenly bursts onto the scene like a meteor right now, it would completely rock the entire awakened world. Later, our protagonist is back to grinding on a mana enhancement pill. Just like the name implies, it's an elixir that permanently juices up the mana pool of any awakened who takes it, making it a legendary tier item that every mage would kill for. While he's brewing, the concoction fails for the umpteenth time, and our boy just yeets the spoon in pure rage. He's already burned through 3 whole sets of rare ingredients and is about to go broke if this keeps up. In November of 2020, nobody knows how to craft the mana enhancement pill yet, because the recipe won't even be discovered for another 5 years. Before his regression, the pill's recipe was publicly released by a world-class alchemist. When he posted it, the alchemist said he hoped the elixir would be a massive buff for countless raiders across the globe. Our guy realizes that continuing to fail his crafting checks like this is getting him nowhere. But then he gets a flash of inspiration for a new strategy with a much higher success rate. He needs to find Lee Jason, the future genius who actually invents the pill 5 years from now. Even if he can't make the pill himself, forging a connection with a future legend like him is definitely not a waste of time. Since Jason is currently a freshman at the prestigious Mills Academy, he's got to head over there to meet him. While he's out, Yoo Joo-young drops by to check on Jae-hun and opens the door to find a cauldron bubbling with what looks like demonic energy and a sink that's a biohazard. She immediately panics, thinking something terrible must have happened, and wonders if she should call the Hunters Association as she stares at the absolute disaster zone. Wielding a frying pan like it's a D-rank weapon, she scans the terrifying wasteland that used to be his apartment. In the past, right when Yggdrasil appeared and monsters started pouring out of the gates, there were a few people who adapted way faster than everyone else. One of them was a man named Lee Jason, also known by his call sign, Quickblade. When the very first awakened vanished without a trace, Lee Jin appeared as if he was destined to claim the empty throne as Korea's #1 S-rank raider. Lee Chi-son, the person our guy is about to meet, is the youngest son of that very same Lee Chi-son. When John hits the transport building, the attendant asks for his destination, and he requests a portal to a place called Daegu. Daegu's a total wasteland now, thanks to a massive monster outbreak. It's a high-level zone where mobs spawn everywhere, and you gotta watch your back the second you step in. A little later, our boy makes his way to the Mills Academy campus in Daegu and has to hoof it a bit to get to the main gate. Once inside, he wonders where he could possibly find Jang. Even though Jason was in the combat department, he wasn't exactly a high-tier cadet. The chances of John, who hates fighting, being at the Mills combat facilities are super low. So John decides to check the classrooms first. As he's walking, he spots a crowd and heads over to see what the commotion is about. When he shoves his way through, he gets smacked by Jason, who gets sent flying back from an attack by whoever's wiping the floor with him. Our boy helps Jason up, and the kid apologizes for bumping into him. But Jae-hun ignores the apology, his gaze locked on Jason's opponent, who sneers, "Who the heck are you?" and asks if he's got beef with Jason, calling him a stutterer. Before he can even answer, the bully puts a hand on our boy's back, asking if he's the stutterer's brother. I mean, they look nothing alike, but Jae-hun is too annoyed to even grace this punk with an answer. However, the bully says they're in the middle of an important discussion and tells him to scram if he doesn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Before the dude can finish his threat, our boy just slaps his hand away. Finally, Jae-hun tells the kid he'd better get to the infirmary and asks if he's good to walk, but Jae-young just gives him a blank, confused stare. Getting ticked off, the meathead steps up and snatches Jae-hun by the collar, calling him a punk. The enraged bully demands to know if he's deaf or just stupid, asking if he's got a death wish or something. However, our boy casually mentions this is, like, the second time someone's grabbed him by the collar, and he's legit confused why it's suddenly a trend. He flashes back to his training with Yoo-yoon about forming a crystal-clear image in his mind's eye, then weaving the mana formula, constructing the spell matrix, and finally, unleashing the cast. Thinking back to Ongkun's advice, the image our MC locks onto is a bolt of pure light, streaking forward like an arrow. All of a sudden, a system window pops up. The Holy Arrow skill has been activated. With just a finger gun gesture, our boy fires a blast of Holy Arrow straight into the big dude's chest, sending him flying and even making him cough up some spit. As the big guy screams in agony, JS just stares, completely shook, realizing this random dude just pulled off a chantless casting. The other onlookers are freaking out too. Like, what in the world just happened? They're all whispering about how this guy managed a non-verbal spell powerful enough to shatter the arm of a warrior-class cadet. When the other students start murmuring that maybe the big guy's just a low-tier scrub and not as tough as he looks, the meathead totally loses it. If this keeps up, his entire rep is going down the drain. He swears he's not letting this punk walk away without leaving a permanent mark. Clutching his busted arm, he materializes a mana sword. When Jang spots it and yells for Jae-hoon to watch out, the enraged bully is already swinging the blade right at Jae-hoon. As the mana blade closes in on Jae-hoon's face, he recalls Master Seon-yun's lesson. Create a barrier by cloaking his body in mana, making any attack just violently ricochet off. He instantly activates his mana barrier skill, and the bully's massive sword bounces off him like it's made of rubber, flying right out of the guy's grip. A look of pure, unadulterated terror flashes across the big dude's face, but he can't even process what's happening fast enough, because our MC is already grabbing him by the face, asking if he's all done with his little party tricks. When the bully tries to call him a crazy punk, Jae-hoon cuts him off mid-insult before blasting a holy arrow point-blank into his face, sending him flying backward and shattering his nose. A massive crunch echoes as the bully slams into the ground, and Jang just watches in total awe, wondering who the heck this mysterious stranger is. When Jae-hoon finally locks eyes with him, the kid yelps in fear, but Jae-hoon just strolls right past him toward the knocked-out bully, who's still smoldering. Jae-hoon kneels down, kinda impressed with the beatdown he just dished out. A second later, our boy whips out a potion, totally bummed he has to waste this top-tier brew on some random mook, but hey, what can you do? He uncorks it and pours it over the busted-up bully. Instantly, the dude's face is good as new, and even our guy is blown away by how OP this potion is. With that side quest complete, he turns to Jaehyun, who's still totally shook, and suggests they dip and head to the nurse's office. But on the way there, Jae-hoon pulls a hard stop, dragging them into a secluded spot where no NPCs can eavesdrop on their conversation. Totally confused, Jang just stares at him, a paranoid thought bubbling up that Jae-hoon sought him out because he knows his secret identity. Finally, he musters up the courage to ask. He asks Jae-hoon if his old man sent him. Intrigued, Jae-hoon is like, nah, why would he? And plays dumb about who his dad even is, but it's obvious Jang isn't buying that low-level bluff. Finally, Jang just cuts to the chase and asks why he's really here, so our boy informs him he's got a major quest he needs help with. When Jae-hoon mentions wanting a specific elixir crafted, Jang freaks out, claiming he doesn't know how to brew anything like that. Confused, Jae-hoon's like, dude, seriously? Reminding him he's an alchemy prodigy as he pulls out the very potion he used on the bully, asking Jang straight up if he's the one slinging these high-grade potions on the black market. Stunned, the kid's mind races, wondering how the hell his cover was blown, because there's literally no way anyone could have traced his info through the black market system. Jae-hoon can practically read his mind, and yeah, he's not wrong, because the black market is a transaction system designed for total anonymity, completely cloaking the user's identity. The item sales, product pricing, the recipient, and everything else runs through the Aesir System, so it's supposed to be a secure network. Fortunately for our guy, the black market is compatible with the Norner system, which Jae-hoon just so happens to own. This little cheat code allowed him to buy the potion and made tracking the seller a piece of cake. Once again, Jae-hoon asks Jang if he crafted the potion, and Jang denies it hard, but our boy immediately calls him out, telling him his deception skill is clearly at level 1. Finally, Jae-hoon tells him he totally gets why he'd want to keep his S-tier talent on the down low, but he lays it on him straight. He's on a tight schedule. Jang flashes back to listing his brews on the black market, wondering if it was a massive misplay. He never imagined things would escalate like this, because he was just trying to grind for some extra cash. He knows he's dead meat if his father finds out, so to prevent that, he practically prostrates himself before Jae-hoon and begs him to keep his side hustle a secret from everyone else. Eventually, Jae-hoon explains he didn't expose him just to blackmail him, but that he just needs a masterclass alchemist who can help him craft the legendary elixir he's after. After processing this for a sec, Jang asks Jae-hoon who the hell he even is, so our boy explains he's a prospective student for the Mila Academy, even calling him Sunbae. Eventually, they both sit down, though Jang is still wound up tighter than a new bowstring. He asks Jae-hoon to spill the details on the elixir he wants to create. Our guy informs him he wants to craft a mana enhancement pill, a legendary item that permanently boosts a raider's total mana pool. Stunned, Jang shoots to his feet, asking if it's even theoretically possible to permanently increase someone's core mana. Jae-hoon just tells him yes. Instantly, the kid's brain goes into overdrive, theory crafting what kind of rare ingredients would be needed to create such a game-breaking effect. As he starts rattling off potential components for the mana pill, Jae-hoon is shocked to see the kid's entire aura shift. He's completely in his element, and has even stopped stuttering. On top of that, Jang managed to guess most of the core ingredients just by hearing the elixir's effects, proving his talent is completely off the charts. Jae-hoon decides right then and there he has to recruit this guy to his party. But Jang snaps out of his alchemy trance and concludes that for a recipe this legendary, He should probably find a more seasoned alchemist, since it's such a high-tier elixir. But Jae-hun shuts that down immediately, insisting he wants times for the job and even promises to supply all the rare materials he needs. While it's true that with the recipe, other alchemists might be able to craft the pill, the one person who possesses an overwhelming god-tier talent for it is Li Jiang. Finally, he asks Jiang if he'll accept this quest, and the kid agrees. Even so, Jiang makes it clear that the success rate isn't guaranteed, so our boy just tells him that's cool, even if he fails the craft. Totally baffled, Jiang asks if he's for real, since he'd be the one losing all those priceless materials. So Jae-hun tells him he's not just throwing money around, he's investing because he sees the kid's latent talent, and hey, not every gamble pays off. When Jae-hun says he's stoked to work with him, the kid's eyes well up with tears, cause it's the first time anyone's ever had that kind of faith in him. When Jae-hun clocks this, he's glad they were able to connect on that level. The next morning, as Jiang is chilling solo in his room, he's replaying the events from just hours ago, wondering if he's ever had someone in his corner like that, because he's always seen himself as this talentless coward, especially compared to his S-tier siblings. Plus he lost his mom early on. He ended up totally isolated, never able to get a nod of approval from his old man. So for someone to trust him enough to say it's okay to fail, to actually times fail, asterisk, it's wild. The fact that he, a total F rank with nothing to his name, was getting this kind of S-class trust for the first time, it just hits different, you know? It breaks through his emotional barriers and the waterworks start. Meanwhile, Jae-hun's main quest is to clear Hell's trial by taking down the Nightshade within the time limit and earn Hell's official recognition. The quest reward is a gift from Hell, and he had a 2-month deadline, with a game over penalty looming if he fails. Right now, the clock's ticking with only 10 days and 23 hours left to clear it. A bit later, Jae-hun hits up the training hall to spar with Seon-yun, and manages to weave through her blue lightning attacks. As he pushes forward to close the gap, he gets blasted by a few explosions but throws up a mana shield just in time to tank the hits. He quickly activates his own sacred arrow skill and lets it fly, but she's already rocking a magic barrier. Still, she spots a crack forming in her shield and is shook that our boy has leveled up this much already. After the smoke clears, they're locked in a stare-down, like something out of a Wild West duel, until Jae-hun starts flaring up, his aura crackling with yellow lightning as he activates his chain lightning skill. But Seon-yun looks totally prepped for his next move. Just as they're about to unleash their ultimate skills, the manager jumps in, calling a timeout. Their session's over, and he tells them they both put in a solid grind today. The manager is floored that the training hall, which is made of arc metal, a material that takes a significant amount of power to even dent, has been totally wrecked by their sparring session. If he hadn't stopped them mid-clash, the whole room would have been toast. While they're cooling down, Seon-yun tells our boy he's been leveling up at a seriously insane pace. Apparently, he can cast way more spells now, and his power output is ridiculously high. Out of nowhere, she asks if he's grinding the theory manuals separately, so he confirms he's learning it from a friend. Hyped, Seon-yun says that's even better than she hoped for, because she was low-key worried she couldn't help him with the book smarts too. She remarks that it sounds like Jae-hun has a super smart friend, and he reluctantly admits, yeah, I guess so, but thinks the real issue is Yu-yun's totally bizarre personality. Before she bounces, Seon-yun reminds Jae-hun. He mentioned wanting to try raiding a dungeon again, and he confirms he wants to test how effective his training has been. Because of that, Seon-yun figures the E-rank dungeon he went into before should be a total cakewalk with his current stats, so she tells him to go crush it. The only problem? He didn't enter an E-rank dungeon, he went into a C-rank one, where he ran into the Hell Nightshade. He wonders if he can actually solo a C-rank boss monster, but decides not to sweat it. He's grinded hard enough and just needs to focus on the fight. A little later, Jae-hun goes to see Jae-sang, who greets him with a pill he's been working his butt off to craft. Shortly after, Jae-hun pops the mana-enhancing pill, and his magic stat jumps by 15 points, leaving him stunned by the insane effects. Alchemy is, at its core, a deep and difficult art. Even when crafting the same item, its potency can vary wildly depending on the alchemist's skill level. If Jae-hun had taken the raw materials to any other alchemist, they probably couldn't have crafted an item that would buff his magic stat by even 5 points. In the end, our boy just grins and reminds Jan that he's a natural talent, but Jan says it's only because he could put his faith in him and gives him a heartfelt thanks. A little later, our MC says his goodbyes, feeling totally prepped to take down Nightshade tomorrow. Meanwhile, Jel is chatting with her dragon, Garmer, telling him it looks like they'll be having a charming guest today. With 9 days and 22 hours left on the clock, he's got to clear this dungeon. Our boy heads back to the dungeon gate. He gets hooked up with a full trial set of Valkyrie gear, which grants him a new passive skill called Mana Siphon. A moment later, he steps into the dungeon, and the portal system notifies him he's being transported to Helheim, the land of the dead, all thanks to that Nornir system he possesses. He tumbles through the portal and finally makes a hard landing in the realm of the dead. If he can just take down Nightshade, he'll get to see Jel again. Suddenly, a voice from behind calls out to him as the adversary, name-dropping Loki Nornir. The next second, the monster talking to him unleashes a volley of arrows, but our boy throws up a mana barrier just in time. Spinning around, he sees a ton of monsters clawing their way out of the ground and remembers what Shang Chen said about teaching him the way of the Battle Mage. This Battle Mage class, also called Spellswords by the warrior types, is a hybrid fighting style that mixes both magic casting and physical combat, but it's a build that, so far, no one has ever truly mastered. As Jaijun spins around, firing off holy arrows at the mobs behind him, he mulls over how this fighting style isn't as OP as a long-range mage and lacks the raw power of a close-quarters warrior. While slamming a monster into the dirt, he realizes this build is stuck in a weird spot, a jack of all trades, but a master of none. But Shan Chen is totally convinced he's the main character, so he immediately starts farming the mobs. Meanwhile, while Manager Sunja is standing guard at the dungeon gate, his senses start tingling. He feels another presence and remembers he never got a quest report about anyone else showing up. He instantly draws his blade as a cherry-red ride screeches toward him. When the driver parks, a woman who recognizes him as her Sunbae mentions that tracking him down was a real high-difficulty quest. The second Sunjae clocks that it's an old acquaintance named Yeonju. He sheathes his sword and asks, "What's your class doing out here?" and asks about her guild. She explains she's on a mission right now too and figured she'd see him again while running some guild quests, but she checked the logs at the Yanghua Guild, and he was completely off the grid. However, Manager Zungja is wondering what kind of nonsense she's spewing, especially since Yeonju hasn't hit him up a single time since they graduated from the academy. Finally, he just plays it cool, saying it's nice to see her after so long, but figures she's not the type to trek out to a remote gate like this just to see him. Stepping closer, Yeonju asks her Sunbae if he's managing this dungeon, but he just tells her that's not intel an outsider needs to be concerned with. But she keeps pressing, mentioning that dungeon management isn't usually part of his duties, and asks if he got his rank demoted. When he gives her the silent treatment, she mentions she was curious if the rumor about Guildmaster Seonggun being afflicted with a debuff is true. Manager Sunja's face goes dead serious, and he tells her that's obviously just a trash-tier rumor. When he asks where she heard that kind of noise, she remarks that there are a lot of ears listening in, and that her healers guild has plenty of them. Intrigued, Manager Zungja wonders if she's saying they have spies in his guild, so he thanks her for the intel and tells her he'll handle the security breach. Getting impatient, he asks if that's all, because he probably has to get back and start the cleanup phase now. Then she also asks if he knows a kid named Ninja Ayun. The question totally alarms Manager Sunja, and Yeonju mentions this kid has been visiting the Yanghua Guild and partying up with Guildmaster Yu Seongyong pretty frequently, so she wants to ask if he knows the reason for it. Playing dumb, Manager Sunja tells her he doesn't think that's something an outsider needs to worry about either. Finally, Yeonju sighs and turns to leave. As she goes, she tells him she didn't expect him to spill any secrets because she knows how by the book he is. But the reason she came all this way was so she could at least pretend to do something worth her guild salary. Finally, she hops in her car and peels out. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, our boy has piled up a mountain of monster corpses and is just chilling on top of them. A moment later, the dungeon boss, the Nightshade, appears. And our boy tells the monster it's been a minute. The Nightshade's body is glowing with a creepy, bright red aura, and the monster immediately lunges forward, making our guy jump into the air while aiming his sacred arrows at the boss. While mid-air, he rains down arrows into the monster's eyes and mouth, staggering it for a moment before he lands back on the ground. The monster doesn't even seem fazed and pulls its hand from its face, revealing its glowing, creepy as heck red eyes. It launches several mana blasts toward our guy, who sees them coming and quickly calculates his footwork to dodge the AoE attack. He successfully evades the attack, and, when he's right in the monster's face, it unleashes another wave of destructive energy that our boy also dodges. Right after, our boy taunts it, asking if it's confused now that things aren't going according to its attack pattern. He then activates his lightning chain skill, directing the chains toward the Nightshade, which manages to parry the anchor of the chains. However, our guy just redirects the chain's anchor and wraps the monster up around its midsection. Because of the monster's violent reaction, our boy decides this one attack isn't enough to subdue it, so he fires off several more sacred arrows straight into its eyes. The resulting attack lands a nasty critical hit, causing blood to gush from the monster's face. Even so, but Nightshade ain't going down that easy. thrashing around like a mad beast until it shatters the lightning chains. And just after that, a system notification pops up, warning Jaijun that the boss monster just entered a full-on frenzy state. Its strength and dexterity stats just got a 1.5 times multiplier. This is a major red flag for our boy, and as if that wasn't bad enough, he gets hit with a nasty debuff called the Stigma of Death. Now he's on a timer. If he doesn't cleanse the stigma within 10 minutes, he's getting slapped with a sudden death penalty. The only way to clear it? Take down Nightshade. Our boy is like, what the heck is a sudden death penalty, anyway? He's never even seen that term pop up in a system window before. But then, plot twist, the system also tells him his absolute calculation skill, also known as universal derivation, has just been activated. Still totally lost, John gets a hunch that Hell is pulling some strings behind the scenes, so he calls out to her, asking, how are you even allowed to interfere like this? But instead of an answer, the system just flashes that 10-minute countdown, and he's already burned through 30 seconds. With the Stigma's debuff ticking away, our guy charges the Berserk monster, but he's totally thrown for a loop when Nightshade starts backing away from him. John quickly fires off a holy arrow right into the monster's face, punching a hole clean through it before it can get too far. The death timer keeps on ticking, counting down to 8 minutes and 32 seconds, and a twisted grin spreads across Nightshade's face. It's like it knows it just has to stall to win this thing, so Jaijun decides to bust out a wide-area AoE skill that it can't possibly dodge. But right as he's about to activate the attack, Nightshade hits him with some kind of gaze attack, completely shattering our boy's concentration and canceling his incantation. The system pings him. He failed the resistance check and has been temporarily inflicted with a fear debuff, nerfing all his skills. While he's still reeling from what just happened, Nightshade lunges in for the attack. After taking the hit, the system window shows the fear effect has worn off, but Jun is already coughing up a mouthful of blood. Still, he manages to stay on his feet and not get completely floored by the attack. At this point, the time left until the penalty kicks in is 7 minutes and 11 seconds. John braces for the monster to use that same gaze attack again, but when it doesn't, he starts to wonder if those crowd control spells have a long cooldown. He's not 100% sure, and he's worried the monster will just interrupt him again if it sees him trying to cast Judgment of Light, which would just burn through his mana and leave him wide open. He's got to think of another strategy. Then he remembers he tagged the monster in the eye a while back, so its field of vision is probably way narrower than before. He decides to activate his Wind Impulse skill to totally mess with what's left of the monster's eyesight. After kicking up a gust of wind to create a smokescreen, the dust settles, and our boy is seen channeling some light-type magic in his hand, just as he'd planned. He totally taunts the monster for thinking he'd just charge in blindly, calling it a gullible fool as he activates his Flash Bomb skill. The Flash Bomb goes off, unleashing a blinding explosion of light that engulfs the entire area as he fires off several chains of lightning right at Nightshade. In the middle of the blast, our guy breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he finally caught the damn thing. As the monster gets fried by the explosion, it shrieks in agony. But then, our boy spots some of the undead mobs he fought earlier creeping up behind him. He activates his Sacrifice skill, and the system declares that the sacrifice has been converted into an attack skill, finally letting him unleash Judgment of Light. With only 3 minutes and 46 seconds left on the clock, our guy starts calling down holy beams of light from the heavens, blasting the entire field in a frenzy. The timer ticks down to mere seconds. Then there's only 10 seconds left. As we count down to 6 seconds, our boy locks his eyes on Nightshade's crumbling body and gives himself a mental pat on the back for pulling it off. Just as the timer hits 3 seconds, the system announces that he's defeated the dungeon boss and has earned the title, One Who Has Overcome the First Trial. Meanwhile, Hell, who's been watching this whole thing unfold, exclaims that it seems there was a real reason Jun was chosen after all. She reaches out her hand and invites our boy to come to her temple. After totally clapping the dungeon boss, the death stigma just vanishes, and our boy banks some sweet EXP. He scores a crafting material called a Night Shadow Core, plus a sick piece of gear, the Shadow Armor. The system also dings him up 3 whole levels and grants him the title, The One Who Overcame the First Trial. After checking out his new stats, the system pings him that Hell is summoning him to her temple. Moments later, he's teleported in front of a massive gateway leading to Hell's domain. At the entrance, a colossal monster lunges at him from the shadows. Our boy totally freaks and jumps back, but Hell just calls out to the beast, named Garm, telling it to escort her guest. Jae-eon follows Garm into the temple and calls out for Hell. The goddess admits she didn't actually expect him to succeed and congratulates him for clearing the trial she set, calling him the child born with the destiny of the adversary. Totally lost, our boy demands to know why she gave him the Nornir system and put him through a trial like that, but Hell just smirks while sizing him up. She then says he needs to level up into his role as the adversary, Still completely clueless, Jae-eon asks why he, of all people, was chosen to be the adversary. So she just drops that it's because he was born with that fate from the get-go. Apparently, he's fated to be the ultimate rival of the great Aesir, and become the one who will eventually clap the Allfather, Odin. She explains that this is what Loki and the rest of their crew are counting on. When Jae-eon says he doesn't get it, Hel tells him he doesn't need to, because they never actually had high hopes it would happen in the first place. When Jae-eon gets ticked off by her non-answers, she places a finger on his lips and tells him that he must feel cheated, since he probably can't wrap his head around why he has to be a pawn for the gods. As she leans in, like she's about to lock lips with him, she reminds him that this whole gig is bigger than just the gods beefing with the Aesir. While she's talking, she shoves him into a portal behind him, informing him that the world is heading for its endgame, and Odin wants total control. To stop this, the power of the prophesied adversary is a must. As our boy plummets through the portal, he yells that she can't just yeet him out of there because he still has a ton of questions, but Hel just tells him to grind hard and get stronger, because she's looking forward to the day they meet again. After Jae-eon gets teleported, Hel turns to someone lurking nearby and asks how long they plan on spectating, since she doesn't recall sending an invite. A moment later, Jae-eon faceplants back in the real world, super annoyed that he couldn't get any straight answers. As he's sulking, the system pings him that he's received a gift from Hel, which is a passive skill called Hel's Blessing, that completely nullifies all abnormal status effects on him. Meanwhile, the old man who was spying on Hel apologizes for his rudeness, saying he just couldn't help himself when he heard she was meeting the kid. He asks Hel what her read is on the boy after meeting him in person, and she replies that she's not sure yet, because it's way too early to call it, especially since the adversary has only taken his first step forward. She admits the adversary's growth rate was higher than she expected, and he managed to win despite the debuff she slapped on him, even showing up before her in the end, which she calls a fortunate miscalculation on her part. The old man is relieved that the kid is leveling up nicely. Finally, Hel asks him what he really wants, because she knows he's got more to say, calling him out as Mimir, a figure from Norse mythology. Mimir, however, plays dumb and claims he has no idea what she's talking about, and the goddess calls him out for trying to feign ignorance till the very end. As she keeps pressing, Mimir tells her to chill and admits that, yeah, it seems he can't pull one over on her after all. Hel then states that the adversary's left eye is, without a doubt, the very one Odin sacrificed at the Well of Wisdom. She's positive that Mimir and Loki are hiding some major secret from her, but Mimir pleads that he'd love to spill the beans, but it's still too early in the game, so she agrees to wait. However, she states she can't just sit back and do nothing, and when Mimir asks what she's cooking up, she explains that the adversary is still a total noob, because according to the prophecy, countless trials await him, and he's gonna need a guide. 8. So, like a week before the entrance exam for the #1 academy, Jae-hyun hits the shops to gear up with some lady. She totally clocks that he's looking kinda zoned out and asks what's bugging him, but our boy just brushes it off like, nah, I'm good. So she just drags him along to buy the rest of his starter gear. But for real, what's got him bugging out is how he cleared that insane trial, only to end up with his quest log overflowing with new mysteries. But hey, on the bright side, the loot drop from that whole ordeal was insane. He snagged a new passive, Gel's Blessing, and a freaking X-rank skill. Our boy's got other X-rank skills too, like one called the One Watched by the Gods, which is basically a cheat code that gives him an insane XP boost, blessed by the gods themselves. The other one is the Absolute Eye of God, a skill that lets him see through any BS, illusion, magic, and spot the absolute truth. Now, X-rank is a tier Jaehyun has never even heard of in the Aesir system. It's short for extraordinary, and is basically a skill so OP it exists outside the system's normal rules. And then it hits him, the reason those anti-Aesir gods juiced him up with these broken skills is because they gave him a divine quest to take out their final boss. Odin's brain is totally fried, like major system overload. He snaps out of his 1,000-yard stare when he spots the girl he's with handling the bill, dropping a casual 300 million won on a single mana blade, a freaking consumable item. Then she whips out this endless shopping list on her phone of stuff they still need to grab. Jaehyun starts sweating bullets. See, a few hours earlier, this lady, Park Ha-yeon, popped up and said she was from the Yonghwa Guild. Apparently, Guildmaster Yu Seon-woo wanted to hook him up with a Welcome to Milla's Academy gift, and Jaehyun figured they'd just grab a few elixirs and maybe a decent artifact. But this is a whole other level of whale spending. After basically turning Jaehyun into her personal pack mule with all the shopping bags, she's like, alright, let's go get you some epic armor. But Jaehyun's gotta pump the brakes and tell her to hold up, saying he's already got something. He flexes the shadow armor set he got from Nightshade, which gives him a sick stealth buff the moment he equips it. Since it's a B rank set, He's pretty sure they can't just buy something better off the shelf, especially not with a unique skill like stealth attached. When Haiyan sees his armor already has a stealth passive, she's like, "Whoa, do you still need a stealth artifact then?" She mentions it's a super meta item every assassin class raider dreams of, though finding one here would be a long shot. But Jaehyun's just like, "Nah, I'm set." She adds that copping one is a total long shot unless you get a lucky drop from a dungeon raid, especially since almost no one has a stealth type skill. Han's like, "For real, cause the only raider in the entire country with that skill is her brother." She just starts walking off after dropping that bomb, and Jian's like, "Wait, what do you mean?" Then she spills the tea. Manager Parsunya is her brother. Jaehyun is totally floored by this info as she just strolls away. He's just standing there, mind blown, cause Han and Sung are, like, polar opposites. Then, boom, his eyes start glowing like crazy, and the Nornir system pings him. An unknown entity is resonating with the user. He starts getting all dizzy, and then he spots a trail of light, the same one he saw back at the treasure gate. As he sprints back to chase the light, Han calls out, but he just yells back that he'll be gone for a sec. While he's hot on its trail, his unique skill, Absolute Eye of God, kicks in, shattering the fake illusion and revealing the truth. The system notifies him that the first low-rank ability of Absolute Eye of God has been unlocked, granting him the skill, Detection. Turns out, Detection is a unique ranked skill that lets him appraise unidentified items and totally nullify an opponent's stealth or phantom-type skills. As he's just staring in awe, the Nornir system automatically activates the Detection skill. Elsewhere, a sparring match is wrapping up after some dude named Joyeon totally wrecks his opponent. Some guys in the crowd are buzzing about how OP Joyeon is, but they're also saying the massive skill gap between him and his opponent was, like, painfully obvious. Which is why they're calling him a future S-rank raider, no cap. When Joyeon steps out of the combat arena, his dad congratulates him on a job well done. But his dad immediately tells him not to get a big head over it, since it was a guaranteed win. With zero emotion in his eyes, Joyeon just says he knows. So his dad tells him to get ready for the next thing on the schedule and orders him to hit the showers. While he's in the shower, Joyeon thinks about how much he hates this grueling life where his own opinions and desires mean absolutely nothing. The raider he wanted to be was nothing like this, and he wonders when it all went so wrong. Back at the shop, the Nornir system presents our boy with a piece of gear called the Mistletoe, a growth-type artifact. That's a mistletoe branch, the very one that offed Odin's son, Balder. It levels up with its user, holds an insane amount of mana, and grants the passive skill Mana Perception once it's equipped. The Mana Perception skill is A-ranked and maxes out the user's ability to sense mana. Jihan is totally hyped, but he keeps following the light. He walks right past Joyeon. As Joyeon just stands there, his dad is picking out a ton of gear for him. When Joyeon asks if they really need to buy so much, his dad insists that every single piece will be useful, since he's destined to become an S-rank raider and can't afford to be stingy with his equipment. Joyeon tries to argue, saying that dropping this much cash will mess with his mom's hospital bills for the month. But his father just shuts him down. His dad insists that's his problem to worry about, and Joyeon's only job is to focus on his training. So, like always, Joyeon just agrees with his dad. As his father continues to shop, the kid just wonders what the heck he's even doing there. As he trails his dad through the shop, a bunch of people who recognize him start whispering, wondering what a combat prodigy like him is doing in a place like this. Meanwhile, Joyeon completely ignores them as a few try to snap pics, wondering if this is really the raider life he dreamed of. He thinks to himself, what's the difference between this and being some monkey trapped in a zoo? Back when he was a kid and first awakened his powers, his mom had smiled at him so gently and patted his head. He dreamed of becoming a raider, even in that dark, run-down house, because it felt like a single ray of hope that could change everything. But that hope didn't last long against his father's greed to cash in on his talent. Now, he's just like a robot, a tool that just does whatever his father commands. He wonders if he can even survive 3 years at Mills Academy when he feels this pathetic. As they're walking, an announcement suddenly blares over the speakers, informing all shoppers that a dungeon break has just popped off near the department store and monsters are spawning everywhere. They're told that raiders from the Hunter Association are on their way and to please evacuate calmly with the staff. And for all you noobs out there, a dungeon break is what happens when a party fails to clear a dungeon before the timer runs out, causing all the mobs to spill out into the real world. You've got employees trying to herd panicking civilians, telling everyone to chill, which is, like, impossible right now. As Jaehyun's dad is making a beeline for the exit, he sees our boy just standing there and is like, dude, what are you doing? Let's go. His dad goes on this whole rant about how he's a prodigy, destined to basically own all of Korea one day. Getting a scratch in a low-level event like this would be a major debuff for the Mila's entrance exams. He's yelling that there's 0 XP to gain here, but Jaehyun isn't budging an inch. And yeah, Jaehyun knows his dad is right. The pro hunters from the association will make short work of this mob clear. But until they get here, what happens to all the unawakened civilians who can't defend themselves? This is his moment. He bolts toward the chaos, ignoring his dad screaming for him to get back here. For Jaehyun, this is his shot to prove he's got what it takes to be a real raider. He's got to see if the person he is now, with all these new powers, is even close to the hero he always wanted his mom to see. As he sprints forward, he skids to a halt. A whole mob of nasty-looking goblins is right in front of him, looking confused, scared, and then, totally stoked to see some fresh meat. For a second, he just freezes. A cold sweat breaks out, and his body feels like it's hit with a paralysis debuff. So much for that heroic charge he pictured in his head. The only thing moving is, all you can see is the shake in his eyes as the mobs swarm him, and my dude realizes he's totally paralyzed, can't even twitch a finger or move an inch. He's trying to force his body to move, like command override. But when a goblin gets close enough to gank him with its rusty blade, he's just like, why am I frozen? I knew this was coming. I knew this whole raider gig would be dangerous, and I've been grinding for this dream forever. These are just F-rank trash mobs, so why am I totally bugging out? But before the goblin can even land a hit, Jaehyun just appears and absolutely pancakes the thing into the pavement. Joyeon is shook, stumbling back as this random OP dude asks if he's Anjun. Flashback to a bit ago, our guy had just dropped 50,000 one of his own cash on an item when Han called him, totally freaking out. She's like, what's your deal? Why'd you just bolt over to the unappraised artifacts corner like that? But all she sees is some random rock he bought. Jaehyun's thinking, guess this unique grade item looks like a pebble to normies, but just plays it cool and says it's nothing. While he's talking, the emergency broadcast blares over the speakers a full-on dungeon break right near the mall. Before Han can even say a word, our boy is already on the move, straight up yeeting himself through the department store window. As he's dropping down, he spots the whole goblin squad right below. He hits the ground and instantly casts a volley of sacred arrows, one-shotting a bunch of the mobs on the spot. While everyone else is just staring, completely bewildered, Jaehyun realizes the mob count is way higher than he thought. This might get messy. A no-casualty clear is going to be tough. But whatever, he starts shredding through the goblin fodder with his chain lightning and more sacred arrow spam. As he's parkouring across the city, he finds June getting jumped by a pack of goblins and just drops in, crushing the dumb mob that was about to land a hit. A bit confused, Jaehyun asks the kid, "You Anjun?" Our guy seriously didn't expect to run into the unfortunate geniuses in a place like this. Anjun, still totally stunned, is like, "Who are you?" But our MC just ignores the question and tells him, "I'm gonna need your help." As Jaehyun keeps talking, Joyeon spots a goblin sneaking up behind him and yells a warning. But Jaehyun doesn't even flinch, just says, "Yeah, I know." Without even looking back, my dude activates his chain lightning, and it zips right through the monster's torso like it's nothing. June's eyes go wide, but Jaehyun just explains, "Look, we can't let these mobs break through to the residential zone." When our guy asks if he's just gonna sit there on the ground, June snaps out of it and scrambles for a weapon. It's weird, but the second Joyeon heard that, the fear debuff that was choking him just vanished. This is what being a raider is all about. His quest right now is to protect people. They push forward a bit and run into another pack of goblins. Jaehyun turns to Joyeon and asks, "Yo, you know how to use a taunt skill? It's a skill that pulls aggro from all the surrounding mobs. I need you to be the tank, get all their attention and taunt as many as you can." Jaehyun's like, "Think you can handle it?" And Joyeon gives a firm nod. As he materializes his sword, Joyeon knows he can't hesitate. It's time to pop off. He activates his skill, Provoking Roar, and slams his sword straight into the ground. A massive burst of aura erupts, making every single mob within a 50-meter radius lock onto him. The Provoking Roar skill pulls aggro from every last goblin. Jaehyun's eyes widen. Provoking Roar is a way higher tier skill than a basic taunt. He's shocked the kid can even spam it. Jaehyun flashes back to his past life. Before he regressed, Hoyongan only ever made it to B rank. The system logs never said if it was because of that weak mentality he showed earlier, or some other stat debuff. Despite all the hype he had, Joyeon's career totally crashed and burned, which is why everyone called him the unfortunate genius. But Jaehyun thinks to himself, a weak mindset is just a debuff you can cleanse. As he powers up his chain lightning, he's positive Joyeon is a hidden S-tier character he can totally build a party around. Mid-fight, he says to June, "Let's speedrun this clear," and the kid is totally hyped to go all out. As Jaehyun's mana chains shred through the goblin's flesh, June is right there, dicing them into pieces. In just a flash, the ground is totally littered with goblin corpses. When a raider finally shows up on the scene, he's like, "What the heck happened here?" The guys just stare at him blankly as the man introduces himself as Park Kung-hoon from the Raiders Guild, asking if they seriously cleared this whole goblin mob, just the two of them. Glancing over at Jae-hyun, Jun says, "Yup." Raider Kung-hoon immediately recognizes his face as the famous An Ho-jun. Kung-hoon has heard tons of people call him a prodigy, but dude's supposed to be, like, high school age. The other kid standing next to Jun looks about the same age, and he still can't believe they soloed this many monsters. Totally baffled, Kyun-hoon admits he has no idea how to write this up in his report to the higher-ups, but that's when Jae-hyun chimes in, saying he wanted to talk about that. He tells Kyun-hoon to just report that the guild took care of the dungeon break, 'cause for real, who's gonna believe two cadets slayed all these goblins? Still confused, Kyun-hoon is like, "Dude, that's a straight-up violation of the law." But our boy explains it's only a violation if someone actually saw what went down. Jae-hyun points out that since they're a government organization, it's not like he can just fudge the report however he wants, but he assures them he'll keep it on the down low if they don't want to attract any heat. He adds that the guys will still get the bounty for the monster hunt. Jae-hyun, though, says it's cool and suggests giving the entire reward to Jun and just keeping his own involvement a complete secret. Since he's sponsored by the Junisa group, he's not exactly hurting for cash anyway, and it's better not to draw too much attention with the Mila Academy entrance exams coming up. Besides, he sees this as a way to put Jun in his debt, which is way more valuable in the long run. After a short pause, Kyun-hoon asks if that's everything, but just as Jae-hyun is about to dip, Jun calls out, asking what he means by all that, since he's the one who did all the work. Our boy stops and explains he's got his own circumstances. The truth is, he's not trying to get on his father's radar this close to the Mila Academy enrollment. Before his regression, he never paid attention to this stuff, since his combat aptitude was so pathetically low, but he's got to be smart about it now. His old man still doesn't know he switched his build to a magic user, and who knows what kind of trouble will pop off if he finds out about his recent plays. Right now, he decides he needs to stay low-key, because revenge is a dish best served silent and from the shadows. He needs to grind and level up where that man can't see him, waiting for the perfect moment before he goes for the throat. Meanwhile, as Joyo stresses over what to do, he's thinking, "Dude, I couldn't have pulled this off solo. It's not right for me to just take all the credit like this. But this cash could seriously help with his mom's illness. He just wants to be a raider who can hold his head high, you know? But if he passes up this chance, and his mom, passes away, he doesn't think he could handle it." Jaijun's watching him, realizing Joyun's hesitation isn't just about pride and wonders if there's another reason. To help him make the call, Jihoon tells him to think it through, because his actions were 100% worth that much. He reminds him that if he hadn't made a move, someone would have totally bought the farm. So Joyeon has to admit, the guy's got a point, especially since his dream of becoming a top-tier hunter would be pointless if he hesitates and loses his mom. He finally swears to Jaehyun that he will repay this debt one day. As Jaehyun's about to dip, Joyeon asks for his name and contact info. Jaehyun clocks that he's using super formal speech and tells him to chill out. I mean, they're the same age. He then drops the bomb that they're both prospective cadets at Mills Academy, so they'll be seeing a lot more of each other anyway. On enrollment day at the legendary Mills Academy, Jaehoon and Yuyun are spotted in the massive crowd of freshmen. Meanwhile, some other cadets notice Joyeon, the one they're all calling the Genius Warrior, whispering that he's on a totally different level. Then they spot the absolute stunner behind him, and it turns out her name is Seo, Ina. Our boy Jaehyun notices that Ina is already a total magnet for attention, just as you'd expect from someone whose name was always topping the most popular raider charts in his past life. If he could just get Seo Ina to join his party, his strategic options would totally skyrocket. But the only hang-up is that he's a regressor, a different breed from everyone else. So there's no need to force it right now, especially since he's already scouted some other S-tier talents. Suddenly, Yuyun snaps Jaehoon out of his tactical daydream, calling him out for being a creep and staring at Seo Ina like that, no matter how pretty she is. But Jaehoon's just like, "What are you even talking about?" A moment later, some big shot gets on the podium and welcomes all the new Mills Academy cadets. He introduces himself as Chairman Gwyn, and our boy immediately recognizes that face from his past life, calling him a scumbag in his head for what he did to Kim Yu-yoon. He turns to her and says to stay sharp, because at Mills, you never know what kind of messed up trial is just around the corner. But she's totally clueless, wondering why he's being so serious all of a sudden, and assuring him she's going to do great. After enrollment, Kim Yu-yoon was a prodigy who broke into the top 3 mage rankings, and Jaehyun swears that this time, in this timeline, he won't let her die. Chairman Gwyn then announces the official start of the Mills Academy entrance ceremony, adding with a smirk that there's a little game where the seniors and freshmen get to steal each other's name tags inside a semi-dimensional plane. The second he announces that the rookie hunt starts now, a massive magic circle flares to life right under their feet, which totally freaks out the new students. As Yuyun jumps in surprise, our boy grabs her hand, knowing it's way too dangerous to get separated during a forced teleport. Meanwhile, manager Park Sungai remembers it's Jihun's entrance ceremony today, and Seonjun wonders if it's too late, wanting to shoot him a text to wish him good luck. She realizes he won't even be able to see the message now, and asks manager Sungai if the rookie hunt is going to last for 3 days again this year. He confirms that it's taking place in the semi-plane for 3 whole days. Seonjun thinks it's a total bummer she can't contact Jaehan for another 3 days, but Sungai informs her that he figured this would happen, so he sent a message ahead of time. Hyped, the guildmaster asks if Jaejun replied. Back in the trial, Jaejun and the other freshmen are teleported into the semi-plane, and he asks a still dizzy Yuyun if she's alright. When he glances behind him, he sees Seo Ina, the black-haired beauty with hazel eyes, a natural-born genius with a magic aptitude stat of 92. In his past life, she was the one who completely changed how people saw mages, becoming an S-rank raider right on the heels of Seonjun. Back at the Younghwa Guild, manager Sungai tells Seonjun that Jaejun did reply, telling them not to worry. Over in the Mills Academy Central Control Room, the academy officials are all gathered to watch the live feed of the rookie hunt. One of the instructors, Kim So-kway, points out that they've got a ton of talented cadets this year, including the promising An Ho-jun who's already getting scouted internationally. Seo-kway mentions that Seo, Na Kim-young, and Lee Suok all clocked aptitude scores of 90 or higher, but he adds that the system profiles for the cadets who respect their career paths haven't been updated yet. The president, however, tells Seo-kway not to even bother, because there's no point hearing about those who change their builds at this stage, because their institution isn't some charity case, and flighty people who can't stick to a path won't last long here. The cadets who enroll at Milla Academy are pretty high tier on average, but even among them, there are those who are obviously S-rank material. The president believes that average talents just end up as stepping stones for the true prodigies, and they don't need to waste resources on that kind of fodder. Sometimes, an awakened one who faces an unbeatable enemy or a near-death experience can unlock another chance, known as a second awakening. President Jae-hun believes you have to train up one A-rank raider, even if it means sacrificing 100 C-rankers. Those who fail are just proving they're not cut out for it. His role is to cherry-pick the real gems to offer up to the powers that be, and he can't afford to waste any more time. This whole rookie hunt is taking place in a subspace, an instance dungeon created entirely with magic. Inside this subspace, you can pull off feats impossible in the real world, like manipulating the flow of time, or straight-up ignoring spatial constraints. In a place like this, something like 5% of cadets wash out every year. This event is a total meat grinder, designed to show them just how weak their skill sets really are. Inside the demiplane, President Jaehun's face pops up on a massive projection, and he starts laying down the rules for the rookie hunt. Within this subspace, you're only allowed to use skills that are C rank or lower, and every time you snatch a name tag, you rack up points. When a senior takes a freshman's name tag, they'll get 10,000 points. On the flip side, when a freshman snags a senior's name tag, they can cash in for a whopping 100,000 points. Since these points are basically currency for all the facilities at Millais, stacking them is a must. Meanwhile, our boy realizes his A-rank skill, Lightning Chain, is totally off the table since the rules cap everyone at C rank. But the president never said a thing about unique skills. After laying out the ground rules, the president explains that all skills will be nerfed to 1/10 of their usual output for everyone's safety, so they don't have to worry about getting seriously wrecked. Listening in, Jaejun thinks these rules are a total joke, because not only did the president conveniently forget to mention unique skills, but he also left out any kind of cap on raw stats. The president's real goal is obviously to filter out the fodder and scout the real talent. Our MC immediately turns to Yuyun and tells her they need to bounce because they have to find a safe zone, seeing as they're stuck in here for 3 whole days. This demiplane is loaded with stuff for survival, like debuffing traps that drain your mana, a healing pond, the nightmare forest, various ecosystems for foraging, and designated shelters. If you want to last 3 days, locking down a shelter is priority number 1. As they're moving, Yuyun asks Jaejun if it wouldn't be safer to bring Seoina along, since she's also a magic-type cadet, and having another party member is always a plus. Jaejun is kinda thrown off that Yuyun is being so logical right now, because honestly, partying up with Sewina would be the smart play. However, she's a wild card he can't control, and everything he knows about her is just from what he's seen on the news. He remembers hearing about that one disastrous incident where Ina completely lost it in a berserker rage and nearly got a bunch of people wiped out. However, she's a wild card he can't control, and everything he knows about her is just from what he's seen on the news. He points out the girl is giving off some seriously wary vibes and clearly doesn't trust them. Yu Ju-young, though, mentions that from her perspective, Ina is a total throwback to how Yan was back in his rookie days. Before our boy can even get a word in, she slides up to Ina and asks if she wants to party up with them, since they're both mage class too. Ina stays quiet for a beat, so Yu-yun adds that this whole event is totally unbalanced against first years like them, so it's way easier to fight if they have a bigger squad. Ina seems to be vibing with her logic, but she says it looks like they'll have to table the decision to team up for a little later. Yu-yun's danger sense suddenly goes off, as she realizes they've been ganked by a group of upperclassmen who are way too hyped to have already found some freshmen. One of the seniors, Shin Yu-sheng, brags that it looks like they're in for an easy point farming season this year. And the other senior, Canyon, wonders why there are 3 juniors when her mana detection only picked up 2. When she looks at Jaijun, she's shook, cause she can't sense a single drop of his aura. Meanwhile, Yu-yun IDs the seniors as warrior class, so she tells Yan they need to dip, like, immediately. But our boy insists they have to take them down right here, right now, because if they don't, they'll never be able to shake them. From what John remembers, Canyon has a busted tracking skill called Search that lets her lock onto any target within a 300-kilometer radius. If they don't wipe them out now, they could just rally other seniors and mob them with a whole raid party. Yu Sheng is already telling Soyan that once they rack up a ton of points, he's gonna feast on all the good food. But Soyan warns him not to get cocky because something is way off about that Jaejun kid. But whatever, Yushin just summons his sword and says Joun is just some no-name rookie, and that they're veterans with way more experience, since they've grinded this event multiple times. He tells Soyan to just sit back and watch him one-shot all of them in an instant, then he charges forward. Yan doesn't even flinch, and as Yushin swings his sword at him, he just casually leans back to dodge it. The fact that our boy could just effortlessly sidestep his attack leaves Yushin completely stunned, and Soyan flames Yushin, calling him a fat bastard for not listening when she said something was sus about the kid. Our boy, meanwhile, just thinks to himself that it's been a hot minute since someone tried to take his head off with a sword swing. Meanwhile, Yu Sheneng is trying to cope, telling himself the kid just got a lucky roll on his dodge, because there's no way he wouldn't know the name of a rookie skilled enough to counter his attack. He tries to taunt June, saying he's just a magic class noob, and launches another attack, but June dodges it again like it's nothing. Getting salty, the senior unleashes a flurry of sword strikes, but not a single one connects. Eventually, Yushin starts pouring sweat, wondering why he can't even land a hit on the kid. Then suddenly, John just grabs the senior's blade mid-swing and compliments his skills with a smirk. As our boy gets in the senior's face, he shatters his sword with his bare hands and asks, "For real, how the hell did you survive this long with such trash-tier physical stats?" To Soyan's complete shock, our guy tells Yushin he'll let him walk if he drops his ID tag right now and starts a 3-second countdown, seeing as his main weapon was just shattered right before his eyes. Yunang starts to tremble. He can't believe a mere magic class freshman is totally overpowering him with such an insane aura. When Yunang doesn't respond, John tells him not to say he wasn't given a chance, because he was the one who choked. In a flash, John lands a vicious punch straight to Yunang's jaw, sending him flying back towards Seoyul. Immediately, the rookie hunt system alert rings out, announcing that Shin Yunong has been eliminated. In the academy's control room, the instructors are staring at the screen showing that Min Ai-hun has just scored 100,000 points. One of the instructors, Zhang Yesu, is floored that it wasn't Anyan, but some unknown player named Min Ai-hun. She asks another instructor, Par Haiyun, if there's some kind of system glitch, but Haiyun, who's just as stunned, explains that there's nothing wrong with the results. Haiyun then asks another instructor named Kim Gon if there's an issue on her end, but there's none there, either. Meanwhile, a grin spreads across Chairman Ya-yun's face as he seems to have taken an interest in Min-yun. Back inside the demi-plane, Seo-yu demands to know what the hell Jae-yun is, but our boy just tells Yu-yun to get ready so they can take care of the other senior, and asks him to accept the party invite he's about to send. As Yu-yun gears up, she can't help but wonder if Jae-yun was always this OP. Ina gets her gear ready too, while Seo-yul curses that idiot Yunang for complicating things so badly. Even without that monster of a freshman who took Yunang out, a 3-on-1 is way too dangerous. She decides she has to eliminate at least one of them and get the hell out of here. After grabbing one of her daggers, she lunges at a surprised Yu-yun. Jae-yun figures it's not a bad call. He knows her plan is to create chaos with a blitz attack, and then use the confusion to escape. It's a solid strategy, but that would only work if Yu-yun was just some random scrub. To Seyul's complete shock, Yu-yun activates her link ability to counterattack, forcing the senior to hurl her daggers. Before the blades can even reach her, Yu-yun throws up a mana barrier around herself. Jae-yun, watching from nearby, figures it's still too much for Yu-yun to solo a senior on her own, And just as he's about to jump in, Aina activates something called the Sacred Light of Alfheim. Aina uses the holy light to manifest a radiant blade, a sword that immediately grabs our boy's attention. He knows this is Ina's unique skill, called the Falchion of Alfheim. Ina rains down several holy swords on the unsuspecting senior, impaling her, which makes her cough up a mouthful of blood. As Seo Yul collapses, she realizes all three of these freshmen were monsters, not just the one. Moments later, the system announces that player Kwan Seo Yul has been eliminated. Based on contribution level, player Yuyun earns 50,000 points, while player Aina also receives 50,000. After taking down the senior, Aina turns to the others and asks, "So, did I interrupt something?" Totally hyped, Yu Youngun tells her not to sweat it, since they only won because of her help. Eventually, Ina asks if that offer he made before is still on the table, and our boy realizes he might need to update the character profile he has on Seo Ina. It's obvious she's secretive, super wary, and has a crazy curious streak. A moment later, the system notifies the trio that they've officially formed a party, with Jaijun assigned as the party leader. Sometime after that, near a safe zone in the Nightmare Forest, some fresh tracks are spotted. A few students figure out people have passed through here recently, and it looks like they ducked into a shelter. The upperclassmen are hunting the very rookies who managed to take out Kanan Soyul and Shin Yunang, so they decide to stop searching and just stake out this area. The rookie hunt event lasts for 3 days, and they're betting those little scrubs can't just stay holed up in the safe zone for all three of them. As they move in to find the three newbies, Yu Young pops up nearby, and one of the seniors, a guy named Kim Sung-hoon, gets blasted through the chest by a light spell, and the system announces his elimination. Another upperclassman spots Yu Jung making a break for it and signals the rest of the squad, so they immediately give chase. However, Yujin is booking it with a smirk on her face, and when she counts about 5 of them chasing her, she's relieved the plan is going off without a hitch. She suddenly turns to them and says they're like dogs chasing a bone, asking if they have any shame, mobbing up on a first year like this. The pissed off seniors just tell her to stop right there, but Yu Yun just keeps running, thinking what simpletons they are. Just a while ago, June had told them that even though the shelters are safe zones, they can't just camp there the whole time because they need to farm for food and rack up points. The girls were totally shocked, but our boy laid it out plain and simple. They needed to start hunting the upperclassmen. In the present, Yu Yun keeps kiting them until she finds some mushrooms, which are, in fact, a Class 1 organism that can apply a nasty debuff to your stats. She's stoked that she found it and managed to lure the seniors here, just as planned, but she's worried her stamina is slowly redlining. Popping her wind boost skill, she launches herself away from them, leaving the rest to Jaijun. As the seniors charge into the area, they're notified that they've entered the habitat of the paralysis spore mushroom. A little while back, Jaijun had visited Jang to find a way to counter the paralysis spore mushroom's debuff during the rookie hunt, and Jang had told him that Ashwood Sage would probably be the best counter, since it's common in the Nightmare Forest, but it only works as a cure. It can't prevent the debuff. If you're already hit with the paralyzing spore mushroom status effect, then this stuff is clutch. Back in the present, the seniors skid to a halt when they finally realize what zone they're in. As they're glaring at Yu Young, the system dings, notifying them they've entered the paralyzing spore mushroom's habitat. One of the lackeys points this out to their leader, Ji-hyuk, suggesting they should probably dip, but a pissed-off Ji-hyuk just locks his eyes on Yu Young, who's still booking it. He's like, "Are you seriously telling me to give up after we've chased her this far?" But his crew is thinking, this whole quest is going to be a total wipe if they make one wrong move, so they suggest calling off the chase. Ji-hyuk, though, is having none of it, ranting that Kim Sung-joon got clapped by that first-year brat, talking about Yu Young, of course, so they better quit spouting that weak sauce nonsense. The one guy with a brain cell reminds Ji-hyuk again that it doesn't matter if their target is a first-year noob, cause it's game over if they get hit with that paralysis debuff too. Since the paralyzing spore mushroom has an AoE that hits everything in a 50-meter radius, Ji-hyuk assures his squad that the brat will get caught in her own trap. He orders one of his guys, Park Sun-hyuk, to hang back outside the debuff zone and act as a lookout while the rest of them push forward to snag the girl. He's convinced all their little F-rank tricks will be useless, even though he figures they're probably using one of their party members as bait to lure them into an ambush. He's like, "They're seriously underestimating me this hard." He can't believe some low-level first years would have the nerve to try and pull a fast one on him. After a bit of a chase, they finally corner the brat Yu Young, and Ji-hyuk sneers that a pipsqueak like her really made them break a sweat. He asks her where she thinks she's gonna run now, but instead of cowering in fear, she greets them and casually informs them that they're totally screwed. Yu Young then asks which one of them was running their mouth and tells the guy to raise his hand. And as the goons charge at her, weapons drawn, Ji-hyuk is amused that she's still putting on this arrogant front. Just as they're about to grab her, she smirks and taps one of the mushrooms with her weapon, making it pop. The system immediately announces that a paralyzing spore mushroom has burst, and all life forms within a 50-meter radius have been paralyzed for 2 hours. In a flashback, Yu-young is complaining to Jaijun that he said they were on a quest for something important, but there's nothing out here but a bunch of trees. He tells her to chill for a sec, promising they're in the right spot, as he taps some sap from an ash tree. Yu-young points out that this whole event is totally skewed in favor of the warrior class cadets, huh? Ina agrees, saying that being limited to C-rank skills and below is a massive nerf for mages who rely on their big spells. For warriors who already have OP physical stats, the restriction in this pocket dimension is basically useless. Yu-young whines that it's all good for Ina, who has a unique skill, but all of her decent attack skills are locked, and the best she can cast are some basic buffs and cantrips. When she asks what she's supposed to do, Jaijun explains they just need a strategy that uses those basic skills in the most OP way possible. So he asks if she knows how to use the skill called swap. Yu-young proudly says, duh, and reminds him she's the one who taught him magic theory. Ina chimes in that swap is a spell that instantly trades your location with a designated party member, so she asks what kind of big brain play he's planning with it. Once he's done collecting the ash tree sap, he tells the girls they can pull off something pretty wild with swap by using this sap. Back to the present, Jaijun tells Ina they need to get ready, and she's on board. Back in the mushroom field, Ji-hyuk is screaming that Yu-young is a psycho for actually popping one of the spores, but Yu-young just activates her swap skill and tags in her partner. As she vanishes, she tells them her turn is over. And just like that, Jaijun teleports in where she was and plants his foot right in Ji-hyuk's face, saying, "My turn." Our boy absolutely shatters the senior's nose, sending him crashing to the ground. He lands gracefully a moment later. Ji-hyuk is just sprawled on the ground, completely paralyzed, and starts dropping every curse word in the book. Still totally frozen, he angrily asks Jae-hun if he really thinks everything's going according to his master plan, calling him an idiot for walking right into the paralysis spore mushroom's habitat. He tells Jae-hun that he knew he'd pull a stunt like this, so he left one of his teammates on standby outside, promising they'll be finished once the spore debuff wears off. Before he can even finish his sentence, Jae-hun informs him that the guy he left behind isn't coming. Totally confused, Ji-hyuk says he's just spewing nonsense, but a scream suddenly erupts from where they left Sun-huk, and the system announces that player Park Sun-huk has been eliminated. Sun-huk is on the ground with a holy sword, courtesy of Inha, sticking right through his body, and the system awards 100,000 points to Jun, Yu-young, and Inha. Ji-hyuk is on the ground, completely stunned, and Jae-hun reminds him, "Told you your friend wasn't coming." Totally enraged, Ji-hyuk spits that they're still in the same boat for the next 2 hours, and he'll personally take care of him once the paralysis status effect kicks in. While he's still running his mouth, our boy takes a step forward and asks, "What was that about us being in the same boat?" That sight absolutely blows Ji-hyuk's mind, and he's left wondering, how in the hell is this guy even moving right now? He sputters that it's impossible, and Jae-hun just agrees with him that it is. But then, Jae-hun tells him to take it up with the gods. The truth is, our boy is completely unaffected by the paralysis debuff, because his Blessing of the Underworld passive completely nullifies any abnormal status effects. Now sweat starts beading on Ji-hyuk's face as he warns Jae-hun to stay back, but the others can only watch the horrifying scene as their teammate gets absolutely wrecked. The system promptly announces that player Ojin Hukimin and players Ji-hoon, Yu-jong, and Inha have scored 100,000 points. With that settled, our boy smirks at the last three, even as they're begging for mercy. He wipes out all three, and the party racks up another 100,000 points, 3 times over. Instructor Yesu is totally floored, and the freshman leaderboards update instantly with Ninja and Ji-hoon claiming the top spot. Kim Yu-jong and Seo Inha are holding down second place, with Anyeon tied for the same rank. 2 players named Lei Soo-hyuk and Chayu Wan are ranked 5th, and some dude named John is in 7th. Meanwhile, Yu-yoon chugs the ash tree sap and nearly gags, but when Inha checks on her, she admits she's actually feeling better. Now, as the two of them head out, Inha remarks that Ji-hoon seems to know a crazy amount about magic, saying she's never read about anyone using the shift skill that way in any of the textbooks. But Yu-young drops a bombshell. It hasn't even been 3 months since Ji-hoon awakened as a mage, and she was the one who had to teach him all the theory. Shocked, Inha asks if she means Ji-hoon was planning on being a warrior class, and Yu-yoon confirms it, saying he was all in on the combat path just a few months ago. The one thing that's bugging Yu-yoon, though, is how Ji-hoon knew about the tree sap. She wonders where he could have picked up such an obscure piece of knowledge, and how she's supposed to cure her own paralysis status effect. A little later, they bump into him, and our boy asks how that paralysis debuff is going, cause it doesn't look like either of them are having any trouble. Yu Yong cheerfully boasts that it's to be expected, even though she was just sprinting around and slinging spells like a maniac. She turns to Inha and asks if she's all good, and Inha confirms she's fine too. Finally, Yu Yun tells Jihun that his grand strategy wasn't so terrible this time. She adds that he usually looks like a total goof, but today, he seems a little different. Suddenly, Jihun pinches her cheeks, asking who she's calling a goof and if she even has the right to say something like that. Inha just watches them bickering and wonders why Yu Yun would call Jihun stupid, realizing that she thinks he's actually pretty handsome. As the two of them keep messing around, Inha gets totally flustered by her own thoughts, realizing this is definitely not the time to be thinking about stuff like that. And as a single tear rolls down her cheek, she reminds herself that she has to be careful. Later, they get back to their safe zone, and Jihun gets to work brewing some kind of concoction. Inha walks over and asks him what he's making. So, he tells her it's an HP recovery potion. He says he learned how to make it from an older bro, just in case. He flashes back to Jae Sung crying for him, watching him absolutely butcher the poor ingredients when it took him over 100 tries to get it right. Yu Yong asks Jihun how he could possibly know someone who could teach him that stuff when he doesn't even have any friends. He just claps back, asking if she has a ton of friends other than him. Yo Young hits Jihun with, "How's a loner like you know someone who can teach you those kinds of skills when you don't even have any friends?" And he just claps back, asking if she's got a whole squad besides him. Ouch, that comment stung. Yu Young whines that was a total low blow. Just then, Inja tells Jaehun he's absolutely insane, like his skills are way too high for his level. She's like, "Dude, you fight like you've already lived a decade as a high ranker or something." Totally thrown off, Jaehun just stays quiet, wondering how her insight stat is so damn high. She basically just called him out on being a regressor. Finally, Yu Yun jumps in, telling them to cut the chatter. They need to refuel their mana if they're gonna grind tomorrow. She tells our boy to just wait and see, cause she's about to show off her skills. But he's just like, "Don't bother," saying they can just munch on the foraged fruits. Totally ticked off, Yu Yun's like, "What's that supposed to mean? You don't trust my cooking skills or something?" So our boy hits her with a pop quiz. If she wants him to trust her, she has to tell him the color of that one cookie she baked back in middle school home. Eck. After racking her brain, Yu Yun remembers them being purple? So Inha chimes in, "Oh, did you use some kind of blueberry jam?" Jaehun shuts that down immediately. It wasn't jam. Yu Yun's cooking skill is just a straight-up F rank. He remembers they had to call the instructor after he took one bite and literally passed out. To be fair, he admits his own cooking stat is basically 0, too. That's when Inha mentions she knows her way around a kitchen and asks if she can cook for them. Jaehun's totally shocked, like, "Wait, you can cook?" And she says she used to make meals every day when she lived with her grandma. As she ties up her hair to get started, our boy realizes that in his memories, the system never had much data on Seowin's family background. Since she just mentioned living with her grandma, he starts to wonder if that means there's some hidden backstory involving her parents. A little while later, Inha's done and serves up the meal. The second Yu Yun takes a bite, she practically tackles Inha in a hug, yelling about how insanely good it is. Jaehun is chowing down too, agreeing that it's S-tier quality. He's genuinely amazed they're eating something this good out in the middle of a hostile semiplane. Their compliments totally warm Inha's heart, and a real smile spreads across her face. It's been a long time since she's felt this kind of warmth. Meanwhile, back in the Mills Academy control room, Instructor Seog notes that the much-hyped cadet, Anyon, is currently sitting at rank 4. What's even more shocking is that the first and second place ranks are held by mages, which is just unheard of. Instructor Yesu is still wondering if the whole system is bugged, because there's just no other way to explain this massive upset. Chairman Jane, on the other hand, looks like he's about to burst with excitement. Until now, these kinds of results were a warrior class monopoly, and he can barely process this game-changing development. A party of just 3 mages is dominating the leaderboard after wiping out a team of veteran cadets right at the start. Totally hyped, the chairman tells instructor Kim Ji to pull up the replay of the paralysis spore incident. He watches as Jaehun lands a perfect kick right to S-Hook's face, fascinated that a cadet could have such insane battle sense in a clutch situation. On top of that, he has the raw physical ability to completely overwhelm warriors. To call him just a mage, or even just a rookie, is a massive understatement. Suddenly, Instructor Hyun calls out to the chairman, explaining that he brought the profile on Jaehun he requested, but he's not sure if it's the right file. Confused, the chairman asks what he's talking about. When Hyun starts stammering, the chairman just tells him to take a breath and spit it out. Finally, the instructor pulls up the profile, which states our boy's aptitude is a staggering 97%, and his registered class is warrior. The information completely floors the chairman. but his shock quickly morphs into a wild, manic grin. This, he finally says, is beyond good. He declares that he wants to personally witness just how much of a monster this Jaijun really is. Instructor S-Hook asks if he means he's going to interfere with the test personally. The chairman just smirks and proposes they create a more interesting scenario for the cadets. Instructor Suke immediately says he'll get everything prepared. Back inside the semi-plane, Jaehun's party is just steamrolling other teams and racking up an insane amount of points. At one point, Yuyun freaks out when she sees they've earned over 1,100,000 points. Jaehun just calmly replies that it's a good thing, since it basically guarantees them the #1 rank. But Yuyun asks if they really have to leave their safe zone. Jaehun just tells her they don't have a choice in the matter, because the upperclassmen are too scared to venture in here, and Inha agrees with Jihun that they need to get moving if they want to farm more points. Finally, Yuyun agrees with both of them and asks, "What's the all-time high score for a rookie hunt, anyway?" Inha informs her it's 1,140,000 points. As they press on, our boy's senses flare up, and he signals for the girls to brace themselves, because as they stand ready, something blazes past them in a flash, and Jihun notices that this mana signature feels way stronger than the level cap they're supposed to be restricted to. The system announces that the connection to the demiplane is unstable, and that a player's level restriction has been shattered. Jihun tells the new arrival that he never thought they'd meet again like this, and it turns out the player who's had his limiter released is Joyeon. When Jihun asks him what he's doing, he gets no response. The guy just keeps staring at the floor, completely zoned out. Jihun wonders if the guy can even hear his voice. Yuyun warns Jihun to be careful, saying she doesn't think this guy is in his right mind and it looks like he's being controlled by something. Then, it suddenly clicks for our boy. He remembers this is the chairman's handiwork. Before he regressed, something just like this happened at the Millas Festival, a day that was supposed to create happy memories for the young cadets. Instead, it left horrific, crimson stains that could never be forgotten. The cause of the incident was Gu Jihun's unique skill, called indoctrination. After all of his evil deeds came to light, right before he was about to be arrested, Jihun orchestrated a horrific incident to divert the world's attention away from himself, giving him a chance to go into hiding. On that fateful day, countless cadets lost their lives, and Gu Jae-hoon managed to escape. For Jihun, that was also the day he lost Kim Yoo-jun. Snapping back to the present, Joyeon ignites his blade, and John instantly realizes he has to break whatever spell is on him. Just then, a Nornir system window pops up, assigning a side quest to save the mind-controlled cadet. His objective is to shatter the enchantment. The difficulty is a solid C rank, and the reward is a blank skill card. But the mission has a 2-hour time limit. John's floored by the surprise side quest, but he's absolutely shook by the reward. A blank card. The idea of snagging a blank card to copy someone's OP skill gets him totally hyped. Yoon offers to help, but he's like, "I got this," and tells the ladies to bounce. Quick. He tells them to put some serious distance between them, and maybe grind some points while they're at it. But Yoon just stands there, totally baffled. She reminds him his opponent is the Academy's genius swordsman, and that he can't solo him. But our boy just smirks and asks if she really thinks he can't pull it off. Ina hesitates for a sec but finally agrees to go. Yoon is shocked that she's just rolling with John's crazy plan. Frustrated, Yoon decides to play along and suggests they go rack up points like he said, but tells him not to get himself wrecked before she leaves. She then bolts into the forest, dragging Ina with her. Ina is still staring back at John as he tells them to either knock Joyeon out or snatch his name tag, then regroup with them later. After the girls are gone, our boy mutters to himself that this whole thing won't take long. Flashback to a few hours earlier, right after Joyeon eliminated one of the upperclassmen. He wonders if that last takedown pushed his total to 600,000, 1,000 points. He's stoked to have survived for 2 days and knows he just has to hold out for one more. Since he's in 4th place, he's wondering how the top spot is still out of his league, even after grinding pretty hard. Then he realizes this is just the standard at Mills Academy. The fact that Jaehun snagged 1st place as a mage, even in a situation where his skills are nerfed, and even carried his entire squad to the top rank is seriously impressive. But he decides he can't take an L either, and still has to go all out because there's still time on the clock. Just then, President JN appears on a screen, informing him he'd like his personal help with something. The president activates his persuasion ability on him, saying he just has a small favor to ask. After Joyeon's eyes glow from the indoctrination, the system warns him that someone has infiltrated his mind. As the powerful debuff takes over, he wonders what he's even doing and where he is. A moment later, the system informs him that his mind has been corrupted. After that happens, he immediately knows his new prime directive: eliminate John. Back in the present, Joyeon unleashes an A-rank skill called Martial Ascent. He blitzes towards John and tries to slice him, but our boy manages to dodge the attack. John thinks to himself that Hoyong was nowhere near this skilled just a few days ago, but he keeps effortlessly dodging every single one of his strikes. It feels like Hoyong's skill level has been buffed into a whole other dimension. When Hoyong tries to slam him with his shield, John leaps back, avoiding the impact. He knows that if this fight comes down to pure physical stats, he's going to lose. To create some distance, our boy blasts backward with a gust of wind after activating his wind boost skill. The impact is so intense that Jaijun is forced to block his face with his shield, but this gives John just enough time to circle around to his 6 before he can lower it. Our boy tries to zap him with some lightning magic, but before the spell can even connect, Jaijun spins around and dodges back in a single, fluid motion. This reaction completely stuns John because Jaijun was able to move his body before his eyes could even track the counter. John realizes his opponent has an insane, innate combat sense, and that this isn't going to be the easy clear he thought it would be. Breaking the indoctrination would be a piece of cake with his absolute calculation skill, but the real problem is that President JN is watching them. Even if he can't see the president, he figures they're probably getting a kick out of this, watching him go up against the prodigy warrior, Hoyan. This time, Jaejun cracks a smirk, thinking it'd be a total waste to just end this duel anticlimactically. He decides if they want a show, he'll give them one, but the ticket price is going to be steep. As Jaejun begins his performance, Instructor Yisu is wondering if her mana vision is on the fritz. It's insane that our boy, a pure mage, is scrapping on the front lines like some kind of battle-crazed warrior, but now he's totally overwhelming his opponent, even when that opponent is the so-called genius warrior, an Hoyan. Down on the training field, Yisu sees him casting what looks like his chain lightning skill and thinks this whole thing is just unbelievable. She's wondering how in the world this F-rank looking cadet is pulling this off, because a mage shouldn't be able to win in a close-quarters brawl against a warrior that's like rule number 1 of combat class she's had drilled into her head since she first awakened. Meanwhile, Chairman Jin watches with keen interest as Jaejun wounds Hoyan, and the kid starts begging. Inside the demiplane, Hoyan is slumped over his sword, and Jaejun tells him he didn't plan on taking things this far, but promises him he's got high stats and will recover in no time. Finally, Jaejun glances up at the observation deck, knowing the instructors are watching his every move. Then he activates his flash bomb skill, and the resulting burst of light totally whites out all the surveillance artifacts, cutting off the instructor's view of the field. Inside the main control room, Instructor Seuk-ji whips around to Jin and demands to know what just happened to his monitor, but the chairman realizes something's up. So he snatches the controls right out of his hand, desperately trying to get the feedback online. Instructor Yisu mentions it looks like Jaejun used some kind of spell to block their scrying, but Jin recognizes it as a simple flash bomb and wonders aloud if this is really how Jaejun wants to play this game. He immediately gets on the comms to Instructor Cha and tells him to bring Cadet Jaejun to his office the second this evaluation is over. Worried, Seuk asks the chairman if it's really okay to make such a rash decision, but the already tense chairman just puts a hand on the instructor's shoulder and asks him why he thinks Cadet Jaejun, who was already in a position to win, would suddenly decide to blind their surveillance. As he stammers, Seuk answers that it's probably because Jaejun knows how to play the game and increase his market value. Back in the demiplane, Hoyan is still on the ground as the blinding light from the flash bomb whites out everything. Eventually, Jaejun walks over to Hoyan and places a hand on his head, activating his unique skill, Absolute Calculation, which allows Jaejun to purge the mind control debuff that was afflicting him. Suddenly, the haze in Hoyan's eyes clears, and he recognizes Jaejun. Still smirking, our boy asks him if he's feeling any better. Hoyan tries to push himself up, saying he feels fine, but he immediately collapses back to the ground from the backlash of mana coursing through his system. Our boy apologizes for the rough treatment, reminding him he was the one who jumped him out of nowhere. But Hoyan has no memory of attacking him at all. He asks why the hell he would ever do that, so Jaejun just tells him straight up he was under a mind control spell. Totally confused, Hoyan asks him what he means by mind control, but as he thinks back, he remembers seeing a hazy face he can't quite make out, and hearing a voice he can't place. Still, it doesn't make any sense to Hoyan, because spells powerful enough to control someone, even for a short time, are usually A rank or higher, but the evaluation rules specifically stated they could only use skills that were C rank and below. Jaejun tells him he's not sure could have been a small glitch in the demiplane system, or maybe someone interfered from the outside. Hoyan stays quiet for a moment, thinking that there's no way a mere cadet could cast a mind control spell of this caliber, even if the demiplane system was bugging out. He eventually asks Jaejun if he has any idea who could have interfered, if that's the case, or why they'd pull a stunt like this. But Jaejun just plays dumb and says he doesn't know. He does add, however, that whoever pulled this off is probably someone most cadets wouldn't dare to mess with, Jaejun doesn't want to spell it out for him, but he knows that as they go through more trials at Mila's academy, Hoyan will figure out for himself just what kind of snake Gu Jae-in really is. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, announcing that Jaehun has completed the hidden quest to save the mind-controlled cadet and has received a blank skill card as a reward. Finally, Joyan manages to haul himself up. He can tell his body's been completely wrecked and his mana circuits are fried, but John doesn't have a single scratch on him, making him wonder if this is his current power ceiling. Once he's up, Joyan admits he got totally outplayed and apologizes for how the duel went down, but John just tells him not to be so extra, and says he's gonna dip now that Joyan can move. Before he takes off, John wishes them good luck for the rest of the trial. As he turns to leave, Joyan stops him and offers up his name tag. Totally confused, John is like, "Dude, what are you doing? You'll get booted from the simulation if you don't have your tag." But Joyan just says it doesn't matter, reporting that he's already racked up a decent amount of points, even though it's nothing compared to the insane score John's been stacking. However, because he lost fair and square, he believes the tag now belongs to John. After chucking the name tag at John, he says he lost this round, but their next clash will be different, promising to reclaim his tag at the Mills Festival. After Joyan vanishes, the demiplane system announces his elimination and awards a cool 10,000 points to John's party. For a moment, our boy just stands there staring at the name tag, recognizing it's only worth 10,000 combat points. However, to him, this tag is worth way more than that, because Joyan was a natural prodigy born with the S-class combat talent he craved in his past life, and now that Prodigy acknowledges him, he's experienced a ton since his regression. But this sense of achievement is on a whole other level. With a smirk, he thinks to himself that this is just the beginning. For the first time, he feels like he's actually starting to level up, leaving his weak F rank past behind and taking a real step forward. Sometime later, the 72-hour ranking event finally comes to a close, and the system calculates everyone's total points. John nabbed the highest score ever recorded, a staggering 1,530,000 points, and is promptly teleported back to the real world. When the students return, our guy considers 1,530,000 points as not too shabby, but Jaijun immediately calls him out for not being more hyped, since it's the highest score ever recorded in the event's history. She turns to Ina for some backup, but Ina just laments how they could have hit 1,600,000 points if they had just farmed mobs for one more hour. At this point, Jaijun realizes her teammates are total battle junkies. She tries to cheer them up, saying they should be able to live pretty luxuriously for a while with that many points, and John totally agrees. He figures if you multiply the points by 10, it's roughly equivalent to the value of real-world currency. It's safe to say they've earned about 15.3 million won, which is around $2,000, and Jaijun's jaw just about hits the floor. When Yana hears that, her jaw drops at the insane amount of cash. Our boy informs them that he's rank 1, but they're sitting at a cool 1,480,000 points for second place, and they should be getting bonus points too. The mention of bonus points makes Jaejun practically tackle Jaehyun, who tries to shove her off while explaining the bonus is probably worth, like, another 1 million points or something. The idea of all that loot makes Jaejun light up like a legendary artifact, and she starts spinning Yana in a victory dance over the 1 million bonus points. While they're dancing, Yana is just bug-eyed, realizing they farmed 2,480,000 points, which cashes out to 24,800,000 won in just 3 days of grinding. Jaehyun tries to get them to stop their cringy dance because it's embarrassing, pointing out that all the other cadets are giving them the stink eye. However, the girls keep on cheering until Instructor Kok walks into the hall to greet all the new blood. He introduces himself and tells the top 3 rankers he needs to have a word with them. He asks them to follow him somewhere more private for a debriefing. So, Jaehyun cuts right to the chase, asking if this is about the ridiculous number of points they scored during the rookie hunt. And when the instructor nods, Jaehyun is already on the move. The ladies aren't following though, so they ask where they're even headed. Jaehyun, however, already has it figured out, telling them they're going to the chairman's office, and Seiji confirms his read by informing them they've been summoned by the big boss himself. Once inside the office, our boy just takes a seat, crosses his legs, and asks where the chairman is, commenting that the person who summoned them isn't even present. This totally gets under Seiji's skin, but he has no choice but to bite his tongue and keep his aura in check. The girls who follow him in are wondering why Jaehyun is suddenly radiating so much main character energy, totally speechless until Seiji tells them to take a seat. 2. As they sit down, the chairman walks in and apologizes for being late. The 2 ladies immediately jump to their feet, and Jaehyun introduces herself loud and proud, while Yana does the same, and Jaehyun just stays chilling in his chair. The chairman cheerfully tells them he knows who they are and seems to be enjoying the vibe. Jaehyun just tells the chairman he was so late, He almost fell asleep waiting for him. The comment shocks the ladies, and even Seiji tenses up, wondering if this guy has a death wish. A moment of awkward silence hangs in the office for a short time until the chairman says he has no excuse for being late. He finally adds that he needed some time to prepare to speak with them, but Jaejun immediately claps back, saying they're the ones who times had no excuse. He points out they were summoned right after stepping out of the dimensional gate after 3 straight days of grinding, without even a chance to wash the dungeon grime off, so they had 0 time to prep. The chairman's face tightens again, but this time he just lets out a laugh. Jaejun can tell he's putting on an act and figures it's because he's interested in the unique cadets in front of him. Finally, the chairman informs them he's brought some very beneficial news for their party. He congratulates them on being the elite of the elites who secured the top 3 ranks in this year's rookie hunt, especially Jaehyun, who snagged the #1 spot. When he says that, Jaehyun replies that it's all thanks to his party members and that he couldn't have pulled it off solo. That comment makes the chairman pause as always, wondering if the kid is trying to hide his true skill level. He eventually agrees with Jaehyun, but comments that he has also been monitoring all of their actions, and noted they didn't just break the old rookie hunt record of 1,140,000 points, they completely obliterated it. As he claps and says the result was incredible, the ladies thank him for the compliment, but Jaehyun just asks what the main quest is here, which makes Yuyun start sweating again. After a slight hesitation, the chairman explains that Mills Academy would like to offer them some special S-tier privileges. First, a full-on suite in the elite dorms will be offered free of charge. Second, priority access to academy facilities that usually require booking way in advance. Third, if they ever fail to get a satisfactory grade on their academy exams, they'll get a special quest to retake the test. After laying out the offer, the chairman asks for their thoughts, explaining that they'll sign a sponsorship contract with Mills Academy if they accept his offer. They'll get the chance to retake the test. After laying out the offer, the chairman asks what they think and explains they'll sign a partnership contract with Mills Academy if they accept his deal. But John rejects the offer before the chairman can even finish his speech. Our guy explains that the benefits sound sweet, but they're things his squad can grind for on their own in a month or so, especially since Mills is a total meritocracy. So he doesn't think they should get locked into a contract while paying some unnecessary tribute. Finally, he snatches the offer from the chairman's hands and starts reading the terms. He reads that after signing a partnership contract with Mills, once they start working as official raiders, they'll have to donate over 30% of their earnings to the school for at least 5 years. At this point, the chairman looks seriously grim. John finally tells the chairman that this isn't a reward, it's a scheme to bleed them dry. When he asks the chairman if he's wrong, the man pauses for a moment and says there's nothing he can do if that's what John thinks, especially since they can't be forced to sign a contract. He tells them he's leaving the decision up to the 3 of them, and the girls look at each other, trying to read the room. First, after a brief pause, Yujun apologizes and says she'd like to reject the offer, and Aina does the same. The chairman covers his face as if in deep thought, but the veins on his hand are practically bulging with rage. Eventually, he says it's a real shame, because this was the absolute best deal he could possibly put on the table for them. However, the president adds that he'll give them one more chance to reconsider. Then he locks his gaze onto Jaehun, activating his persuasion skill, and asks if he's still not planning to change his mind. Instantly, the Nornir system pings him, warning him that a foreign entity is trying to infiltrate his mind. Jaehun was totally expecting this, but the system quickly follows up, stating he's completely nullified the mental attack thanks to his passive skill, Blessing of the Abyss. While that's going down, our boy hands over his blank artifact card to copy the skill and activates his power. See, he was only goading the president in the first place to bait him into using his power. For a second, the president just stands there, totally shook that he got 0 reaction. Finally, our MC tells him they're bouncing now, and the Nornir system dings with a notification. He's acquired the skill called Indoctrination. With this unique ranked skill, he can basically manipulate anyone with lower stats than him into doing his bidding. If both parties agree to a master-servant pact, the skill even evolves into subordination. Jaehun gets up and tells the ladies it's time to dip, especially since they're all wiped after grinding for 4 days straight in that demi-plane. After Jaehun leaves the office, Yuyun sarcastically tells the men to have a great day. Ina, who's still looking totally lost, just says they'll be leaving first. When the students are finally gone, Jin asks to speak with Instructor Suk. Once he's alone, he wonders how a mere first-year cadet could just no-sell his unique skill, finding the whole situation incredibly interesting. Outside, Jaehun asks the girls if they're really cool with turning down Jaehyun's massive offer. Yuyun admits she was a little tempted at first, but then she decided Jaehun was right on the money, because it was obvious Jaehyun was just going to sweet-talk them into signing a slave contract and take advantage of them, seeing as they're just rookie cadets. Aina agrees that the contract felt super sketchy and thinks bailing on it was the right call. Besides all that, she feels it's way better to earn things through her own grind instead of starting out with special privileges. Jae-hun listens to Ina carefully, thinking she's surprisingly level-headed, which is a complete 180 from the Ice Queen image he had of her before his regression. Suddenly, Yoojun asks if they also noticed something was seriously off about President Jae-in, because his expression got totally nasty the second they rejected his offer. Ina chimes in that she thought so too, and also points out that the president and instructor Seok never said a single word about the huge mess back in the demiplane. Jae-hun listens to them talk, noting that Ina has some seriously S-tier instincts. Eventually, she asks Jae-hun if he happens to know something about President Jae-in, so he asks her why she would think that. Ina replies that he's usually pretty chill. But the moment they met the president, he got weirdly aggressive. Jaijun is totally on her side and starts grilling Jae-hun, telling him to spill the tea if he knows anything about the headmaster. Trying to answer them, he admits he's not 100% sure either, so it's tough to give them the full rundown. But he drops a major piece of advice. Don't trust a single soul at this academy, whether it's the headmaster or the instructors. Out of nowhere, Ina gets right up in his personal space and asks if that means they can't trust him either. And as Jae-hun just freezes, Yoojun pops up behind Ina with a seriously sus look in her eyes and tells her not to trust Jae-hun either. She points out Jae-hun's death glare and starts telling a story about how one time he completely ghosted her in the middle of the street instead of giving her a ride home. And Jae-hun's like, "For real? Why are you bringing up ancient history all of a sudden?" Totally pissed, Yoojun grabs his hair and calls him a blockhead, reminding him just how bad of a time she had because of it. Finally, our boy manages to get Yoojun to back off and suggests they all head inside to crash for the night, since the sun has set. When it's time to part ways, Ina looks like she totally doesn't want to leave, so she asks if this is really where they're splitting up. For a moment, there's this super awkward silence as Yoojun just side-eyes the two of them. Then she suddenly group hugs them and asks why this feels like some cheesy teen romance, telling them to make room for her too. Jae-hun, however, pulls her aside and points her toward the girls' dorm. Then he tells her to go get some rest. She finally agrees to hit the hay and Ina follows, but not before telling Jae-hun to make sure he gets a good rest too. Our MC soon makes his way to the boys' dormitory. As he reaches the door, he realizes it's been a hot minute since he was last here. He remembers the musty scent from the corners, the floorboards creaking with every step from a total lack of funding for maintenance, and finally makes his way to his bunk. As far as he's concerned, anyone still stuck in this dump after a few years are the certified F-rank, talentless scrubs of the academy. So he plans on finding a new place as soon as class is over tomorrow, because experiencing this hell-tier dungeon once was more than enough. The next day, Jae-hun goes out for a run, finally stopping after he feels like he's done enough to warm up his core. He heads back to the dorm to get ready for his first class. A little later, all the first-year cadets, basically the Mage Division's noobs, are gathered in a hall for their basic mana acclimation class, and their assigned instructor, Kim-jon, steps up to introduce herself. While she's talking, Jae-hun scowls, because this instructor is a complete unknown, not someone from his past life's databanks. Even factoring in his past life as a warrior, he's drawing a total blank on her. She's probably one of the instructors who washed out early on, even though becoming an instructor at Mills Academy wasn't an easy quest. The ones who actually stuck around were chumps like Kim Sog, who were just greedy for whatever table scraps the headmaster was willing to throw their way. The instructor says she's sure most of them found it odd that their first class wasn't in a lecture hall, but in a massive facility like this one. As a set of huge doors slides open behind her, she explains that it's to test their mana sensitivity. The students are totally shook by the sight of what looks like a mana cube, praying she isn't about to tell them they have to go in there. While they're all complaining that this is way too hardcore for a first-day evaluation, Jae-hun thinks that this mana cube feels similar to the one he saw before, but its mana density is way lower. Instructor Kim-jon explains that what they're looking at is called a mana chamber. It was built based on the design of a real mana cube you'd normally find in high-ranking guilds. For fresh-faced cadets like them, she explains, it's pretty much impossible to clear a real mana cube, which is why they prepped this starter version. The ironic thing is, our boy has already cleared a real one back at his guild. The mana chamber is split into a bunch of sub-rooms. The mana in the first room is about the same as the atmosphere, but the mana density gets thicker the further you progress. On average, a first-year cadet at Mills Academy can usually clear up to level 3. A graduating cadet, on the other hand, usually hits their limit around level 7. In this class, they'll find out what their current mana sensitivity rank is. She then tells the cadets to get in a single file line and follow her. She informs them that if they start having issues during the test, they can just raise a hand, and an assistant instructor will escort them out of the chamber. A moment later, she steps into one of the mana acclamation chambers, and the cadets all trail in behind her. After everyone is inside, Instructor Jin observes that none of the cadets seem to be having trouble with the level 1 pressure. She decides to crank it up to level 2, and as they enter, a few of the cadets start gasping for air, and the instructors have to help them out. After they leave, Jin tells the rest who are still standing to follow her to level 3. And when they step inside, almost half the class immediately raises their hands to tap out. But Jaijun, Yoojun, and Ina don't even look phased at this point. Instructor Ji tells the remaining few to follow her to the 4th level, and a bunch more people raise their hands. When the ones who can't hack it leave, she suggests they move on to level 5, and way more cadets ask to be excused right then. At level 6, several other students are knocked out of the running due to complete mana exhaustion. Yu Yong asks Jae-hun if he feels like it's getting hard to breathe, but he just says he doesn't think so. Meanwhile, Ina keeps an eye on Jae-hun and notices he looks like he's still doing just fine, so she decides she has to push herself even harder. And Jae-hun looks around, realizing there are only 4 cadets left standing. Jae-hun, Yu-jong, Ina, and another guy named Lee Xiok. They're all the top-ranked cadets from the freshman placement exams. President Jae-in had told her to keep a close eye on Jae-hun and report back to him, but she has no intention of just being his pawn. Soon, she tells the cadets they're moving on to level 7. The other students are all whispering, wondering who these rookies are that are clearing to the next stage, especially since the instructor said only academy graduates ever reach level 7. Once they hit the 7th level, Instructor John suggests they crank it up to level 8 and asks if any of the cadets are struggling. But it's dead silent, even though Yu Yong looks like she's about to tap out from the mana pressure. The other students just watch in awe as the elite squad passes. Stepping into level 8, the cadets get hit with a sudden surge of dense mana, everyone except our boy Jae-hun, of course. From level 8 onward, the mana flow gets wild and unpredictable, just like you'd feel inside a real-deal dungeon. Jia knows even the so-called prodigies should be feeling the burn by now. And right on cue, Sujiok and Yu Yung raise their hands, tapping out of the mana room. Meanwhile, Yana's starting to sweat bullets, but since neither she nor Jae-hun bails, Instructor John has no choice but to push them to level 9. The second they enter level 9, Yana looks like she's about to hurl and starts wobbling, which totally catches Jae-hun off guard. He turns to help, but then he remembers the chairman's words. Never offer a cadet a hand unless they ask for it first, no matter how gnarly the situation gets. He'd said that danger is just another opportunity for a cadet to level up, and if that chance gets snatched away from them, it would be a total tragedy. Jae-hun asks Yana if she's okay, and she just trembles out a yeah. At this point, Jae-hun's face is a blur, and she's desperately trying not to fail. Everyone Yana ever knew always told her that only the strong get to survive, and that she'd have to bow down to any warrior, even with her talent for magic. They told her the weak have no future, and she just wants to be acknowledged for once, but she finds herself collapsing. As Jae-hun catches her, she whispers that she's lost again. As the attendants carry her out, Jae-hun is left wondering what she meant by lost again. Then, they enter level 10. Instructor John asks Jae-hun if he's holding up, knowing that even she's starting to feel the strain at this level. Eventually, our boy turns to her with a smirk and says he's feeling the pressure too and would like to head out. When she hears that, John tells him to leave with her. On the way out, she's totally baffled, wondering what pressure he's talking about. The guy doesn't even look like he's broken a sweat. When they finally emerge, Instructor John tells the other cadets to give it up for Jae-hun. Hitting level 10 means his mana capacity is on par with a professional raider. We're talking a B rank or higher. As she tells everyone else to grind harder and try to catch up, Sujiok is just glaring at Jae-hun, and Inha doesn't look too thrilled with her own performance either. A little later, our boy checks on Inha to see if she's alright. She says she's fine, and apologizes for making them worry. So, John's like, good. You didn't get totally wrecked. Yu Yong then asks Jun if he's good too, cause he was looking totally zoned out a minute ago, and he's just like, yeah, I'm fine. Then he tells her to ditch the towel from her neck, saying she looks like some low-level NPC from a construction zone. And, as expected, that comment totally triggers Yu Yong, making her regret ever wasting her mana worrying about him. While she's going off on a whole villain monologue, June cuts in, asking if she's sure she's not feeling any debuffs. She snaps back that the healers gave her the all-clear and brags about her high constitution stat. For a second, Jae-hun just observes Inha. He'd chalked it up to her having a competitive streak, but something's different. It's looking more like a system-enforced compulsion or a weird character trait. Thankfully, she didn't take too much damage this time, but with a personality trait like that, she's gonna be a loose cannon to manage in future raids. Of course, he's not trying to mind control Inha or make her his puppet. But seeing how the plot is already twisting around Sunyun, Heian, and Jang, he's got a feeling Inha's destiny is about to get a major rewrite too. He figures the same goes for Yu Young, and as he gives her a side eye, she calls him out, like, "What are you staring at? Are my visuals that high stat?" But John just shoots back, asking if she's sure she doesn't have some kind of hidden status ailment, cause only someone with a concussion debuff would be spouting that kind of nonsense. As Inha tries to hold Yu Yun back from starting a PvP match, our boy is thinking how he has no clue what kind of butterfly effect his actions will have on the main storyline. In this rapidly changing world, he decides he needs to start grinding if he wants to stay one step ahead. While he's deep in his protagonist monologue, Yu Young manages to break Inha's grapple and whips the towel around Jae-hyun's neck. With a total smirk on his face, our MC just takes the towel, throws it over her head, and gives her a massive noogie, completely messing up her hair. When he's done, Yu Young starts dropping curses as her mana flares up, making the whole area glow like a demon king's throne room. Pissed, she's like, "Do you have any idea how long I spent on this hairstyle this morning? You got a death wish or something?" But John, totally unfazed, is just like, "My bad," but then adds that it honestly doesn't make much of a difference. That line just maxes out her rage meter, and she's like, "Are you calling me a low-tier visual?" And that's the exact moment Jae-hyun realizes he critically failed his charisma check. That comment just makes her even more ticked off, and she's like, "Are you calling me ugly?" That's the moment Jae-hyun realizes he totally messed up. He immediately spins around to make a run for it, with Yu Young hot on his tail, while Inha just watches, amused. Inha thinks about how close they are, and as the two friends bolt past Sujiok, the guy spots Jae-hyun and wonders how on earth that dude made it to level 10. While he's staring, his buddy, Kim Minsu, walks up and asks what he's spacing out about. Sujiok tells Minsu to spill everything he knows about the guy getting his hair ripped out by that girl. And even though Minsu is wondering why Sujiok is talking to him like he's some F-rank mob, he explains that Jae-hyun is the first mage to ever snag the top spot in the rookie rankings. Sujiok snaps that he already knows that basic intel. What he wants to know is where a guy with those stats just popped out of nowhere, but Minsu just shrugs cause he's got nothing. No matter how much Sujiok racks his brain, it doesn't add up. To him, there's something sketchy about this Jae-hyun guy, and he's convinced he's hiding some OP skill. Meanwhile, Minsu's thinking about how he's not used to this new, arrogant Sujiok, cause he knew him back when he was just a kid. Finally, he tells Sujiok that Jae-hyun has already proven his skills twice, so there's no point in digging for some hidden secret, since it's basically impossible to cheat the system at Mille's academy. But Sujiok just fires back that there's no way anyone is stronger than him unless they're hacking the system. That statement leaves Minsu totally floored. He's thinking Sujiok couldn't even win against Inha or Yu Young, but he's smart enough not to say it out loud. Eventually, he tells Seoki-tan he needs to fight like a maniac, cause he'll never beat Jae-hyun, not even with a second life, but the kid totally ignores him. A little while later, Jae-hyun gets a video call from his awesome mentor, Seong, and asks if she called to get the rundown on what happened during the freshman hunt. Seong-gun agrees, saying it's way more interesting to hear the play-by-play straight from him. He excitedly reports that he took the #1 spot, and you can just tell Seong-gun is glowing with pride. She notes his place looks way too high tier for a freshman, and suspects he must have racked up a crazy amount of merit points. Ultimately, she congratulates him for making the perfect opening move at Mills Academy, a place known for its brutal culling rate. She tells him she's proud of him, and our boy mentions he's relieved because he was worried she'd tear into him if he'd only ranked second. That makes her laugh, and she asks if any other cadets caught his eye during the rookie hunt. Blindsided, Jae-hyun asks if she's planning on scouting them or something. She tells him they're considering it and plan to reward him for any intel he shares. Jae-hyun explains that giving her a report isn't the hard part, but the idea of getting a reward for something so simple. He asks if she isn't being a little too generous, but she insists, saying it's because she knows he won't cooperate if she offers 10 times the amount down the line. Eventually, he brings up Ina, Yu Jung, and Jo Ye-yun, saying those three are the top prospects for Manhwa to recruit. When he hesitates to mention someone else, Seong-gun pushes him to just say it, so he adds that he knows an upperclassman, not a freshman who would be a prime recruit. Seong-gun promises to give them a very warm welcome. After hanging up, the guildmaster thinks about Lee Jae-sang, the one Jae-hyun mentioned, and recognizes him as the youngest son of the S-rank hunter, Lee Yae-shin. During their call, she'd mentioned to Jae-hyun that Jae-sang isn't considered as talented as his siblings, and she knows Jonas could face some heat from Lee Yae-shin's Saphir Guild for accepting Jae-sang. With that kind of risk involved, Seong-gun asked Jae-hyun if he still thinks they should recruit the guy, and he said yes, because Jae-sang is going to become the greatest alchemist in the world in the near future. After ending the call, Manager Sungai informs her that the guildmaster, Madame Baek Ji-hoon, has arrived. Seonggun tells him to show her in, so Madame Ji-hoon enters with John Yu in tow. As they walk in, Seonggun comments that they're right on schedule, so Ji-hoon replies that for a merchant, time is a very valuable commodity. Madame Ji-hoon offers her hand to Guildmaster Seonggun, and says that it's been some time, but Seonggun coolly replies that she doesn't believe they're close enough for such familiarities, and asks her to please have a seat. Once Ji-hoon is seated, Seonggun, still smiling, asks what business the master of the Curators Guild has with her. Ji-hoon is amused by Seonggun's straightforward nature, commenting that breaking the ice with her will be tough, but she admits she also likes it. Eventually, Ji-hoon mentions it seems Jeon-hwa has been nurturing a certain talent quite well, so she asks what the buyout price is for Jaijun. Seonggun says it's unfortunate, but the Jeon-hwa Guild doesn't view its members as commodities to be bought and sold, and suggests Ji-hoon look elsewhere. However, Ji-hoon asks if the kid himself would agree with that, so Seonggun tells her there are some things that money can't buy, but adds that Ji-hoon probably wouldn't know about that. Finally, Ji-hoon replies that she never thought Seonggun would take her offer anyway, and it doesn't matter because this was just a professional courtesy. Amused, Seonggun informs her that her consideration is quite distasteful, but Ji-hoon just thinks that's a pity and decides to leave since it's getting late, and it's not like Seonggun seems to want to talk to her anyway. As she stands to leave, Seonggun retorts that she's glad Ji-hoon finally figured that out, and Ji-hoon jokes back that a keen eye is also a merchant's virtue. The next day, after an endurance evaluation at Mills Academy, the cadets wait for the system to analyze their performance data. Anjo Yeon snags first place with 101 points, while Ji-hoon lands in second with a solid 99, which makes our boy let out a little sigh. I mean, he kinda expected he couldn't stack up against a combat prodigy like Anjo Yeon, but still, he doesn't see second place as a bad rank. For him, there's no need to speedrun this, but he also knows he hasn't hit his target stats yet. When Ji-hoon walks over to the girls, he clocks their totally freaked out expressions, and Yu-yoon finally just asks him, "What in the world times are times you?" And she's like, "How does a mage class even get second place, let alone compete with Anjo Yeon in a pure stamina trial?" When she demands to know how that's even possible, our guy just tells her it's not that weird since he started out with a warrior build, but that excuse totally isn't flying with Yu-yoon. When she tries to argue back, Ji-hoon shuts her down, saying she shouldn't just be grinding her mana circuits 24/7 and needs to worry about her HP bar too. That comment totally sets Yu-yoon off, and she gets dead serious, vowing to one day show him he's not the S-rank hotshot he thinks he is. But Aina quickly steps in to stop her from throwing hands again. Meanwhile, Instructor Seo is watching them like a hawk, realizing Jae-hoon is a seriously dangerous variable, just like the chairman warned. The kid's physical stats are off the charts way too high for a pure mage, making Seo wonder what the hell his true build is. A moment later, the academy chime rings, signaling the next session is starting. So, Instructor Seo announces that their second endurance evaluation is the AR evasion test. Jae-hoon remembers this from his past life. He knows this was the trial that pushed countless cadets to their absolute limits and weeded out the weak. Seo explains they're heading to a state-of-the-art facility called the Augmented Reality Test Chamber. The Augmented Reality Combat Measurement System waiting for them is designed to gauge every cadet's combat prowess through virtual battles against AR-generated opponents. Jae-hoon listens closely, realizing Seo isn't planning on taking it easy on them. Usually, the objective would be to clear the mobs materialized by the drones while learning their attack patterns, but this time, the focus is purely on evaluating their evasion skills, since it's an endurance trial. However, if they manage to actually take down the monsters, they'll rack up some serious bonus points. Seo then hands out some gear that looks like high-tech headsets, and when Yu-yoon asks about them, Jae-hoon explains they're receivers that analyze and record the entire combat simulation. After giving Jae-hoon a nod for being spot on, Seo adds that the receiver is what implements the augmented reality. It directly stimulates your brain, using the projectors to create a hyper-realistic illusion of an actual monster. Drone cameras project 3D images directly onto your field of vision, making it feel like the monsters are really there. The reason we use this kind of tech is for safety, to avoid any cadets getting actually wrecked. But, Seo clarifies, the receiver stimulates the brain so that you can still feel about 20% of the pain from an enemy's attack. The point isn't to traumatize you cadets, but to instill a healthy dose of caution to boost your survivability in real dungeons. Seo explains that the AR system has a total of 100 levels, but you'll only be tested up to level 10. The trial will be conducted in parties of 4, and you'll be grouped up and called in order now. Before the trial kicks off, the parties are formed. Party 3 has 2 warriors and 2 mages, which includes both Jaehyun and Sujok. Jaejun figures it's a pretty balanced comp. While he's thinking it over, Sujok calls out to him, asking if he's Jaejun. Our guy confirms he is, so Sujok says he heard Jaejun snagged the top spot in the freshman rankings, but something doesn't add up. He wonders how a mage could possibly rank first, and he's convinced there's some special trick behind it. So, he demands that Jaejun show him his secret. After a beat, Jaejun asks if he's ever considered the possibility that there is no secret. Sujok just scoffs and says, in that case, he'll just have to expose him, even if it means using force. Getting hyped, Jaejun grins and asks why he didn't just say from the start that he wanted to throw down. Sujok, who's grinning right back, says he's glad they're on the same page. The other two girls on their team start to freak out, and one of them asks, "Why are they acting like this? We're supposed to be in the same party." The shorter girl worries if they're going to be okay and tries to break them up, but just then, Instructor Seo calls their party to the field. As they step into the arena, the system initiates a 5-second countdown and announces their opponent, a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior materializes in a flash of light, and Sujok immediately decides to fall back and create some distance. But before he can even take a step, Jaejun blitzes forward at an insane speed, shocking the rest of the party. The girls shout at him, trying to warn him about the danger. Totally shocked, Soo-hyuk blurts out, "What the hell is he doing?" and is wondering what a squishy mage like Jaejun thinks he's going to accomplish on the front lines. As Jaejun moves to the vanguard, he wonders why he's still getting this kind of trash talk from noobs, but decides it's the perfect time to flex a little of his real power. After channeling some raw mana into his fists, our boy one-shots the skeleton, shattering its skull with a single punch, leaving everyone else just staring, completely dumbfounded. Even Seogon and everyone in the peanut gallery are watching with their jaws on the floor. A moment later, a few more skeleton warriors spawn in, but Jaejun just keeps rolling, smashing another nearby skeleton warrior with a knee strike. As he lands, he activates one of his active skills called Mana Weapon. Mana Weapon is a unique skill that no ordinary mage could ever use because it's an ability that lets a caster deal direct physical damage. It's totally useless for mages, since they don't do close-quarters combat, but our boy is built different. Soo-hyuk just stares and calls Jaejun a total psycho. The other girls still can't believe what they're seeing, and the system announces that they've completely cleared Level 1 of the AR evasion trial, awarding bonus points with Jaejun getting 100% of the contribution. Stage 2 of the trial kicks off, and they're facing a monster called a Draugr. The sight of the beast actually gets Jaejun a little hyped. He smirks at the monster. Well, it's been a while. After a blur of intense combat and shattered terrain, the system announces that they've completed Level 10 of the AR evasion trial. As the system congratulates them for smashing the record for the fastest clear time, Soo-hyuk is muttering about how this is completely impossible. Meanwhile, Jaejun thinks his performance wasn't half bad and that his body has felt way lighter ever since he started using the combat technique Lady Soyun taught him. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk gets right in his face and demands to know what kind of dirty trick or exploit he just used. But Jaejun just explains that what you see is what you get. Soo-hyuk isn't having it though. Protesting that it was already bad enough, he broke formation and left the safety of the backline, but to completely solo clear the entire enemy wave by himself? That just makes his performance insane. He insists that pulling off a stunt like that is impossible without some kind of cheat, but Jaejun just repeats that he's got nothing to say because he has nothing to hide. When Soo-hyuk keeps pressing him, our boy tells him not to make him say it again and steps right up to him, offering Soo-hyuk a chance to check his stats right here and now, if he's really that curious. The move totally spooks Soo-hyuk, and he calls Jaejun a bastard. But before anything can go down, Instructor Suk-P asks the two of them if there's a problem. The instructor's intervention completely kills the rising tension, and Soo-hyuk is probably wishing there were no instructors around. Our boy finally turns to leave. Soo-hyuk calls out, "Don't think this means you've won." So our boy shoots back, "I don't feel like I lost either." Before Jaejun can actually leave, Soo-hyuk challenges him to a duel at the Mila's Academy Festival, but Jaejun just shuts him down because he's already made plans with someone else. Sometime later, Hoyeon remembers how Jaejun turned down Soo-hyuk's challenge for the Mila's Academy Festival because he had already made plans to fight times him asterisk. He recalls telling him that he'd be taking his nameplate back at the Mila's Festival, so he decides he better hit the training grounds hard so he doesn't let Jaejun down. Hyuk and some of the assistant instructors are making their move. One of the aides asks his buddy if he's checked out the results from the ranking evaluation of this year's stamina trial, and the other instructor is bragging that he personally oversaw it, and that this year's first years have some serious potential. As they start dishing about some magic class cadet named Jun shattering the record, which should be totally impossible for a mage, Soo-hyuk realizes the kid is more than just a high-spec prodigy. I mean, those flawless combat moves he pulled on the front lines? For a so-called simple mage, that's unheard of. When they get to the headmaster's office, Headmaster Jaijun gives them props for their hard work and says they should go over the stats from this year's stamina trial. Hyuk reports that a total of 3 cadets managed to max out their points: An Joyen, Cha Yun, and Min Jae-yoon. But even among those S-tier talents, Jun's performance was on a whole other level. The headmaster thanks instructor Hyuk for the intel and commends him for his efforts. On his monitor, Headmaster Yun pulls up the footage of Yeon, a smirk creeping across his face. He tells Hyuk to continue keeping him in the loop on Yeon's activities and stats, and to ping him immediately if he starts showing any anomalies. Hyuk, of course, agrees. The headmaster tells everyone to keep grinding and to get the other instructors prepped for the next big evaluation. A little while later, Yeon is back in the AR evasion simulation, finally clearing stage 27. Stage 27 seems to be his current cap, and that's a difficulty that a full party of 6 C-rank raiders would struggle to clear, meaning his combat power is already on par with a whole squad. Turns out the next big event for the freshman is the dungeon practicum, and Yeon decides it's time to start his prep. He remembers the dungeon practicum incident, one of the most infamous and tragic events in Mills Academy history, where countless cadets were wiped out. He and his party got caught in the middle of that mess, and in the end, he was the only survivor from his squad. And even though he had to listen to everyone saying he should have been the one to die, he couldn't bring himself to drop out of Mills Academy. He refused to let down the people who had faith in him. Soon after, our boy hits up the item shop to gear up. When he's done, he wonders if this timeline will actually be different. He couldn't protect a single person. He lived such a pathetic life before, as expendable as a low-grade, single-use potion. But he has zero plans to run that same garbage scenario again. Living a life full of regrets once was more than enough. The day before the dungeon practicum is set to kick off, the students are in class like normal, just wrapping up their daily schedule. As soon as class is dismissed, Yu-Yun and Inja run up to Yeon, with Yu-Yun asking what the game plan is for tomorrow, since it's, like, their first ever dungeon dive. Inja admits she was so stressed she barely slept last night, so Yeon just tells them that every rookie feels the same way before their first real dungeon crawl. His chill vibe surprises Yu-Yun, and she teases him, like, "Oh, so this isn't times your time's first time? Did you used to just stroll through dungeons for fun or something?" He deadpans back. "I don't know about dungeons, but I've run into a few mobs before. In fact, there's one staring me down right now. That totally sets Yu-Yun off, and she starts spouting nonsense while playfully smacking him with her fists. Inja watches them from the side, a smile breaking out over their goofy antics. Finally, Yeon offers the girls something he's holding, and they look kinda suspicious. Yu-Yun's like, "What's this, a peace offering?" Our boy tells them he grabbed some extra potions when he was buying his own, and says to use them if they get into a pinch. Yu-Yun finally relents, saying she'll forgive him times time because of the nice gesture, and Inja promises to put it to good use. Our MC knows he only survived the practicum last time because of a lucky stat roll, but this time, he's clearing it with pure skill. On the morning of the dungeon practicum, Yeon spends some time doing his mana circulation warm-ups. Pre-dungeon prep is crucial, no matter how massive a mage's mana pool is. If you just start spamming high-tier spells out of nowhere, you're gonna get hit with a nasty case of mana backlash. If your mana flow reverses while casting, it can seriously mess up your body. A mage who frequently uses high-tier spells is super susceptible to mana backlash, and Yeon knows that Chain Lightning and Sacrifice are both top-tier skills. Besides those, he's not sure what rank this dungeon dive is going to be today, and for all he knows, he or his party members could get totally wiped. On top of that, if he keeps pooling mana in his core like he just did, he can use it to instantly buff his spells or reinforce his body when things get dicey. He suddenly flashes back to the time before he regressed, when the system notified him that time would rewind to the period the user most desired. As he's lost in thought, the Norner system triggers a main quest. Apparently, he's successfully returned to the timeline he was desperate for. From now on, he has to face the branching paths that left him with major regrets and decide whether to stick to the script or completely change his fate. The path he chooses could either save everyone or lead to a party wipe, and what he decides to do is all on him. The quest difficulty is unknown, and the rewards are a total mystery, but it all hinges on whether he picks route A or route B. And the kicker? He's only got 12 minutes on the clock to choose, and the penalty for a quest failure is a total mystery. Yes, June figures some new scenario just popped up, and the Nornir system is obviously trying to force a power-up on him, since the gods, or whatever constellations are sponsoring him, need him for their grand scheme. Still, he's clueless about what this Choose Your Path quest is all about, and wonders what they're cooking up. A little later, all the freshies gather at the Mills Academy's mock underground dungeon. Instructor Yan shows up to wrangle them and announces they'll be RNG'd into 4-person parties and have to clear it together. As the cadets start griping, Jaijun totally gets it. They all think the random party setup is totally unfair. Actual mobs are going to spawn in this dungeon, and if your party gets a lucky roll, you'll breeze through it. But if your luck stat is trash, you'll be stuck on a team of low-ranked cadets struggling just to raid the dungeon. As the grumbling continues, Jaijun shuts them down, explaining that their scores on this dungeon practicum will count towards their official midterms. Supposedly, only low-level trash mobs they can actually handle will spawn in this dungeon run, and Yan just tells everyone to give it their best shot. While she's talking, Jaijun deduces this is totally Chairman Yao's setup. Just like the instructor said, most of the mobs that spawn here are low tier. But if this plays out like his previous timeline, a boss-level monster is going to get mixed in. He remembers the D-rank boss mob, the Kobold Lord, and while it's not a tough opponent for him now, he has zero plans to play along with Jaehun's scheme, except that the little exploit Jaehun is leaving open in this dungeon practical could be the perfect opening to finish him for good. A moment later, Jaijun announces it's time for the cadets to step up and draw lots for their party assignments one by one. After the draw, Jaejun and Aina end up in the same party, and our boy tells Aina he's glad to have someone he knows on the squad, and she agrees. He's just stoked there's someone in his party he can actually talk to, especially someone who's actually a skilled awakened. As he starts to theory-craft a strategy, he's shocked to see his other 2 party members. The girl introduces herself as Kim Jina, a warrior class, and the guy introduces himself as Park Sungu, also a warrior. Sungu cheerfully asks if they're all on party 3, but Jaeyoon's hit with a flashback these 2 were his party members in his past life, and they ended up getting totally wiped by the boss mob after telling him to escape while they held the line. Suddenly, it clicks for our MC what the Nornir system meant by choose your path, and he can see the quest options floating right in front of him. As the 2 new warriors step forward, our boy realizes this was the scenario the Nornir system wanted all along. He shakes it off and introduces himself as Jaeyoon, then introduces Aina too, since she's obviously too shy to do it herself. Sungu finds Ina's shyness kinda cute, but he's sure they'll all get along once their party gets some synergy going. And Gina agrees, saying their party chemistry will be great. Our MC realizes these 2 warriors are exactly the same as they were in his past life, and he's happy to see how friendly they are with Aina. Once the intros are out of the way, Jaeyoon suggests they map out a strategy first. The other 2 are totally on board, and one of them nominates Jaeyoon as the party leader. With the hidden quest from the Nornir system still fresh in his mind, our boy sits them down to brief them on the plan. He warns them not to let their guard down no matter what spawns in the dungeon, because if the tanks and the front line start to crumble, the whole party is going to get wiped. The 2 warriors are impressed by Jaeyoon's tactical mind, and Sungu says this is exactly what you expect from the guy who ranked first in the freshman hunt. Sungu realizes this raid strategy is no joke, and says he's memorized all 6 phases of the plan, and Aina chimes in that she has too. A moment later, Instructor Yujan steps forward to announce that their strategy session is over. From this point on, the dungeon practicum will officially begin, and she calls for all party leaders to step forward. Jaeyoon steps up, and when he glances to his side, he sees Joyeon approaching as the leader of Party 4, the same party Yuyoung is in. He's actually glad Won is the party leader, because that means Yuyoon won't get wrecked. As the designated leaders step up, Jaehoon tells the party leaders they're good to go, and to guide their teams into their assigned dungeons, wishing them good luck. A moment later, Won leads his party into their designated dungeon. One of the members notes how damp the place is, with a nasty, moldy smell, making him realize what a real-life dungeon crawl feels like. Yuyoon asks the others if they'll probably run into kobolds since it's an underground-type dungeon, and their other male party member agrees, saying it's a safe bet since he heard underground dungeons are loaded with ore. Getting all excited, Yuyoon hopes there are some diamond drops somewhere, but as she's talking, she freezes up, sensing something. And Won immediately shouts that they've got incoming, telling them to get into formation. Yuyoon snaps into action, but the other cadets look way less confident when they realize they're completely surrounded by kobolds. As if being mobs wasn't enough, the kobolds are all decked out with mining gear. Won informs his party that kobolds are low-level mobs, but they'll be a huge pain if they swarm them. So he charges right in, yelling that they need to end this fast. Yuyoon unleashes a burst of her holy power and activates her flash bomb skill, causing a massive explosion that blinds the mobs and gives Won the opening to take them out. While the other 2 party members are struggling with the monsters, Yuyoon activates a combat art, Wind of Helheim, and casts her skill, Air Burst. She fires off several concussive blasts of air into the kobolds' chests, slamming them to the ground. After they finish off the last mob, Won asks if everyone's okay, and the girls say they are. When they turn to the other guy, Seijo, they see him looking like he's choking, so they rush over to help him. Yuyun's totally confused because she's never heard of kobolds using a poison debuff. When Yuyun looks up, she realizes the guy isn't choking on poison, but from a crushing wave of mana pressure that's hitting him. Standing before them is a massive kobold boss monster, and the cadets are frozen stiff with fear. Shocked, Juan stammers, "Why is a kobold lord here?" Meanwhile, in the dungeon assigned to Party 3, Gina confesses to June that she knew he was strong, but this is, like, on a whole other level. She asks him just how many mobs he's soloed so far on their dungeon run, but June just plays it cool, saying it was no big deal and he was just in the zone. Still, Gina insists it's a huge deal, because at this rate, they'll clear the dungeon without anyone even getting scratched. When June glances to his side, he notices Aina is totally spaced out, so he takes her hand and asks if being around other people still makes her nervous. She admits it does, and June realizes she's seriously shy. Then again, there were rumors that no one had ever seen Aina speak more than 3 words at a time. As they push forward, the party stumbles into a room packed with rare minerals. Our guy realizes this is completely different from the original timeline, and it's definitely gotta be Jun's doing. It dawns on June that his very existence has caused John to deviate from the original script. Suddenly, June senses a powerful monster approaching, and guesses it's the Kobold Lord, so he tells his teammates to switch to Formation C. They'll block first and then launch a full-blown counterattack. When John tells them to, "Yo, watch yourselves. This mob is on a whole different level from the trash we've been clearing." Sun Wu's getting a bad feeling, like a boss-level monster is about to spawn, especially since they were told only low-level mobs spawned here. Then, out of nowhere, something smashes through a wall and the cadets are shook to see a freaking Cobalt Lord. They're all like, "What the heck is a boss-level monster doing here?" And just as Aina is about to fall back, she remembers what John said about the whole party, getting totally wiped if any of the tanks in the vanguard lose their nerve. She instantly casts a mana shield around the frontline fighters. But Young-woo is struggling to focus with this colossal beast staring him down. Finally, John pops his taunt skill, and when the Cobalt Lord charges Sungwoo's shield, Sungwoo screams for Jaun. Our boy dashes in, channeling pure mana into his hands, and unleashes a massive blast right at the Cobalt Lord. Aina is totally floored by the sheer power behind John's spell, thinking an attack that big has to do some serious damage. But the boss monster just shakes it off like it was nothing. The sight actually makes John crack up, especially watching the monster's shattered parts just regenerate on their own. Our boy confesses he wasn't expecting this kind of dungeon anomaly. As it heals, the Cobalt Lord gives him a creepy smile, and John starts to wonder if a boss with a busted healing factor is too OP to handle. Suddenly, the Nornir system pings, identifying the presence behind the Cobalt Lord as something called Odin's Raven, which triggers a special quest titled The Raven Hunter. The objective: eliminate every last one of Odin's ravens that are messing with him and the gods against the Aesir. There are 5 targets, and it's an S-rank difficulty quest with a sweet reward of a blank card and a class up, but the penalty for failure is straight-up death. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Instructor June is reviewing footage of John's previous spars, wondering how a mage-class kid can pull off those kinds of moves. I mean, she's a legit A-rank mage, but the combat CQC John displays is on a whole other level. She figures the odds of John's Party 3 taking first place in this dungeon practical are sky high. Just then, one of the gates warps open, and she's shocked to see Cadet Seijo being carried out by Hoyon, as Yujun tells her that they have a massive problem. Still reeling, Instructor June asks what went down, and he drops the bomb that a Cobalt Lord spawned in the dungeon. She's stunned they even ran into a Cobalt Lord, because there's no way one should have been able to breach the instance, and she starts to wonder what in the world is going on inside these dungeons. Meanwhile, the TAs rush over to help Seijo, who's suffering from a mild case of mana poisoning, telling him to just take deep breaths. A moment later, Yujun asks Instructor June if Party 3 is out yet, and she tells him they're still inside. Yujun can't believe it. He's positive that John and Aina are skilled enough to easily escape a single Cobalt Lord. After a moment of hesitation, Instructor June calls Chairman Jian, who sounds surprised to hear from her, though he's got a smirk plastered on his face. She reports the appearance of a B-rank monster and requests a high-level rescue party. The chairman puts on a big show, acting all shocked that something like this could happen. He tells her not to sweat it, because he's sending a support team right away, telling her to just hold her position on site. But after hanging up, Instructor June gets this super bad feeling in her gut, and she can't quite place why. Back inside the dungeon, Aina and Sungwoo's stamina is running low. The system notifies Jaun that the presence behind the Cobalt Lord is, in fact, Odin's Raven. Specifically, 2 of them, Hugin, which translates to thought, and Munin, which translates to memory. Odin used them to gather intel from all the realms, which he used to rule over Asgard. Realizing this, Jaun calls out the Cobalt Lord as nothing more than a pawn of Odin, letting the ravens know he's onto them. The mana signature he's sensing is borderline B rank, and it's a regenerative type Cobalt Lord. Even though our boy has leveled up a ton, this is a seriously tough opponent. He wonders if he should just dip. Bailing would be the smart play. That's what he always did before his regression, always hiding behind the lame excuse of self-preservation. But that life was just one long string of failures and regrets. He sees this as his second playthrough, and he doesn't care if this is some kind of system trial. This time, he's going to be the one protecting them. Without a second thought, Jaun tells everyone to make a run for the dungeon exit while he aggroes the monster. Sungu's like, "Dude, what are you talking about? How are you gonna solo these mobs?" But before he can even finish his sentence, two kobolds gank him from behind. Lucky for him, Aina quickly peels them off with a few holy arrows, so he tells Sungu to just zip it and get out of there. As the kobold lord swings its massive weapon again, aiming to smash Jaun into the floor, our boy tries to explain to the party that he can't be the DPS and the tank at the same time. Just as the monster is about to bring the pain, Aina screams his name in terror, but when he turns to face the mobs, a shield materializes between him and the monster, tanking the full impact of the blow. Shook, Jaun looks over and realizes Aina cast the shield. She tells him she can help, and our boy knows from the look in her eyes that he can't talk her out of it. He wonders if this is another timeline change he's triggered. He then asks Aina to stay with him while the others fall back to the dungeon entrance and fill in Instructor Jun on the situation. When Sungu tries to protest, Jaun practically begs him to just go, so Sungu finally agrees, promising to alert the instructor as soon as possible. As the two of them dip, Jaun and Ina are left alone to face the monster horde. Jaun tells Ina he'll cover her from the rear, so she summons her radiant holy sword and starts carving through the smaller mob of kobolds, and Jaun takes that as his cue, charging forward to meet the incoming kobold lord. As he gets closer, Jaun notices the kobold lord's body is literally melting, and our boy stops dead in his tracks. He remembers there's a cap on how much mana a vessel can contain, and something is puppet mastering this monster from the shadows, overloading it with way more mana than it can handle. That thing has to be one of Odin's ravens, and he decides it's time to expose the spy. Our boy equips his mistletoe weapon. With mistletoe equipped, his field of vision expands, and the active skill, Mana Perception, activates. Because of this, he can now clearly track the energy flow of any being using mana. Using his Mana Perception skill, our boy spots the mana trail leading from the giant monster to a crow lurking below. Jaun is stoked that he found it, and as the monster attacks again, he activates his lightning chains, promising that he's going to make sure it's dead for good. Meanwhile, at the meeting of the Aesir gods, one of Odin's ravens flies to Asgard to see Odin himself. Hugin informs the Allfather that through the ravens, he's found the location of the Misteltein, the one that had vanished from the god's own armory. Frigg, Odin's wife, asks Hugin where the Misteltein is. He then informs her it's in Midgard, aka Earth, and seems to be in the possession of the prophesied adversary. That totally freaks her out, and she calls Mimir an old fool. But Thor, who's chilling nearby, tells her they're keeping a close watch, especially since they signed a treaty with the anti-Aesir forces. Freya, who is also sitting nearby, calls Thor out for being so complacent, reminding him how they lost Baldur in the last war, and how the thing that killed him was a branch of mistletoe, the Misteltein. After thinking it over for a bit, Odin tells Hugin to find out if the prophesied adversary has been in contact with the anti-Aesir forces, so he heads back to Earth to do it. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office, Jihan is still fiddling with that weird ring he was messing with when Jaun called him. Soon, Saki enters, and the chairman asks him how things are going. The instructor replies that it seems like no one has noticed anything yet, which pleases Jihan. He lets out another laugh, happy he made his power move ahead of time. The chairman is certain that Jaun will fall right into his hands, no matter how arrogant he gets. Jihan says that this is all for Odin and the Aesir. Back in the dungeon, our boy aims for the monster's chest with his lightning chains. However, the monster just grabs the chains, which don't seem to faze it at all, and swings its weapon to take Jaun's head clean off in one shot. Our boy quickly leans back and dodges out of the way to avoid getting one-shotted. With Ina at his side, he asks if she can provide cover because he needs an opening, free from the boss's attacks. So, she's like, "I'll give it a shot, but dude, she looks totally wrecked." Jai figures out that Ina's probably already aware she's at risk of a massive mana rebound. Even if he somehow one-shots this kobold lord, the chances of Inara suffering a critical backlash are high-key insane. He's just wondering why she's still going all in to back him up, no questions asked. In this second playthrough of his life, Jaun had made a hard rule. Trust no one. Period. After all, this whole system was rigged, totally brutal to the low rankers. But It looks like he's having a change of heart. He faces his opponent, ready to end this scenario for good. He's only got one shot at this. He unleashes a barrage of his chain lightning skill at the monster one more time, while Ina throws up a mana shield to cover Yun. Our boy blitzes towards the mana beast, and Ina, totally feeling the pressure, bites her lip as her hands start to tremble. The aggroed monster locks onto Jun as he charges in. Jun remembers a bro from his past life, telling him there's nothing more pathetic than getting wiped because you couldn't trust your party members. As Jun leaps at the beast, he signals Ina to make her move, vowing to himself that he'll prove his old friend's words right from now on. Jun vaults onto one of the chains, using it as a launchpad to zip forward, and Ina is totally shook that he can use that as a mobility skill. She wonders what kind of insane mana control he must have to even pull that off. Meanwhile, the monster lies in wait as Jun rockets towards it on his chain. But instead of a head-on collision, our boy just vaults clean over its head. In the blink of an eye, the monster swivels its hand to swat Jun midair, not even bothering with a full-body turn because that would be way too slow. But it's clear this thing is just being puppeted by the crow. Ina freaks, thinking Jun's about to get smacked down, but our MC just evades the attack and smirks, activating his mana perception. He traces the mana thread straight to Odin's crow's hiding spot and dives down on it, unleashing a full power strike with his sword. The impact is so massive, it actually shatters his blade. But it still did the trick, because the kobold lord lets out a piercing shriek. Suddenly, a system window pops up, announcing that the mana link connecting the kobold lord to Odin's crow has been severed. As Jun lands on the ground, the kobold lord crashes down behind him, and our boy strolls over to face the mastermind behind this whole mess. When he steps forward, Jun finds Hugin crumpled on the ground. Reeling from the attack, he demands to know Odin's objective, and grinds his foot on the crow's head when it stays silent. Finally, Jun spots a collar with an insignia of 3 triangles, just like the crest on President Gain's ring. He stomps on the crow again, demanding to know the connection between Gain and Odin, but the familiar doesn't respond. Eventually, Jun realizes the crow is just a mindless puppet, and it's useless keeping it around any longer. He finally lifts his foot, allowing the bird to warp back to Asgard and report to its master. Suddenly, Ina bursts into the area looking for Jun, but Jun warns her it's not over yet. She needs to watch out for the mana backlash. Before the words can even leave his mouth, she suddenly freezes up, and the Nornir system alerts Jun that corrupted mana has flooded her system. Jun clutches his chest in pain, and Ina does the same, but the Nornir system quickly purges the tainted mana from Jun, thanks to the purity of his mana core. A moment later, he finally stabilizes, and the system notifies him that his mana capacity has been permanently boosted by 5%. Jun is stoked that it worked and is told that he's successfully hunted the first target of the special quest, Crow Hunter. He's rewarded with 5 stat points, a blank skill card, and a level up. Once he's fully recovered, Jun realizes this whole situation could have ended a lot worse than it did, but when he turns to Ina, he sees she's in bad shape, and the Nornir system alerts him that his party member's life is in critical danger. Our boy rushes over to Ina, and the system warns him she'll die without immediate treatment. A little later, Ina wakes up, drenched in sweat with a splitting headache. She notices Jun is right there beside her and asks what happened. It looks like he was passed out, but he stirs awake when he hears her call his name. He's shocked that she's conscious and asks how she's feeling, and when she pulls up her status window, she's stunned to see her HP and mana are completely full. She's totally confused about what went down, because she clearly remembers suffering from a severe mana backlash. Eventually, she tells Jun that she's fine and asks how he is. He says he's good, and just dozed off for a bit. When she glances to her side, she sees the kobold lord's corpse, so she asks Jun why he didn't just dip. He tells her he was waiting for her to wake up, because he has something to tell her. She wonders what it is, so she asks him, and after a short pause, Jun tells her they need to get their story straight. Ina's face goes nuclear red because the Korean phrase for, "let's get our story straight" literally means, "I want to lock lips with you." Meanwhile, outside the gate, Yu Ju-young is totally losing it, grilling Sungu and Yina about why only 2 of them bailed. Instructor Yoon is trying to keep her from going full-on berserker mode. She tells Yu-young she gets it. She's worried sick about her party members. Meanwhile, Hogan's just standing there, racking his brain for a quest plan to get Ji-yoon and Ina back. Suddenly, the gate shimmers open, and while Yu-yoon is still throwing a fit, Jun and Ina stroll out, making everyone freeze like they've been hit with a stun spell. Jaijun's like, "Are you guys seriously beefing over them?" Even Instructor Ji-hyun is totally shook, because the inspection team told her those 2 cadets were 100% monster food. The mob inside was at least a B-rank boss. All of a sudden, tears start streaming down Yu-young's face as she just bolts towards them, arms wide open. She's bawling while glomping them, explaining how the instructor and the raid inspectors all said they were goners. She tells them she's so glad they're alive, which makes Ina crack a smile, but June is just like, yeah, I get it. Can you, let go now? Even Se-woo and Gina are getting misty-eyed, and when June clocks it, he gives them a nod, thanking them both for keeping faith in them. June tells everyone that their 2 party members dipped because he sent them on a quest to get backup, so they don't deserve to be flamed or blamed. However, Yu-yoon, still totally fired up, demands to know how they could just ditch their teammates like that. He just tells her he would have made the same call, so there's no reason for her to be acting this way. He reminds her that not everyone has S-rank courage like her, and tells her not to get mad on his behalf, either. That comment totally hits Yu-young where it hurts, so she lets go of his arm and gloms onto Ina instead, claiming she was mad for Ina's sake, not his. Cut to a flashback, in the moment right before they exited the gate. Ina had asked June if he was the one who used a healing spell on her, but he just tells her he knows she's probably confused. But dropping the whole info dump on her is complicated. He explains that he can't let anyone know about this skill, so she asks why he's hiding his true power level from her. Finally, our boy asks if she isn't even a little curious why a kobold lord just randomly spawned here and put all the cadets in the danger zone. He tells her it's all because of Chairman Go-jin, who's a total scumbag and thinks of the students as nothing more than disposable pawns. June tells her that the chairman's public persona is a complete sham and that he genuinely believes it's fine for useless as cadets to be called. Ina realizes that's why Jae-yun is working against the chairman and why he's hiding his OP abilities, and he confirms it. After a beat, she brings up some of the stuff he told her the day they went to the office. Apparently, he'd warned them not to trust anyone, not the chairman, not even an instructor, so she asks him just how much he knows about Jane. She points out that he knew from the jump that Jane was bad news and acted like he already knew the script for what was going to happen. So she presses him, asking how he knows all this stuff. He stays silent for a moment, and she practically begs him for an answer. But June is still quiet because he seriously didn't expect this kind of reaction. He knows her life could be on the line if she gets dragged any deeper into this, so he actually considers using his indoctrination skill on her. But he scraps that idea because her magic aptitude stat is crazy high. Since her mental fortitude is so strong, the skill might just fail, and besides, that's a seriously garbage way to make allies. Eventually, he apologizes, but tells her he can't reveal anything more than he already has. So she hits him with a, why not? June finally explains that it'll be way too dangerous for her if he spills any more secrets, and asks her to just let it go for now. Back in the present, Instructor Yi-yoon bows her head and apologizes to June for failing to rescue them from the dungeon, telling him she's just relieved he's okay. He just tells her it's all good, especially since she wasn't the one who sent them into that gate knowing what was scripted to happen. As June turns to go crash, Ina runs after him, asking again if he really can't tell her the things he knows, especially since who knows if another incident like this is going to pop off again. But he just apologizes again for being unable to tell her, and says he hopes she'll keep the promise she made. The second Jaijun dips, the Nornir system pings him. It's like, main quest, complete. Apparently, this was the first major story divergence, and the loot you get depends on the route you picked. The system tells him he locked in Route B, which is a totally different path than the one he took in his past life. For that, he gets a unique item called Idun's Golden Apple. A little while later, Chairman Yin is basically telling Sejin he's a huge disappointment. Sejin is bowing and scraping, apologizing to the chairman, but the chairman is like, I'll let it slide this one time, but makes it clear he can't stand having a useless F-rank on his team. With this seriously creepy look on his face, Jin turns to the instructor and is all, you get what I'm putting down? Shaking in his boots, Seok Jin swears he won't fail him again, and Jin is just like, you better not. The chairman orders Se-jin to absolutely dominate Jun in the upcoming ranking event before he loses his patience completely. The next morning, our boy hops in for a quick shower, and seeing his gear reminds him of how Ina went through that nasty mana overload. Before his regression, Kim Yoo-jung died, and Anjan never even reached half of his potential, so he knows he has to step in to fix the timeline. But he figures he doesn't need to meddle with Ina's business, since she's destined to be an S-ranker even without his help. He decides he's got to be super careful with how he interacts with her, because he has no idea how it'll mess with the main scenario. Finally, he crashes on the couch and flips on the TV, hoping to find something that's not total garbage. While he's scrolling through the news, he realizes he needs to figure out the connection between the Gaiyane and the Aesir factions, like yesterday. What went down in that dungeon was just the tutorial level. There are definitely going to be way more high-risk scenarios popping up, and he knows he needs to grind and level up so he can handle whatever the system throws at him. As he's watching, he catches a news anchor asking some expert about different types of dungeons out there, besides the standard monster clearing gates everyone knows. The expert on the show explains that there are themed dungeons, and you can't just raid them like a normal dungeon where you just gank the final boss to clear it. When the anchor asks what else makes a themed dungeon special, the guy explains that the biggest difference is you can't log out of the dungeon until you've cleared the main quest. And just like that, our boy remembers these themed gates from his past life, and a light bulb goes off. The expert goes on, saying that raiders who want to tackle these themed dungeons have to basically become a character in that world and meet specific scenario conditions. You could almost think of it like a full-dive RPG. And what raiders are grinding for in these dungeons is the chance to score some rare-grade artifacts. Apparently, there's a hidden piece that raiders call God's handiwork. And this single item is the whole reason why raiding parties are so desperate to clear these insane difficulty dungeons. After hearing that, a grin spreads across John's face. He realizes this is his golden ticket to get the one thing he needs most. Meanwhile, Ina's chilling with Yuyun over some tea, and she apologizes for making her worry so much. Yuyun's just like, "It's all good, I'm just glad you're both safe." She admits that John's personality is a lot to handle, and she was kinda worried he might have been a jerk to Ina, explaining that John is just always like that. Ina hesitates for a second, which totally sets Yuyun off, who's like, "Wait, was Jaijun actually a jerk to you?" Startled, Ina quickly clarifies, "No, not at all. It's just." She noticed that Jaejun seems to put a whole lot of trust in Yuyun. She's thinking, like, she'd be totally stoked if Jaejun could just trust her and maybe lean on her a little more. Finally, she mentions he might trust her if she just leveled up her strength a bit, and when she trails off again, Yuyun is getting seriously worried vibes. So, she finally gets up and proposes they ditch the whole Jaejun quest for now and go grab some epic tier grub instead. As Yujung stretches her hands out, she explains there's this S-tier spot she's been dying to check out. And while Sina just stammers, Yuyun just grabs her hand and declares they're going on a side quest to boost her morale. At first, Ina's totally shook that Yuyun is just dragging her along, but a huge grin quickly spreads across her face. Meanwhile, our MC is busy inspecting a legendary grade consumable item called the Golden Apple of Idun. This thing is a legit artifact, cultivated and harvested by Idun herself, the one in charge of the god's eternal youth and immortality buffs. To put it simply, chowing down on this thing instantly slashes your aging rate by 50% and jacks up your natural healing factor by 50%. Plus, it permanently boosts your magic aptitude and is totally soulbound, so no trading or gifting it to another player. John's mind is blown. Stats like anti-aging and a boosted healing factor are legendary, tier rare. An artifact like this has to be worth at least a cool million, but since it's locked to his character, he can't just flip it for cash. So, he switches gears and starts theory crafting all the sweet loot he can grind for. And he remembers a new A-rank themed dungeon is about to pop up in a theme park in Seoul. That's the drop location for the epic speed-boosting boots, Tiffy's Thundersteps. Apparently, they were once worn by Thor's own servant, Talfi. The boots give a massive buff to a user's dexterity stat. That's why every martial arts class raider was desperate to get their hands on a pair. Finally, full of hype, John takes a bite of the apple, and his whole world flashes white. But, plot twist, he realizes it just tastes like a regular apple. A moment later, though, the Nornir system pings him, announcing that the Golden Apple of Idun is starting to take effect. A flood of notifications hits. His stamina stat has permanently increased by 20 points. His mana stat also gets a 20-point boost, along with his aging rate and natural healing ability, both getting buffed by 50% each. On top of all that, his magic aptitude gets a massive, permanent upgrade. Jaijun is stoked. The apple's effects are totally OP, and he can already feel his movements are way lighter. He immediately grabs his phone and makes a call. A little later, our boy pulls up to the theme park in Seoul and realizes that, after his regression, the place looks kinda janky. As he walks up to the ticket counter, the attendant asks what kind of ticket he wants. But a woman cuts in, flashing a Lotus Guild card and identifying herself as a raider from their guild. She informs the park employee that a themed dungeon is about to manifest inside the park. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Instructor Jiun swings by Jaun's dorm to check on him, but the dorm manager says he's out. She explains that Jaun mentioned having something to do today, and asks if there's a problem. Jiun just plays it cool, saying everything's fine. She's silently wondering how Jaun could bounce back so fast from that incident, especially since he's just a freshman. Not only is the kid skilled, but his mental fortitude is off the charts. Yiyun realizes he's got the true grit of a top-tier raider. Before leaving, she asks the manager to have Jaun come see her when he gets back. Once outside the dorms, Jiyun activates her comms device. She makes a secure call to a team manager named Song Jizok Sunbainam. Jizok picks up right away, asking for an update on her investigation. She tells him she's confirmed John was at the center of it, Jisak asks if Sioki was the one overseeing that dungeon evaluation, guessing he must be in some deep trouble now. He tells her to keep tabs on both of them and to report anything unusual. Yiyun accepts the order and adds that she suspects another student, Min Jae-hun, the one she mentioned before, knows something about what's going down. Back at the park, officials are on the loudspeakers, telling all the guests to evacuate. Jaijun is impressed by how fast they're moving. It just goes to show how much pull the Lotus Guild really has. He flashes back to the call he made to instructor Seong Gwyn, telling her about the impending dungeon break. When he stated it with absolute certainty, she gave him permission to name-drop her guild, on the condition that he prioritizes his own safety if the situation gets hairy. He can't help but be amused by all this. She then clarified that it's not that she doubts his skills, but that no instructor in the world wants to see their cadets walk into danger. After all, anything can happen inside a dungeon. Back in the present, the Nornir system alerts our boy that the themed dungeon, Neverland in Ruins, has officially manifested. Apparently, a special item will be awarded for clearing 3 consecutive quests. A new special quest has been added to his log, titled The Big 3. The objective is to clear all 3 quests, which are A-rank difficulty, with the reward being Tiffy's Thunder Steps. A 24-hour timer starts ticking down, but the penalty for failure is ominously unspecified. John smirks. Everything is playing out exactly as it did in his past life. He remembers another raider showing up in his last timeline, bragging about how she could totally tell the Viking ship ride was a quest location. In the flashback, the lore drop says she was such a prodigy she could easily map out all the park's attractions, like the haunted house dungeon and the main parade event. Her name is Seo Ajun, a 16-year-old hunter who specializes in theme-type dungeons. She straight up declares that her cognitive acceleration skill is totally OP. To her, there's no puzzle she can't solve if she just uses her big brain a little. She talks about how hyped she was hearing it was a theme dungeon, and she's definitely not disappointed. Jun recognizes her as that self-proclaimed genius with a crazy 150 IQ stat. She was high-key flexing her own power and bragging about it, but she ended up getting ganked by some salty, envious scrubs. Because of that, the Thunder Steps of Tialfi artifact went to some random noob. This time around, John figures he'd better be the one to snag that unique skill. A moment later, the Nornir system asks if he wants to start the Viking scenario, the first of the 3 great quests, and he smashes the accept button. He's instantly teleported into the Viking dungeon, and the system announces that the ending of this story is being rewritten. As John warps out, Ayun appears right near his last known coordinates. A moment later, our boy achieves full synchronization with the dungeon's main character and is told he's now playing as the Incarnation, Thialfi, a warrior who survived the Viking invasion. The first of the 3 great scenarios, Thialfi's Grudge, is immediately added to his theme quest log. The lore drop on Thialfi's Grudge is this. Thor, the god of thunder, was jealous of Thialfi's insane speed stat, so he kidnapped his younger sister, Roskva, as a hostage to force Thialfi into servitude. Our boy has to fully embody the role of Thialfi and rescue his little sister, Roskva, to clear the quest and resolve the grudge. The quest difficulty is a solid B rank, and the reward is an active skill called Commander's Shout. The failure conditions are the death of Roskva or the death of his character, Thialfi, but the failure penalty for him is straight-up permadeath. The character bio reads, Thialfi, servant to the thunder god Thor and the fastest being in all the 9 realms. He was originally human, but he started to despise the Aesir gods after his family was wiped out by Vikings who worshipped them. John is totally shocked to learn that Thialfi hates the Aesir, because that's a major deviation from the original myth, and he wonders if this is another hidden scenario, a conflict between the Aesir and the Nornir system. Suddenly, John hears someone calling his character's name, Thialfi, telling him to wake up. When he sits up, a sharp pain lances through his head, and he's totally disoriented. He glances around and realizes he's on a ship they apparently jacked to go find Roskva. And when he looks ahead, he recognizes the guy who woke him as Frederick, the brains behind the whole "let's steal this ship" operation. Frederick asks if he's okay, but just as he's about to reply, their ship smashes into another vessel, sending a massive jolt through the entire deck. Before he even knows what's up, a whole party of pirate mobs swarms onto their ship, and it looks like they've aggroed something big. John has no clue what's going on, but it's clear the Rescue Roskva main quest will have to be put on hold for a minute. John immediately tells Frederick, "I got this," and just leaps over to the next ship, totally ignoring Frederick trying to stop him. When our MC nails the landing on the other deck, the goons are shook, but one of them starts trash-talking him for jumping straight into the enemy's spawn point when he should be cowering. They start running their mouths, threatening to gank him on the spot, but our boy just stands there, completely unfazed. Spotting a girl tied up mid-deck, He totally recognizes her as Seo, the same chick who was flexing her OP skills earlier, and he's like, what in the F rank is she? Instantly, a system notification from Nornar pings, revealing that the damsel in distress is none other than Chali's younger sister, Roskba. Seo Jun totally prides herself on her big brain intellect and her potential as a top-tier raider. She thinks she's a total boss, but somehow, she still ended up trapped in this god-forsaken dungeon. Just 3 minutes before the park's emergency broadcast went live, she'd told her friends she needed a bathroom break. Now that she's stuck, she's crunching the numbers and figures there's a 0.6% chance of a dungeon gate spawning right on top of her, and a 0.00003% chance of getting trapped in a themed one. After whining about her trash-tier luck, she decides to stop freaking out and start figuring a way out of this mess. After a good cry about not wanting to kick the bucket in here, she's hoping a rescue squad has already breached the gate. While keeping an eye out for them, she spots Jun just standing in the middle of the park. So, she decides to tail him. She's wondering who this guy is, because he definitely doesn't look like part of any official rescue guild, so she keeps following. Back in the present, Jun is internally screaming about why, out of all the people he could have run into, it had to be her. Especially after a system-wide announcement basically told everyone to get the heck out. As he's internally monologuing about his bad luck, the pirate mobs get ready to turn him into a human pincushion. But our boy just casually throws up a mana shield, blocking the arrow storm. While they keep firing, he wonders why he's always a magnet for total weirdos. He then channels his mana into a charge strike and wipes out the entire mob in a single blow. Eventually, our guy decides to look on the bright side. Even though Seo is a total pain, he knows she'll be a useful asset for this dungeon raid. Just then, a new, beefier enemy spawns and tries to cleave Jaijun with its sword, but our boy smoothly dodges to evade the attack. Since he can't just ditch Seo, he figures he might as well put her skills to use. After evading the first swing, he plants a solid punch right in the big guy's face, sending him stumbling back. He figures he's got to deal with this mini-boss first, and then figure out what to do with Seo. The rest of the pirate mobs charge at him, so Jaijun just tells them he ain't got time for this, so he just tells them to come at him all at once. A moment later, he's taken out all the trash mobs and walks over to Seo. He then tells her she can drop the Sleeping Beauty act. Jaijun asks if she's supposed to be Roskba, but she just sighs and admits she's been busted. With a smirk on her face, she asks if he's supposed to be Chali. Jaijun confirms it's him and crouches down to talk, but then he suddenly shatters the post she's tied to with a single mana-infused strike, making her flinch. With a totally unhinged look in his eyes, Jaijun tells her he can already read what's going on in that scheming little head of hers, so he warns her not to try any funny business. The threat clearly lands, because Seo nods frantically and lets out a little hiccup. A moment later, the system pings Jaijun, informing him he's cleared the first trial of the Big Three and is being teleported to the next stage. He and Seo are then warped back into the park, now sitting across from each other at a table. In Seo's eyes, Jaijun is a mage-class raider who moves like a fighter class. A total hybrid build. She figures he's around her age and has a seriously psycho. John finally broke the tension, straight up asking, "So, what's your unique skill?" Seo, totally stammered before spitting out that her ability just makes her a bit better with a sword. She was banking on that lie landing. How many first-year cadets are actually rocking unique abilities, right? Since she's got a pretty trash personality, she figured she could leverage it. But while she's busy scheming, John hits her with, "Nah, that's not the full story on your skill, is it?" When he tells her he can't stand fakers, she doubles down, insisting, "No cap. It's a D-rank ability called swordsmanship correction for noobs or something." After a beat, John just lays it out. "Your skill is cognition accelerant. It basically puts your brain into overdrive, making it feel like time is crawling. It's a top-tier skill for raid leaders and shot callers, but it's also totally busted for analyzing and getting inside an opponent's head." And when he's like, "Am I wrong?" she's totally shook, asking how in the world he managed to read her ability. Instantly, Jae-hun is on his feet, calling her out, saying he can't possibly party up with her when she's clearly still plotting to use him for XP. He tells her he's not some F-rank noob and starts to bounce, but she begs him to wait, apologizing with full-on waterworks. She pleads with him not to just ditch her in this zone, swearing she'll be totally wiped if he leaves her behind. Jae-hun asks how he's supposed to trust her stat points, and she offers to prove it. Hearing that, our boy gets this sly grin and proposes they make it official with a binding contract. She's looking totally clueless at first, but the gears start turning when he starts drafting the magical vow, Clause 1 of the pact. She is forbidden from taking any action that would debuff or harm Jae-hun. Clause 2. She must obey all of his commands without question. Clause 3. Jae-hun will guarantee her safety until they clear the Neverland-themed dungeon. And Clause 4. She can never ever spill the tea about this contract to anyone. She's totally freaking out, yanking her hair while staring down this magically binding contract. Apparently, it's enforceable using Jae-hun's busted subordination skill, which is a perk that comes with his indoctrination ability. He can maintain absolute authority through a contract and figures this is the best way to use the OP skill, even if it's a major headache. She finally agrees to sign it, and a glowing, magical chain materializes around her neck and arm as soon as she does. The system dings, announcing that Seo has been subordinated, and this debuff won't wear off even after the quest is cleared, since it's a permanent subordination via contract. He tries to cheer her up, saying, "Hey, it's not so bad. I don't have mind control or anything," but she snaps back that there's no way it feels good having someone else's mana signature in her head. When she says that, he's like, "Fine, you can nullify the contract. I didn't force you. I can just leave you here to be Monster Chow." But before he can even finish his sentence, she quickly promises she'll give it her all. Meanwhile, over at the Temple of Hell, a shadowy figure notes that the little adversary seems to be grinding hard, especially since the watchful gazes of the Aesir gods have gotten pretty intense. He says the Aesir gods are definitely going to be salty, and that he's dipping out. He asks Hell to be his eyes and ears, because they need to stall for time until the adversary is fully leveled up. Back in the park, Seo is trailing Jae-hoon and finally asks where they're headed. He tells her they're hitting up one of the main attractions called the Haunted Mansion, and she lets out a shriek because spooky rides are not her thing. So, naturally, he asks if she's already scared. However, she gets all defensive, like, "For real? You think I'd be scared of that? What kind of academy cadet is afraid of something so lame?" Jae-hun just deadpans. "Someone like you, probably." But when she doubles down, insisting she's not afraid, he just shrugs like, "All right, bet." As they get closer, our boy tells her to get ready to enter the instance, but she's begging for a moment to take a few deep breaths. Too late. A system window pops up, commencing second mission in the Haunted Mansion, and they're immediately teleported inside. They have to escape without breaking the 3 rules, and to make it spicier, some of their active skills have been sealed. Jae-hun asks Seo what her assigned role is for this dungeon, and it looks like she's the camera woman based on the gear she spawned with. So she asks him, "Then what's your class?" Our boy explains he's a horror streamer, and that it's been a hot minute since they've had a guest. Out of nowhere, a massive dude just phases into existence beside him and says hello. Seo looks like she's about to have a mana overload and faint, but the guy calmly introduces himself as Alfred, the butler of this creepy as heck mansion. He says he's in service to Countess Flendir, who instructed him to greet them. Just then, the system pings Jae-hun with the full quest log update. For the second mission, titled The Flendir Invitation, they've been summoned by Countess Flendir, the master of the Flendir Mansion. But this place is giving off a seriously dark aura and is hiding a terrible secret. Their job is to use the camera to expose the mansion's truth and get out alive. And the mission difficulty is A rank. The loot for clearing it, though, is an active skill called Illusion. The mission is a fail if they can't escape within the time limit and uncover the mansion's secrets. And the penalty for failure? A permanent logout. Alfred then smoothly invites them inside, saying the Countess insisted he give them the VIP treatment. Our boy looks a little on edge, but Seo is literally drenched in nervous sweat. Alfred offers to guide them to the dining hall first, figuring they're probably wiped from the trek. The second they step inside, Jaejun spots this vase with a super sus tag on it. For the most beautiful and foolish girl, Seo spots this kinda cute painting of a girl and her dog, and Alfred informs them it's a portrait of the mistress and her hound, Sean. Our boy clocks the girl's age, thinking she couldn't have been older than 12 or 13. So he casually mentions that the Countess must really treasure her childhood to put up a portrait like this. Alfred agrees that the Countess cherishes her dreamy and happy childhood, but he says it with this nightmare fuel expression that gives our MC a major case of the creeps. Eventually, the super sketchy butler tells them to follow him. As they trail behind, our boy's danger sense is going wild. He knows he's got to stay on high alert. The system gave him the whole rundown for the first quest, but for this second mission, total radio silence. Which means he's got to uncover all the hidden pieces himself. He glances over at Seo, who's totally bugging out, and asks if she's good, pointing out she was capping when she said she wasn't scared. However, Seo jumps in, saying she's just nervous because she hasn't adjusted to the mansion's weird mana signature yet. A moment later, Alfred announces they've arrived at the dining hall, where he reveals this massive feast Countess Flendir supposedly prepared for them, all while rocking that same chilling look in his eyes. He tells them to dig in, then does this slow-mo fade behind the door like he's just waiting for the poison debuff to kick in. Once Alfred finally dips, the two of them just freeze for a second. Finally, Seo says it would definitely be a bad idea to eat the food, so Jaijun suggests they go exploring, since that creepy butler hasn't respawned yet. But just as he's about to move, Seo tells him to hold up so they can gather some intel before they go. He waits, and she immediately focuses her mana, activating her unique skill, Cognitive Acceleration. The skill basically cranks her perception stats to the max, and after a moment, she tells Jaijun she's already discovered a few things about the mansion. Our boy is shook by how fast her info-gathering skill worked, so he asks, "What is it?" Eso says she thinks the master of this mansion is just a kid, around 12 years old. And when Jaijun asks for her reasoning, she explains that the chairs back in the main hall are all the proof she needs. The owner's seat is propped up way higher than the others, meaning they're a lot smaller than anyone who'd sit in the other chairs. On top of that, all the bookshelves in the hall were pretty low, and only the bottom handles showed any signs of use. Jaijun has to admit that it makes perfect sense, so he suggests they go check another area for more clues. Seo follows, mumbling about how she better get to keep the expensive camera she got. Then, Jaijun just freezes mid-step. Seo walks up to him and asks what's wrong, but he tells her, "Dead serious, this isn't the time for jokes. We're locked in here." Outside the newly spawned themed dungeon, other raiders and news crews arrive a full 2 hours after the gate appeared, and one reporter on the scene mentions that a park employee leaked that a raider from the Lotus Guild is inside, along with a high school academy student. Kyun-hun also expresses his concern about whether the two kids can clear the dungeon safely. Nearby, a hunter named Sunbae Nim, who was close by, starts cursing when he realizes his failure to enter the theme dungeon early enough will cost them a chance at a rank up. His buddy, Kyun-hun, the same hunter who showed up after Jaeon and Hoyongan dealt with the goblins, says there was no way they could have known a themed dungeon would spawn in the park. Sunbae Nim mentions that if the Hunters Association review goes south, then Kyun-hun could get demoted to a lower rank, even after getting that promotion from the Goblin Subjugation quest. And Sunbae Nim admits his own rank up is probably getting cancelled too. Kyun-hun sarcastically thanks him for the pep talk, and Sunbae Nim reiterates that they're going to be the scapegoats for this whole mess. He tells Kyun-hun to pull up the profiles on the two people inside, and Kyun-hun is floored to see it's Jaeon. He remembers hearing the kid had just enrolled at Mills Academy, and wonders out loud if the Lotus Guild already managed to scout him. When Zoom-benim peeps his expression, he gets worried and asks if there are only 2 of them instead of 3. But Kyun-hun just says he's confident this theme dungeon is about to be cleared. Inside the Haunted Mansion dungeon, Seijo is totally freaking out when she realizes they're locked in. She starts freaking out, asking Jaeon what happens if they get trapped in this instance and can't log out. But he just tells her to chill, cause this is a dungeon, and there's always an exit portal. Having no better ideas, she's forced to trust his protag instincts and agrees to keep exploring for a way out. The moment he's alone, our boy figures the master of this manor, the dungeon boss, isn't exactly rolling out the red carpet for them. Besides, there's no way a flimsy door like that could stop him with the busted stats he's rocking now. Plus, his past self had already cleared this place before his regression. So it's a safe bet that the required stats to successfully raid this dungeon are pretty low. It feels like there's some other hidden mechanic or gimmick involved. And as he's running the calcs, SO yells for him to come check something out. He asks what's up, and she explains that something's seriously wrong with the camera artifact. He thinks she's probably just overreacting, but when he gets closer, he sees the actual corpse of the real Alfred, the one who guided them here, sprawled out on the dining table where they were supposed to eat. He realizes the Alfred who led them here was a total imposter. Right on cue, a system window notifies them they've uncovered 70% of Alfred's secret, the first mystery of the mansion. Once he understands the camera is showing them things their naked eyes can't perceive, they both realize this artifact is the key to clearing this puzzle. Our guy deduces that if they assume the Alfred they met was a fake, then this screen is showing them either the present or a scene from the past. Since this is a puzzle-type dungeon where they have to unravel the mansion's lore, it wouldn't just give them a future sight ability, so he concludes it must be a recording of the past. She figures the camera is basically feeding them the mansion's secrets through a flashback. If that's the case, she realizes this entire feast is definitely not meant to be eaten. Jaeon finally gets why it felt so weird. He kept sensing a faint trace of mana, which means this whole spread is just a high-level illusion. Illusion magic is a classic, if annoying, dungeon trap. So, our guy places a finger on the table and tries to activate his unique skill, absolute calculation. For some reason, though, the system dings with an error. Skill activation failed. The skill is restricted in this zone. When he realizes he can't just cheese it with his OP ability, he turns to SO and asks what she's looking for under the table. She says she has a hunch there might be some kind of hidden device to open a door, because the only thing in the whole room that's different in the camera's feed is Alfred's body being on the table instead of the food. She thinks the trigger to break the illusion has to be right here. Her deduction gives Jaeon a flash of insight. Our boy immediately activates his mana detection skill, and as he focuses his senses on the table, he spots a faint aura of mana flowing from one of the plates filled with pudding. This confirms his theory. Sealing magic is fundamentally anchored to other objects or complex formulas. So to break the spell, you either have to destroy the anchor item or nullify the entire calculation. He tells SO that the illusion's core must be inside that pudding, but for some reason, she's too scared to go near it, haunted by the gnarly image of the real Alfred's lifeless body. When Jaeon taunts her, asking if she's chicken, she snaps back that she isn't and immediately shoves her hand into the pudding to find the key. After digging around for a moment, she finds a key, and a system window informs them they have successfully unraveled the second secret of the mansion, the seal of the Phantom Feast, and will receive bonus rewards once the dungeon is cleared. Meanwhile, the fake Alfred is scrying on the two guests from a crystal orb in another room, genuinely upset that they didn't seem to enjoy the meal. He mutters that they can't fail in how they treat their guests and promises that he, Alfred the butler, will never let the Countess down. He finally heads out to do something about it, laughing like a total psycho. Back in the hall, Jaeon and SO make their way toward a well-lit room. However, when SO looks through the camera artifact, the view is pitch black, covered in bloodstains and creepy children's toys. They soon spot a door through the camera that Jaeon deduces is the guest bedroom. When Jaeon suggests they head inside to see if there's a hidden clue, SO flinches, totally creeped out by the bloody scene visible only through the camera. But Jaehoon's like, look, we either find an exit portal or we're stuck in this haunted instance forever. She finally gets it, admitting that being a permanent resident here would totally suck. So our MC tells her to zip it and start scanning the area, shouting if she spots anything sketchy. After pushing deeper into the dungeon, Jaehoon starts hunting for quest clues. A second later, he glances back and spots this ghost girl in a glowing white dress, splattered with blood. As he cautiously approaches, he sees her face is messed up, like chunks were ripped off, and her mouth is literally stitched shut with some creepy thread. She suddenly points a finger right at him, and the fake Alfredo warps in right behind Jaehoon, but our boy is completely oblivious. Next thing you know, Jaehoon wakes up to some weird figure looming over him. He jolts, but then realizes it's just Seijo. She's all, "Are you okay?" But he just tells her to chill with the shouting cause his head is pounding. He totally called it. So he's clueless how they got nerfed. Wondering if this is just how this dungeon's script is supposed to run. Seijo fills him in, saying she popped a cognition accelerator to get a read on their situation. Given all the moss and dampness, she's guessing they're in some underground prison, and dude, there are signs of some gnarly torture all over this place. After a beat, Yoon heads to the iron gates, muttering that a key's gotta be around here somewhere. He decides to activate his skill, Silence, to keep them on the down low, then slams the door with a full-on mana-infused punch. To Seijo's total shock, the door just shatters like it was made of cardboard, even cracking the wall it was set in. When she freaks out, Yoon tells her to keep it down cause it'd be a major debuff if Alfred or some other mob finds them. She claps back, totally roasting him about silently destroying the wall, but he just tells her to zip it and focus on an escape route. As he's talking, they hear a dog barking, and Yoon is stunned when a tiny puppy just leaps into his arms. He's like, what the heck is a puppy doing in a place like this? Then he spots a key in its mouth. Seijo, totally bugging out, tells him to drop the puppy right now, but Yoon's like, why? It's just a normal puppy. Both its appearance and mana signature are totally standard. He figures it must have been trapped in here too, especially since it's carrying a key. Seijo argues that there's no way the dungeon would just hand them the key this easily, insisting the puppy has to be some kind of trap, but the puppy just starts growling at her. The growling totally shuts her up, and just then, the system pings, notifying our boy that they've received a new quest. The Flandier Diary. The quest objective is to get to Countess Flandier's room on the mansion's 4th floor and read her diary. The quest difficulty is B rank, and the reward is lifting the skill lock debuff from this theme dungeon. The failure condition is wiping before the timer runs out or just failing to complete it within the 2-hour time limit. Yoon figures that lifting the skill lock is a pretty sweet reward, and guesses Flandier's room must be connected to the mansion's deepest secrets. The whole party stealths their way to the 3rd floor. Yoon finally stops and admits he has no clue where to go next, and the dog just hops out of his arms. Seijo is also bummed because she doesn't have her camera anymore, but she cuts herself off when she sees Yoon has frozen solid on the spot. She calls out to him, asking what's up because he's seriously giving her the creeps. But when he doesn't answer, she turns around and sees the same little blood-soaked girl in a white dress that Yoon saw before. A closer look reveals her eyes have been gouged out and her lips are stitched shut. Yoon tries to talk to the girl, but Seijo grabs his shirt, telling him they need to bounce because they don't have time to chat with a ghost. However, Yun just brushes her hand away and asks the ghost girl why she's still here, wondering if she has some lingering regrets tied to this mansion. The girl just shakes her head, so he asks if she's here to help them, and she nods. Finally, our boy asks her where Flandier's room on the 4th floor is, and she just points in the direction behind them. Yun thanks her and promises to help her pass on if he gets the chance. Then he asks her to wait as they all turn around, and the dog quickly returns. Yun signals to Seijo that it's time to go, but she looks totally sketched out by the whole thing. Meanwhile, back at the theme park, Sunbanim sits with manager Sun Jermar and asks if he really said the Lotus Guild would take over everything related to this theme dungeon. Jermar confirms it, saying he can direct all the heat from the National Raiders Association and the civilians onto the Lotus Guild. But in exchange, the guildmaster, Yusungen, has requested a total information blackout regarding Ninja and Yun. Benim hesitates for a moment, finally admitting that it's hard to understand why the Lotus Guild would go this far for just one student from Mills Academy. Jermar says he can't disclose the reasons, so Sunbanim accepts the deal since they have nothing to lose by agreeing. Still, Sunbanim has to ask what happens if Yun fails the dungeon raid, but Sunai's got his back, saying the Lotus Guild wouldn't have invested this much mana in him if he was just some F-rank scrub who'd fail a quest like this. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Jaijun one-shots the last living armor mob, and Zio, who's right there, is totally bugging out, cause she thought those were supposed to be C-rank monsters. Jaijun's just like, chill, this is the shortcut, these mobs are total fodder. They push open the next door, and the system pings Jaijun. They're entering Flandier's chamber. Once they're in, the room's got some seriously creepy vibes. So, Zio makes a move to check the desk first. But as she's stepping up, Jaijun stops her, pointing out that putting a clue on the desk is a total noob trap. He's like, nah, we gotta check the spots you'd never expect to find, clues. After a bit of searching, Jaijun hits the jackpot. The system confirms he's found a quest item, a diary belonging to Countess Flandier, the original owner of this cursed manor, where she apparently spilled the tea every single day. The first entry he cracks open is dated May 7th, year 1474. Flandier writes that her skin is looking more ghostly pale by the day, and all the healer's attempts to cure her are totally failing. She's wondering if this mysterious debuff will take her out before she ever gets to see the outside world. Another entry from May 10th of the same year shows she's super hyped, waiting for her great-grandparents who promised to bring her a doll she'd been wanting from the city. Then, an entry from May 12th. She writes about getting a letter. It said her parents were killed in a bandit raid. The page is stained with her teardrops, and she's just torturing herself, wondering if they'd still be alive if she hadn't asked for that stupid doll. In another entry from May 15th, she writes that the funeral is over. She's now the master of the manor, the last of the Flandier bloodline. She makes it clear she's not happy at all, cause now she's completely alone, probably forever. Fast forward to July, there's another entry on the 4th day, where Flandier explains some girl got caught swiping a flower from her garden. Apparently, the girl is around her age and, low-key, kinda looked like her doll, so she instantly took a liking to her. She says she's gonna ask the girl to come live with her in the manor. Then on July 20th, Flandier notes the girl said she didn't have a name, so she named her Sally. They started playing in the manor every day, and she gushes about how happy she is to finally have a friend, hoping it'll last forever. But then, an entry from September 8th. Flandier mentions Alfred just dipped from the house without a word. Apparently, Sally said he was probably in a rush and went to the next town, but Flandier is getting super anxious because she has no idea why he left. In an entry from September 10th, she says Alfred is back, but something about him is different. On top of that, Sally is acting real sus, hiding something from her. It feels like some major event went down. Jump to November 9th, and things get dark. Flandier writes that she keeps hearing screams inside the manor. Apparently, the cook, Selena, and her maid, Michelle, are just screaming their lungs out, like their throats are gonna rip open. She wonders if it's just a nightmare, but it feels way too real, and she's terrified. The page is literally smeared with blood. In the same entry, Flandier frantically writes that Sally and Alfred are banging on her bedroom door, and she knows they're there to zero her out, but she has no idea what to do. After reading the whole tragic story, the system pings Jaijun. The skill restriction debuff has been lifted. Our boy puts 2 and 2 together. Flandier was taken out, and it was probably the work of the monster that jacked this whole manor. He realizes the monster must have been a doppelganger. And when he turns to look at Zio, he sees it's actually a freaking doppelganger monster that's been tailing him the whole time. And behind the monster? A whole squad of Alfred clones, all of them monsters. The system chimes in, notifying our boy that he's uncovered the first secret of Alfred's identity, and has completed the subquest, Flandier's Diary. The system follows up. he's managed to uncover all the manor's secrets. New objective, escape the manor safely. Our boy turns to face the monsters, the little pup by his side ready for backup. The monster unleashes some nasty-looking tendrils from its body and lunges for the first strike. So, Jaijun snags the pup and flash steps out of the way. Our boy smirks at the monster. Finally showing your true form, huh? I was getting seriously bored with your little act. The monster lets out a chuckle, saying, "You catch on quick for a mere human." But Jaejun just scoffs back. "It wasn't that hard. I'm just built different." Turns out, Jaehun's passive skill, Illusion Piercer, let him see the monster's true form the whole time. Then our MC hits the doppelganger with, "Or maybe it's not that I'm a genius. You're just a total moron." This totally triggers the doppelganger, who roars, "How dare you insult me?" In a rage, the monster smashes the chandelier and blows a hole straight through the roof, forcing Jaejun to bolt out of the room. With the boss monster right on his tail, our boy activates his lightning chain skill and blasts it straight at the creature. It rips huge chunks out of its goopy form, but the thing just won't go down. During this time, the little pup starts getting woozy from all the high-speed dodging. See, the doppelganger is a B-rank monster, super dangerous because it can copy a target's skills and appearance, but based on pure combat stats, it's more like a C-rank mob. After the monster regenerates, it hisses at Jaejun, "I will devour you and take your vessel." It demands he surrender his body, but Jaejun doesn't even flinch. So the monster lunges, and Jaejun stays perfectly still, even as it gets inches from his face. The second it's in range, our boy traps it in another lightning chain, smirks, "How's it feel to be the one getting played for once?" The intense mana from the lightning sizzles the monster's form, and it lets out an ear-splitting shriek. As the monster melts into a puddle of goop, it whimpers that it was all because of envy. It just wanted to be human, too. Finally, the heat melts right through the floorboards, and the monster drops out of sight. With the boss mob cleared, Jaejun turns to the puppy and deadpans, "You're pretty good at that barking thing. Got a real talent for being a dog," which pretty much confirms the dungeon's curse turned Seijo into a pup. Our guy finally heads for the exit portal, but then he spots Flandier's spirit again. This time, though, she looks just like she did in the portrait, fully restored. She's got this peaceful smile and gives him a little wave, and Jaejun can't help but crack a smile back. As he pushes open the boss room door, he gives her a final nod, and the system window pops up. Second quest, complete. It also dings that he's cleared all the hidden objectives, and will be getting bonus rewards. Jaejun and Seijo are instantly teleported back to the real world, and our boy immediately pulls up his status window to check the loot. One of the rewards is a skill book called Commander's Shout. It's a party-wide buff that boosts morale, mana regen, and stamina. The second skill is Illusion, which lets him cast illusions on his enemies. Jaejun isn't super hyped about the Commander's Shout skill, since he's not exactly a support class player, but the Illusion skill is a total game changer he can use to control the battlefield. When he turns to Seijo, she's already fuming and tells him he should have said something, since he knew she was the puppy all along. She's all like, "I was so scared you were going to get wiped out." Jaejun just shrugs, reminding her that he cleared the dungeon just fine, but she's not having it, insisting she's still mad. Our MC just tells her to quit whining and get up, because they've got another gate to clear, which totally shocks her since she was hoping for a break. He looks at her, genuinely surprised, and asks, "You're tired already?" Since she hasn't even lifted a finger since they were in that underground cell. So, she claims she's got mental fatigue. Jaejun, though, is like, "Yeah, I get it, but he's sure it'll wear off if she just gets moving." Using his subordination skill, he commands her to walk, and her legs suddenly start moving on their own. As she's forced to march towards the next quest marker, she screams out in frustration, yelling that she'll never forgive Jaejun for this. After trekking for a bit, a totally gassed Sao asks Jaejun if this place is some kind of parade. Our boy chugs a potion and confirms that, yeah, it is, but he also warns her to stay sharp, because they have no idea what kind of mobs are lurking up ahead. Suddenly, a voice booms from the speakers, welcoming everyone to Neverland. When they look ahead, they spot a massive crowd gathered around a stage, and the host introduces himself as Bruin. Bruin rolls up, inviting everyone to his parade, and gives a special shout-out to Jaejun and Seiho. He congratulates them for successfully clearing the first two quests. So, Jaejun, not wasting any time, cuts right to the chase and asks what the final trial is going to be. Bruin explains that the last quest is basically a high-stakes game of tag and points to a gate not far off. Apparently, the two of them will have to outrun the mobs that spawn from it and reach the final objective. Jaejun calls his bluff, saying he doesn't think that's the whole story, so Bruin commends his sharp intuition. Finally, Bruin spills the beans. The tag game spawns monsters based on the number of challengers and their overall power level, Jaijun immediately realizes this is a huge problem. Based on his stats, the system will spawn way stronger monsters than before, and it'll be a nightmare trying to fight while playing bodyguard for Seijo. As Bruin finishes evaluating their power levels, he congratulates them, announcing they've been classified as S rank. Bruin is totally floored, admitting he's never had cadets with such high ranks before, and that he's seriously impressed, but Jaijun protests, saying, "This is totally busted." However, Bruin just wishes them good luck, and poofs into a burst of flames. The Nornir system pings Jaijun, informing him he's received the quest, Final Festival, and that he has to escape from Surtur, the fire-type boss, and either reach the final destination or defeat the monster. The Final Festival-themed quest has a difficulty rating of S+ rank, and the reward is the skill, Tialfi's Thunder Steps. The failure conditions include getting wiped out by Surtur, but the quest log says there are 3 enemies to defeat. It looks like there's a hidden quest to slay Surtur and eliminate the potential threat, which has an unlisted reward that could be an incredible achievement bonus. Jaijun is stunned that there are 3 of them and realizes something is seriously wrong. As they watch, another fire monster emerges from the gate Bruin pointed out. Surt is a being whose sole purpose was to engulf the entire world in flames, even before the first giant, Ymir, was born. The lore states that the flame sword in its hand is hot enough to reduce the world to ash in just a few hours. Not wasting a second, Jaijun starts booking it, dragging Seijo along with him as Surtur begins to incinerate everything nearby, raining down brimstone all over the place. Seijo, now totally bawling his eyes out, asks how they're supposed to possibly escape from that monster. But our boy just tells him he's working on a plan and to shut up and run if he doesn't want to get vaporized. The hellfire keeps raining down on their zone, starting to consume the buildings. Meanwhile, some cat-like being tells Hell that she thinks this is all his fault. She wonders aloud if she should step in and help them, but Hell just jokingly calls her out for being cruel, knowing she has zero intention of actually helping. Hell finally tells her to just let them be, because he wants to see how Jaijun will survive this one. Back on the parade grounds, Surtur is still unleashing a fiery apocalypse, and Jaijun is desperately trying to evade. He knows it's way too dangerous to fight the boss monster directly, so he has to avoid a head-on confrontation and find the objective. Seijo soon spots the destination and shouts it out, so our boy makes a break for it, telling him to just hang on a little longer. Our boy then activates his skill, Rush, which gives him a massive speed buff as he bolts toward the final destination. His plan is to draw the monster's aggro and use Seijo to reach the objective. Meanwhile, Surtur roars, "What fool summoned me?" and unleashes an even bigger firestorm in a frenzy that the 2 players barely dodge by the skin of their teeth. Jaijun curses. He then yells at Seijo to stay sharp and listen to him. He tells him they're splitting up but to keep running, ordering him to run straight for the carousel. Seijo asks if he's going to distract the thing, so he snaps back, "You want to be the bait instead?" Then he just tells him to run. As he peels off toward the final destination, Jaijun comes face to face with Surt and gives him a sign, calling him a bastard. The monster glares, then attacks him with a fire blast, but our boy quickly leaps out of the way. He vaults to the top of a nearby tower and taunts, "Surtur, how are you going to catch me when you're that slow?" The monster, completely enraged, starts spewing fire from its mouth, then smashes the building where Jaijun is standing with a single, devastating blow, but Jaijun leaps clear again. Meanwhile, Seijo is almost at the destination, but before he can make it, Surt sends a wave of fire to completely obliterate the goal. She's forced to a stop, totally confused about what the heck is even going on. Jae-hun is wondering the same thing. A moment later, the system announces the target has been eliminated, so the quest completion condition, aside from the hidden mission, has now been changed to impossible. Just then, Surtur calls Jae-hun, an ignorant little noob, a total fool, and asks how he dares to even consider himself a rival. Our boy realizes the only way to clear this stage is to take down Surtur himself, so he squares up, planting his feet firmly. The next time Surtur hurls a fireball at him, Jae-hun easily tanks it without even budging an inch. Surtur actually praises his impressive stats, admitting only a few people have ever been able to block his attack. Finally, the monster summons his sword and swings it at Jae-hun to see if he can block this too. But our boy doesn't even flinch, and gets ready to parry the blow. Nearby, Seo realizes they might actually get wiped at this rate, so she decides to activate her cognitive acceleration skill to figure out a strat they can use to help. While Jae-hun is busy deflecting the flame attacks, Seo calls out to him, saying she's found a way to cheese the boss. Jae-hun breaks off from the fight to meet up with Seo, which makes Surt roar, asking how he dares to bail on him. As our boy dashes behind one of the standing buildings to talk with her, she explains that they can use the water tower. Apparently, there's a massive water tank on the outskirts of the Neverland zone, and if they can kite the boss over there, they could deal some serious damage by using the water to douse his flames. Jaejun figures they could probably hit his core or heart if they managed to extinguish his fire buff. Seo adds that this has to be a clone and not the original myth-rank giant. She believes this version of the boss will go down if they destroy its weak points. She explains she'll use her skill to predict Searcher's aggro path and feed him the info so he can lure the boss to the water tower. A moment later, Jaejun zips out and starts sprinting towards the tower, but he's relying completely on Seo's callouts for the number of steps to take, which direction to move, and how to dodge the next AoE attack coming his way. At one point, our boy grinds to a halt. Surt calls him a weak human and asks if he's finally given up on running. Jaejun turns to face him and says he's not running. Our boy then taunts him, saying he heard Surtur is nothing compared to the Aesir gods, and that right now he's just a glorified gatekeeper, so he's in no position to be calling anyone weak. That trash talk totally triggers Surt, and as he just roars, Jaejun asks if he's actually scared of him, a mere human. Surtur's eyes are now blazing with mana as he calls our boy a little punk, and when he unleashes a massive fire attack, a huge wave of water suddenly crashes down on him. Turns out, Jaejun had activated his illusion skill, so Surt had no idea he was standing right in front of the water tower and not Jaejun. The sheer volume of water completely engulfs the monster, temporarily extinguishing the flames all over its body and applying a debuff. Without a second's hesitation, our boy leaps into the air, his sword charged with mana, and plunges it straight into the monster's core, slamming it to the ground. With his back on the pavement, Surtur accuses him of using a dirty trick, but Jaejun just shrugs, saying a win's a win. The giant warns him not to get cocky, because he only fought a mana construct of him, and dealing with his original form won't be this easy. A moment later, Surtur dematerializes, and a system notification informs Jaejun that he's completed the final quest of the Big Three, cleared the hidden route, and will get bonus rewards for an incredible performance, as well as an item called Searcher's Undying Flames. Nearby, Seo breathes a sigh of relief, just glad that the whole ordeal is finally over. The cat familiar watching them realizes Jay didn't even need a carry. It actually finds him interesting and totally digs his drive to grind and get stronger. But Hel chimes in, calling Jaejun a vessel. The cat isn't buying what Hel's selling, since she's the one who's always nosy about Jaehun's progress, and besides, it's way too early for the Aesir to get wind of the kid. But right now, they need to focus on buffing him up so he can get strong enough to take down Odin, the leader of the Aesir. Meanwhile, our boy gets a drop. The S-rank skill, Talfi's Thunder Steps. Talfi was a human who literally ascended to become the god of light. This skill will boost his strength and dexterity stats, and grants a sub-skill called Light Step, which is also S-rank. Jaejun is floored by how OP the gear is, but he quickly clocks a weird look on Seo's face, so he wonders if she's trying to pull a fast one on him. He pops his subordination skill on her, forcing her to reveal she got an item called the Scratches Seal, which buffs strength and grants a skill called Courage, giving a fear status resist and a boost to dexterity. While Seo is whining about how annoying it is that he used the subordination skill on her again, Jaejun figures he couldn't care less about any of her rewards, but he's way more interested in her cognitive acceleration ability. He decides to put a pin in duplicating it, since he can just summon her any time. A little later, Bruin shows up to congratulate them, but just as they're about to bounce, he calls Jaejun the Great Adversary, just like what Hel and the other gods call him. That totally throws Jaejun for a loop, but when he turns to ask why he called him that, Bruin just vanishes. Meanwhile, everyone is anxiously waiting for the dungeon divers to emerge, right until the barrier surrounding it shatters. When the two survivors walk out, the crowd starts going wild, but Sionbanim forces his way through the crowd, saying they need to debrief the survivor. He gets to the front, though, only to find that Jaejun has totally ghosted. To everyone's shock, Seo is just left standing there like a deer in headlights, and all eyes snap to her. When Hun shows up, he suggests that Jaejun might have used a stealth skill if he's an assassin class, but Sionbanim argues back, saying his contacts told him Jaejun is a magic class, specifically a battle mage. Meanwhile, Changyun is seriously impressed when he hears that Jaejun just dipped after pulling off a feat like that. A while later, our boy is stoked to see there are 0 articles online about his epic clear and figures the Lotus Guild must have pulled some strings to keep things on the down low. The way he managed to ditch the crowd at the scene was by using Talaria's Thunder Steps, which made him ridiculously fast. Another drop he got from the quest is Searcher's Imperishable Flames, which is a one-time use item that can imbue a weapon with the flame attribute. Still, Jaejun reflects on how this whole incident with Surt made him realize he's still a total scrub. He doesn't want to have to rely on cheap tricks to clutch a win against his opponents or scrape by without someone carrying him. He wants to become so OP that others are terrified to even approach him, and he wants to leave his weak past in the dust so he can protect his friends and family, so he's planning a major power leveling session. Meanwhile, class president Cha-rin accepts the mission to report everything about Jae-hun to instructor Jin-woo, promising she won't let him down. After she leaves, Jae-hun thinks about how hyped he is for the next event, where he plans to wipe out all the trash in his way. On the floor, he scatters photos of several students, their faces crossed out with a big red X. The next morning, Jae-hun finally explains to the girls why he was totally off the grid the day before. Ha-jong had just assumed he was ghosting her calls and texts on purpose, but our boy clarifies that wasn't the deal at all. In-hai, on the other hand, just asks if he's hurt anywhere, and he tells her he's fine. Ha-jong thinks he's got the worst luck, always getting into trouble, and wonders if the universe just hates him. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk strolls up to them, mentioning he saw our boy's annoying face over here. He tells Jae-hun that he won't be able to pull any of his stupid pranks this time, but when Ha-jung asks our boy if he knows the weird new guy, Jae-hoon just says he has no idea who he is. Pissed off, Soo-hyuk yells at them that he's Lee Soo-hyuk, but instructor Yesul tells him to keep it down, so he's got no choice but to back off. When Yesul gets up to the podium, she introduces herself to the cadets and tells them she'll be teaching the first part of understanding magical calculations. She asks them to give it their all, since she plans on being a really thorough teacher, but Jae-hoon can't help but notice she's pretty young to be an instructor. When Yesul asks how many of them actually know anything about magic, Soo-hyuk explains that magic uses the necessary calculations to wield mana and manifest a supernatural phenomenon. The instructor nods, and Soo-hyuk shoots a smug grin at Jae-hun, gloating that he answered the question. Finally, Yesul hands out textbooks with basic magic calculation formulas for D-rank magic and the fundamentals for higher-tier magical applications, which is their main focus for the semester. After handing out some textbooks to the students, they all start whining that the pages are completely blank, but Jae-hun knows what's up. When instructor Yesu calls on him, asking what's written in the book, he casually says it's in ancient runes, which totally ticks off Soo-hyuk. It also kind of spooks Yesu that Jae-hun could answer, because the book is a magical codex that can only be read by solving the mana formulas within. Normally, it takes first-year cadets a whole week just to see the text, but this dude cracked the code with a single glance. She realizes his potential is way higher than the chairman described, so she puts him on the spot, asking if he knows the meaning of the rune on the book's cover. Meanwhile, Jae-hun knows exactly why he can read it so easily, but he's not sure if the Nornir system is trolling him or if this is all part of the Aesir's destiny. But he tells her the cover reads, "The Life of Odin and the Fundamentals of Runes." Back in her apartment, Seos is complaining because Jae-hun, that jerk, made her walk so much that her legs are killing her. He was also seriously pissed that he got stuck dealing with the media vultures, having to explain the whole themed dungeon fiasco all by himself. Before he bounced, our boy had put her under a guillotine with his subordination skill, making it impossible for her to spill any secrets about his abilities. Even just remembering it makes her see red, and she wonders when this debuff will finally wear off. Then, it hits her that she can just go find him, which sparks a deliciously evil idea. A little later, our MC is reading the grimoire instructor Yesu gave him and finds it way more lit than he expected. He's learning that all the magic formulas and their very nature can be altered depending on how they're cast. This deep dive into the fundamentals will let him use a much wider arsenal of low-tier magic and will be a massive shortcut to reaching higher tiers faster. When he notices Yujin pass out from mana exhaustion, he gives her props for at least managing to decipher the book's cover. She whines that she's annoyed because she was the one who taught Jae-hun the basics of magic. But our boy just jokes, "Hey, sometimes the student surpasses the master." At the same time, Aina is hyped because she's finally able to read the first page. So, Jae-hun praises her for all the hard work. His compliments make her blush like crazy, so she hides her face with the book. Jae-hun clocks that Ina's been acting different around him and wonders if it's because he drew a line in the sand the day they cleared that dungeon. Outside the academy library, one of Odin's crow familiars is spying on the students and soon flies back to give Odin a full status report. Sometime later, Jae-hun starts a naming contest for his potion shop, offering a whole case of top-tier potions to the winner. So, Jo-young, Ina, Yu-young, Jae-swung, and Jae-hun are all at a table brainstorming, and they quickly realize this is a lot harder than they thought. Ina mentions it might be because there are barely any potion shops around, and Yu-jung starts to worry, asking what'll happen if the shop is a total flop. Jason explains that, for a raider, survival is everything, so there's zero chance a potion business will ever fail. He reminds them of their own experience testing the potions and declares that this stuff is a total game changer. This flashes back to a few days prior, when our boy was thinking about how a raider would do anything to get stronger. But let's be real, when it comes to getting OP, cold hard cash is way more important than just grinding. As a full-blown regressor, Jae-hun knows he's got a cheat code for business and investments thanks to his future knowledge. His main quest right now is to get Jaejun to join his party, since he knows that down the line, that dude will basically control half of the entire world's potion market. But then, out of nowhere, Seo busts into their meeting room and starts calling out Jae-hun for ditching his promise. He's like, "How'd she even find me?" But then remembers the system's fine print about the user and the subordinate having a permanent locator on each other, a feature that can't be toggled off. Yun then asks Jae-hun why he'd go and strong-arm a kid like that, but Jae-hun just tells Sue to take a seat so he can borrow her brain for a sec. A few minutes later, SOS throws out the name Heavenly Demon, but our boy uses his subordination skill to literally force her to shut up, thinking her idea is way too edgy and cringe. The other guys toss out some names too, but Jae-hun hates all of them, thinking even a low-level dungeon mob could come up with better ideas. Finally, Yu-yun gets annoyed that Jae-hun is even asking for suggestions. He hadn't even asked her, assuming her ideas would be just as lame, but decides to hear her out anyway. She suggests the name Elixir Workshop, and our boy's ears perk up. He remembers that Elixir is another name for the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary artifact that can supposedly resurrect the dead and heal any debuff. John is totally sold on the idea, and Jae-hun even thanks Yu-yun for saving them from their terrible naming sense, which is a total first. Sometime later, in one of Instructor Yesu's lectures, Yan answers a question about runes being the literal language and foundation of all magic. He absolutely nails it, which just pisses off Soo-hook even more. After the lecture wraps up, our boy goes to Instructor Yesu with a question about some text he was trying to decipher. When she sees the book he's holding, she completely freezes up, because it's a 4-star rank magic tome that even most of the Academy's instructors struggle to comprehend. At this point, she's wondering what kind of S-rank monster Jae-hun even is. Later, our boy heads over to the library and soon realizes he's totally hit a wall with this book and got zero useful intel out of Instructor Yesesu either. However, he's completely oblivious to the librarian sitting nearby, who's taking notes on him, and the fact he's reading a 4-star rank magic text. After bailing from the library, Jae-hyun goes to see his master for help understanding the 4-star magic text. He explains that creation is all about forging new magic, destruction is about nullifying and erasing magic, and amplification is about buffing existing magic. Apparently, the formulas and theories are so high level they're almost impossible to self-study. Up until now, he's been cheesing it with his Eye of Odin skill to understand the texts, but now he needs to grasp the core principles. When he finishes his explanation, Seong-yoon tells him that she can't just hand him the answer. When he's like, "But why?" she adds that he needs to master the concepts of the 4-star magic text on his own if he ever wants to break through to the A-rank raider level. Seeing he's still totally lost, she decides to at least give him a training method to help him learn amplification. She materializes a cloth sash in her hand and gives it to him, and Jae-hun is hyped that this will help him power up. A while later, our boy is back in the AR battle system room, grinding against mobs with the sash his master gave him tied around his wrist. He's looking seriously drained, and soon he activates his magic arrow skill, letting one fly at the monsters, but they just casually slice the arrows in half with their swords. Shangun had told him to just spam a single magic skill repeatedly while he had this item equipped. The item is called Glavenir, a B-rank artifact. It's a replica of Gapnir, the legendary rope that sealed Fenrir, which temporarily slaps a 50% debuff on all of the user's stats when it's tied on. His master told him to focus on just one skill and to analyze its magical formula over and over and over. When Jae-hun asked what any of this had to do with learning amplification, she just told him that was for him to figure out. Back in the present, Jae-hun can feel his whole body is heavy and sluggish from the stat nerf, and it's way worse than he ever imagined. A few days later, Yu-yun spots the massive dark circles under our boy's eyes and asks if he's even okay. When he claims he's fine, she calls him out, saying she can smell his mana-infused pain relief patch from 100 meters away and tells him he's basically been grinding in the AR training simulation for a week straight. Ina's looking pretty worried about Jae-hun, and Yu-yun adds that he's totally grinding way too hard. He thanks Yu-yun for the concern, but then drops a reality check. The exam is in 2 days, and he heard they still haven't finished deciphering the grimoire and might get stuck in remedial magic classes if they flunk. Hearing that, the girls totally freak and dive back into their studies. Later, our boy returns to the AR battle system room for another session and flawlessly clears trial level 41. The Nornir system notifies him that his understanding of the magic formula has massively increased, and his magic arrow's efficiency has gotten a huge buff, causing the magic arrow skill to level up to tier 2. Because of this, Jae-hun finally understands that amplification in the 4-star magic text means leveling up a skill, boosting his own proficiency with it, and mastering the magical formula. Jaijun figures he's now around the peak level of a B-rank raider or maybe even a rookie A-ranker, just like Sungurta had said. He reflects that they initially teamed up just to use each other, but now it actually feels like a real master-disciple relationship. Meanwhile, Instructor Siak goes to see the chairman. The chairman doesn't look too thrilled to see him, and Siak, trying to salvage his rep that totally tanked after the simulated dungeon incident, informs the chairman that the preparations for the guild experience event are complete. The chairman asks if there are any hitches in the plan, and when Siak confirms there are no issues, the chairman flashes this wicked grin, and it's crystal clear he's got some seriously twisted plans in mind. Outside, Jaijun heads deep into the woods and calls out to some mystery person, asking if they're coming to him or if he needs to go to them. A moment later, a bright light flashes and a weird figure that looks like one of Odin's ravens lunges at our boy, but he just casually sidesteps it. When the being gets close enough, our boy lands a clean kick that sends it flying into a nearby tree. Jaijun taunts the creature, saying it must have missed the news that its buddy went through hell the last time someone tried to gank him. Suddenly, our boy spots other creatures trying to ambush him from the treetops, and it's obvious Chairman Jain is pulling the strings for these things to have the nerve to attack him on academy grounds. Jaijun surrounds himself with a vortex of magic arrows and tells them they just messed with the wrong dude. He then unleashes the volley at the bird-like creatures, pushing them back. However, he soon sees something that makes his blood run cold. One of those beings turns out to be his father, Minong Jo, who says it's been a long time since they last met. Jaijun, seething with raw fury, fires several chains of lightning at his father, who dodges the barrage with ease. After evading his attacks, his father places a hand on his sword and unleashes a single, lightning-fast slash. Jaijun gets clipped on the side because he couldn't evade the Iaijutsu strike quickly enough, especially since he didn't even see his father draw the blade. The slash Seon-ho released carved a gash so deep into the ground, it would have sliced Jaijun in two if he hadn't dodged. After a tense moment of silence, Seon-ho tells our boy he was really looking forward to seeing him after so long, but notes that his personality seems to have gotten way more aggressive. Jaijun, however, just tells him to stop calling him son, because he never considered him a father. Surprised, Seon-ho says our boy must be going through a rebellious phase, but Jaijun tells him to cut the crap and just spit out why he's really here. For a second, Seon-ho sizes up Jaijun, acknowledging he has the power of prophecy, but figures there must be a ceiling to how OP he can actually get. Finally, he asks Jaijun if the resistance against the Aesir has made contact with him, and when Jaehun's face shows a flash of surprise, Seon-ho gets his answer. He sends a flurry of sword slashes to take Jaejun down, but our boy manages to manifest a barrier. Even so, the sheer force of the slashes shatters the shield and burns away part of his clothes. So, Jaijun wonders if this is the true power of an A-rank raider. His father tells him he's gotten stronger, but Jaijun still can't wrap his head around how he knows about that and wonders what else he's been hiding. He finally asks Seon-jo if she's dead set on taking him out, and he plays it cool like it's no big deal. But Seon-ho can see the great adversary's power level is skyrocketing, and at this rate, he's going to become a major roadblock to his and the Aesir's plans real soon. He decides to use some divine authority to nerf the great adversary's growth spurt, so he tells Jaijun he's about to take his limbs. Seon-ho amps up the power of his slash, launching a massive, world-ending attack right at him. Jaijun is totally frozen, completely outmatched as this overwhelming power rushes toward him, until it's mysteriously blocked by the very cat he was just vibing with. Seon-ho asks the cat if the pact between the seer and the resilient seer has been broken, or if it's just decided to straight up defy the All-Father, Odin. The cat plays dumb, saying it has no clue what he's on about, and Jaijun is totally bugging out, realizing the cat just talked. The cat then morphs into this epic female being and tells Seon-ho to bounce because they've still got a questline with this kid. Our boy can tell from the sheer mana pouring off her that she's on a whole other level than Seon-ho, and he has no idea what the hell is even happening. When Seon-ho asks if she really wants to make this a bigger mess, she nicks her own skin, letting drops of blood hit the ground, which then erupt into monstrous shadow hands that lunge at Seon-ho. He blocks the attacks, but the hands just get bigger and the hits get even heavier. As she keeps up the pressure, Seon-ho taunts her, saying Loki's gotten so pathetic he has to rely on some random human to finish the war between gods. But she claps back, reminding Seon-ho that he's also just a mortal who's gunning for Odin's throne, so he's not all that different. In the end, Jaihun's so-called father decides to dip for now, but warns her that she'll face the consequences of breaking the pact with the Aesir if she gets in his way next time. She's all like, do whatever you want, but reminds him she can take his head off any time if he messes with her plans, too. After leaving a playful little mark on his neck, She reminds him that the pact is strictly between the Aesir and the resilient Aesir. But there's nothing in the fine print about not offing one of Odin's ravens. A moment later, Seon-ho vanishes, and our boy, totally wrecked from the fight, finally collapses. The girl walks over to him and says, "About time we met properly." She introduces herself as Hel's alter ego, Gala, and says she's his personal observer and guide for the 5 upcoming trials. Sometime later, our boy is back at the academy, getting patched up in the infirmary. Gala tells him he can ask her anything he's curious about, and she'll answer what she can. He goes right for it, and asks about Seon-ho's true identity, so she drops a bombshell. He's not your real dad, and his true name is Hugin. Apparently, he's one of Odin's ravens, a mythical being that literally controls and feeds on human minds. Hugin borrowed the plane, power to manipulate memories from the other raven, Munin. Hugin has also been shadowing Jaijun, posing as his father to keep tabs on the prophesied great adversary. Our boy is completely floored to hear Seon-ho isn't his real father, so Jella figures showing him will be way easier. She just points a finger at him, triggering his suppressed memories. In a flashback, he's suddenly standing in his childhood home. He witnesses his father calling him useless and cursing the day he was born. This guy hated the fact he had his awakening, and ever since he unlocked his mana, his days were filled with violence and verbal abuse. However, his mother was always there, trying to shield him and stand up for him against his father. All of a sudden, he can barely breathe, and a thought hits him. He's forgotten something he never, ever should have. Then, memories of good times with his times real times dad suddenly flood back, the one who was always trying to sneak him candy against his mom's wishes. He remembers how happy they were as a family, and tears just start streaming down his face. As he stares at a picture of his real father, he just breaks down completely, wondering how he could have possibly forgotten him. After his true memories are restored, snapping back to the present, Jayla tells him he's finally free from the memory manipulation curse. With tears in her eyes, she asks why Seon-H did that to him, and she drops a bombshell. It's because he was born as the prophesied great adversary. Just hearing about some ancient prophecy and being labeled the final boss totally ticks Jae-hwan off, and he demands to know what this prophecy junk is all about and why everyone's trying to make his life a living hell. After a tense pause, Jilla starts dropping some serious lore, explaining how 10,000 years ago, the first Ragnarok went down, and that's where this whole mess started. Ragnarok is basically the series finale for the gods, the ultimate endgame event. During that first Ragnarok, the anti-Aesir Resistance Alliance fought like hell in an all-out war for survival, but they got totally wiped by the Aesir gods and their OP Valkyrie-led army. After the war, Odin agreed to let the surviving gods and giant POWs live, but only if they signed a binding magical contract. The contract basically certified that the anti-Aesir forces got wrecked in Ragnarok, and from that moment on, they were forbidden from harming the Aesir gods in any way and had to be completely obedient to the supreme ruler, Odin. Countless beings across many worlds have suffered under this BS contract, crying out in endless despair. That is, until the 3 Norn sisters dropped a game-changing prophecy. They foretold that in 10,000 years, when the second cataclysm kicks off, the weakest being in existence would be the one to topple Odin and Asgard, ushering in a new world. And that prophesied great adversary? Yeah, it's Jae-hwan. Once Jae-hwan processes that the Resistance just wants to use him as their Odin-slaying nuke, he asks, "So what's Odin's angle? What's his endgame?" Gala lays it out. Odin wants all 9 realms under his thumb, including Midgard, where all the human noobs live. Meanwhile, up in the golden halls of Asgard, Odin is seriously annoyed that he has to waste his divine attention on some F-rank mortal just because of a stupid prophecy. Heimdall, ever the bootlicker, chimes in that Jae-hwan is just some human scrub who could never touch their level. Still, since the anti-Aesir faction is making moves, Odin knows he can't afford to look weak. So, he grants Heimdall temporary authority to handle the situation. Hearing that, Heimdall is totally stoked, psyched to finally get off his butt and leave Asgard for a bit. Sometime later, our MC hits the training grounds for some serious grinding, replaying what Gala told him about the 9 realms. Apparently, Odin's already conquered a few worlds, including Vanaheim, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, and Muspelheim, and he's planning to steamroll the rest in the upcoming Second War. Back in the flashback, Jae-hwan asks the obvious question, why hasn't Odin just ganked him already? Jayla explains it's because of the prophecy's plot armor, a power so absolute that not even the gods can defy it. However, even though Jae-hwan is currently rocking that protection buff, it's not permanent. The effect will wear off once the second Ragnarok is about to begin. She explains that the Aesir gods will totally zero him out the moment the prophecy's protection fades, and then she drops another bomb. They've already killed him once before. It all clicks for Jae-hwan. The death from his past life? It was all part of Odin's master plan. He'd been a puppet on their strings from the very start. They took out his family, messed with his memories, and turned his entire existence into a nightmare difficulty playthrough. Hela then asks if he's ready for a revenge quest to protect what truly matters to him. She reminds him that she's the guide for the 5 trials, and that she's here to give him the quests he needs to level up into Odin's killer. Just then, the Nornir system pops up with a new main quest, the Path of the God Slayer. The objective? Receive the power of the anti-Aesir throne and put a stop to Odin's world domination plans. He's already cleared the Trial of Hell, but there are still 4 more trials of unknown difficulty rating before he can claim the blessing of the anti-Aesir throne. Meanwhile, Jaijun is pushing himself through some insane special training, grinding until his muscles are screaming. Thanks to this hardcore regimen, he actually managed to unlock an S-rank skill, but the backlash on his body is no joke. He's painfully aware that Jaijun is already in a whole different league, and he's nowhere near strong enough to take him on at the upcoming Millennial Festival. Still, he grits his teeth and decides to keep grinding, but a sudden announcement summons him to the chairman's office. Inside, Chairman Jin Huan is scheming with some congressman about how to weed out all the low-tier students, so they can funnel all their resources into the high-rankers. Jin Huan tells the politician to handle the logistics once they've purged the F-rankers from the academy, but the guy pushes back, whining that he can't because things already got way too out of hand during the last incident. The ranking evaluations and the Hunter Guild HQ are going to be up and running soon. Jaijun can tell this congressman is a total low ranker and wonders if he should just ice this scrub too. He hits him up, letting him know the prep is done. They're going to artificially rip open a gate for the guild's field exercise in a few days. That totally piques the congressman's interest, so he offers to wire the nation's support funds directly to Mills, just like they discussed. A little later, Hoyong, still totally shook from that gnarly experience in the semi-plane, is stressing about why the chairman is summoning him. He's got a hunch that the chairman was the one who invaded his mind back in that dimension, and the same dude who orchestrated the whole mock dungeon incident. As he's about to knock on the chairman's door, he decides to play it cool. No way he can handle this solo. Later, during a lecture, our boy flashes back to his chat with Gala. In the memory, she drops a bomb, telling him Odin probably knows he's made contact with the Weiss resistance, which means the Ragnarok event could kick off way ahead of schedule. Back in the present, Instructor Yesu wraps up her lecture and tells everyone to wake up the slackers, including Aina, because she's got a major announcement. She explains the guild internship is going down in 3 days and that the event will be a prime opportunity for them to see how top-tier raiding guilds operate and what kind of mobs they deal with. She adds that there's a guild handpicked just for them by Chairman Jae-in. Jae-hun totally hates the idea of going to some guild Jae-in arranged, remembering how in his past life he went to some fresh-out-the-gate E-rank guild and just sat on a couch before dipping. But now, with all his achievements, he's got the stats to go wherever he wants. He plans to hit up the Neptune Guild, since it was the #1 guild in Korea before his regression. However, Instructor Yesu starts reading off a guild priority list, which offers a high-potential student a chance to experience their guild in exchange for a special point. Yesu announces that Jae-hun, Yu Jong, and 3 others were scouted by the Lotus Guild, and Lee Soo-hook was chosen by the Neptune Guild. Yu Jong is totally hyped about the Lotus Guild, and our MC realizes this is why his instructor asked for the names of all the S-tier cadets. Yu Jong starts bawling because she's going to meet the legendary guildmaster, Yu Shang-in, and nearly suffocates Ina with a hug, but she has to pump the brakes when the 3 of them get an emergency ping from Hoon to report to Jason's workshop. Stat. When the cadets gather at Jason's workshop, June spills the tea on Chairman Jae-in's plot to basically eliminate the lower-ranked students during the guild internship to force a second awakening. Jong groans that the chairman's corruption is basically an annual event, but now it's leveled up, since he's literally gambling with people's lives. Our boy realizes this whole guild experience event is way more of a death trap than he expected. Joyen declares that they're the only ones who know about this, and the only ones who can stop it. Jae-hun, on the other hand, thinks they could all get permadeathed if they rush in without a solid strategy, even if playing the hero is a noble cause. After an awkward silence fills the room, Yong asks them why they're even hesitating when their classmates' lives are on the line, and Jung and Ina totally agree with her. In fact, Jae-hun is actually glad they're all in, believing their desire to fight and protect others is what makes them true raiders. Suddenly, the system dings with a new main quest called the Second Turning Point, where he has to shut down Jae-in's greedy scheme and save the students, with a nasty A+ rank difficulty. The mission has a blank card and a sealed magic scroll as rewards, and the Nornir system lets him know the Aesir resistance is watching to see what move he makes. Finally, Jae-hun suggests they all cook up a plan to absolutely ruin Chairman Jae-in for good. Sometime later, Instructor Jisoo is completely shocked when Jae-hun tells her he's already mastered a 4-star magic scroll, and she doesn't think that's even possible. Suddenly, she gets a major chill, realizing this student is dangerously OP and something is seriously off about him. She knows the chairman plans to use him as a pawn, but she doesn't think Jae-hun can be manipulated. Out of nowhere, our boy tells her she looks pretty stressed for a mentor who just shared so much knowledge, so he asks if she plans on snitching about all this to that scumbag Jae-in again. When she demands to know how he knows that, he hits her with his brainwash skill and tells her he's got a favor to ask. The mind control is super effective, and our boy confirms that his power level is way higher than hers now. Just as he suspected, his game plan to win this battle is to take control from the inside. So, he commands Jisoo to spill all the tea on the kind of dirty schemes Jae-in is planning for the guild experience event. 3 days later, on the day of the guild internship, Yoo-jong is practically vibrating with excitement to finally get a tour of the Lotus Guild headquarters. Shortly after, Manager Zung arrives to welcome the students to the Lotus Guild and tells them he'll be their guide for the day. He shows them around the whole place until they arrive at a location where the guildmaster, Seongun, is waiting to meet them personally. A little later, everyone's chilling around a table with some mana potions and snacks. Jung is so starstruck she can barely lift her head, and finally asks the guildmaster for her autograph, admitting she's a total fangirl. Seong signs it and tells Yu-yong that awakened hunters like her are what give her a real power buff. When the guildmaster tells Jae-hun it looks like he's already built up his party, Joyeon is like, "Wait, you know the guildmaster?" She drops the bomb that Jae-hun is her personal disciple, and Jong just about has a meltdown. The guildmaster explains she heard a ton about them from Jae-hun, and that he was the one who summoned them here. She explains that Lotus and a few other top-tier guilds already know about Jae-hun's corruption, but they've been powerless to stop him because of the S-rank level of absolute power he wields. Most of Jae-hun's unique skills are kept under wraps, and Seongun admits even she doesn't know the half of them. Meanwhile, some other cadets are getting a tour of a different guild, and this one dude, Seon Chan, thinks his classmates are a bunch of F-rank noobs for underestimating him or just being untalented. He's convinced he's on a different level now because the chairman personally scouted him for this, finally seeing that he had the potential to become a legendary S-class raider someday. Suddenly, a girl stops Seon Chan and asks if this whole place feels kinda sus to him too. When he asks what she means, she explains that a legit raider guild should have all kinds of training facilities, but this place looks like it's been abandoned for ages, like a forgotten instance or a deserted dungeon. When he actually looks around and notices the crates and cobwebs, he starts getting seriously bad vibes, and that's when their guide tells them they've reached their destination. When the guy turns around, they see his illusion magic fizzle out, revealing Instructor Seogi's face. Seogi hadn't realized the effect of his cloaking skill would drain so fast, and figures he has no choice but to kick off the main quest ahead of schedule. He instantly activates a glowing pink magic circle right under the students' feet and basically says, "Peace out." The students start to freak out and try to bolt, but their stats are frozen. Meanwhile, the guys are using the mana-infused map Guildmaster Seongun gave them to track the source of some major magical disturbance. But when they realize the coordinates lead to what looks more like an abandoned building than a proper guild hall, they aren't sure if they're even in the right zone. Behind them, Jae-hoon opens a mind link with manager Soon-wai, who confirms he's providing backup. When Soon-yae asks how he managed to master telepathy so fast, our boy just says he read a few skill books. Soon-jae is proud of his progress, cause linking minds isn't as easy as he makes it sound. Back at the Yonga Guild, Guildmaster Seongun detects a seriously ominous surge of mana nearby. She remembers how Jae-hoon told her that the guild Jae-hoon plans to use for his scheme is one called Kane. Seongun recognizes the name. It's the guild Jae-hoon founded himself. But it seems super weird because Kane is a guild right in the middle of Seoul, not far from Lotus. It doesn't sound like Jae-hoon's style to pull off a huge incident so out in the open. So, Jae-hoon lets her know he got this intel from a mole inside the organization. Back in the present, she asks Han if he's run a background check on the guild Jae-hoon established, and Han says he's on it. Han explains that the Kane Guild is actually a ghost guild. Ghost guilds are basically shell corporations involved in tax evasion and all sorts of other corrupt, off-the-books activities. After hearing that, Seongun suspects Jae-hoon's intel was spot on, but she still doesn't know what Jae-hoon's endgame is. To be safe, she tells Han to get his battle gear ready in case things go sideways. Meanwhile, the students enter the Kane Guild. Jo-jong is totally not buying it, saying this place looks abandoned, but our boy assures her this is the source of the corrupted mana. The mana signature Jae-hoon is sensing feels so twisted he thinks he might have to tell the others to fall back and tackle this with just manager Seong-yi. As they get closer, they sense the residue of some high-tier spell that was just cast. While they're scoping the place out, that pink energy flares up again, and our boy yells at everyone to get out. Now, before they can even react, they're trapped inside the magic circle, completely paralyzed. A voice rings out, calling them fools, and summons them to a place called Svartalfheim, the Dark Elf Kingdom. As they're getting warped in, the Nornir system pings Jaijun, basically screaming that this dungeon is way out of his league. Like, it's a total red zone for his current level and he needs to bail, like, yesterday. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf boss is like, "Rise up, my minions." The dinner bell's ringing and fresh meat is on the menu. The squad gets yeeted to Svartalfheim, and Jaihun's brain goes into overdrive, recalling lore that the elves from Norse myths were basically god tier. But their stats got nerfed hard when this place got turned into a dungeon. Joyun is totally bugging out, like, since when can Chairman Jane pull off S-tier teleportation magic like that? He's starting to think the guy's not just some rich old dude. Ji-hyun's on the same page, pointing out that no normal human should be able to hack into the transfer system of the 9 realms, which means some high-level entity is pulling the strings. They're all realizing how boned they are, but then, plot twist. Manager Sungjae just pops into existence. Sungjae casually explains that Jae-hun hit him up with a just-in-case SOS signal, and Jong is like, "Phew, we're not going to get wiped after all." But hold up. Sungjae bursts his bubble, clarifying that his presence doesn't magically lower the difficulty. Even A-rank raiders get clapped in the Dark Elf world. He lays it out flat. Drop your guard for a second, and it's game over for all of you. Jae-hun totally agrees. There's no known cheese strat for clearing this dungeon. At least, not in this time's timeline. But our boy's got a secret weapon. He's practically binged all the future walkthroughs for this place. So he flexes a little, promising everyone they're making it out alive. First things first, though, he says they need to find the other survivors. Meanwhile, Chairman Jane is having a little sit-down with Joyeon's dad, Mr. An-suk Woo, who's salty that Jane is breaking his promise to power level his son. Jane just smirks, telling him not to sweat it, cause Joyeon is guaranteed to take first place in the next event. However, Mr. An knows Jane is a slippery snake and calls him out, asking how his precious Joyeon got bodied by some magic class student in the rookie bracket. That's when the chairman drops the bomb about Jae-hun, a prodigy born with a 97% magic aptitude stat. That number hits Mr. An like a truck, and he immediately knows it's time to back off. Turns out, An-seok Woo used to be some big-shot military officer, and his government connections are super useful to Jane. Still, that's not enough for Jane to rig an event he knows is a lost cause. He doesn't bet on losing horses. Back in the Dark Elf world, Ina's about to pop one of her skills, Flash, to light up the pitch-black area. But Jae-hun tells her to hold up and casually casts a level 3 Flash, which is basically a portable sundae. Young's jaw hits the floor, so our boy explains he just leveled up the skill. Ina, being a D rank, is like, "Wait, how is that even possible? Since skill evolution is supposed to be an A rank exclusive perk." And Joyeon is just standing there, shook that Jae-hun is already this OP. As they push deeper, Manager Sung is having a full-on existential crisis, thinking about our MC's ability to level up his skills. He's never seen anything like it. Even after training a whole army of rookie raiders, he's secretly wondering just what Jae-hun's level cap even is. Like, is there a limit? After trekking deeper into the dungeon, Jae-hun calls for a quick break, and Sungjae agrees, since they've been grinding for a while. Jae-hun points out that dark elves have a home field advantage in the dark and can snuff out their light, so he kills the flash skill. Time for everyone to attune to the darkness. The squad chugs some mana potions that Jae-hun, ever the prepared MC, had brewed up for them, refilling their mana bars. Joyeon speculates that the survivors are probably past the fork in the path, so Jae-hun activates his mana perception to scan the area. His scan reveals the middle path leads straight to the boss room, but then times whoosh times he detects a projectile and snatches an arrow out of the air, inches from turning Ina into a pincushion. Our boy's absolute calculation skill kicks in, and the whole party instantly snaps into combat mode, realizing they're completely surrounded by dark elves. Everyone just stares, stunned, as Jae-hun casually crushes the arrow in his bare hand. Yong throws up a mana shield around the squad while Ina casts Slowness to try and debuff the elf ambush. He whips out his Radiant Divine Sword and starts going ham on the elves. Meanwhile, Joyeon pops his Polar Extremity martial arts skill, creating a perfect distraction so the rest of the party can get some clean hits. When he gives the signal, Manager Sungjae lunges at one of the dark elves with his dagger, going straight up a mana with it. Our boy decides to join the fun, so he activates his Chain Lightning, which is now a solid level 5, and zaps a bunch of the elves with his chains. According to the strategy guide for clearing Svartalfheim, the Dark Elves' weapons and armor are literally forged from pure mana, which means he can shatter it all with his absolute calculation skill. He tells Yu Yang and Ina to stick to fire-type magic only, so they decide to roll with it even though they're totally clueless. As one of the elves yeets a spear at him, Jaijun tells Joyeon to use a taunt skill to lock down the enemy's attack patterns while he just incinerates the spear with his flames. Joyeon immediately pops his aggro skill to draw the monster's attention to himself, and Jae-hoon tells Sung-jae to clean up the dark elves whose movements got debuffed. Sung-jae obeys, but he's low-key wondering if Jae-hoon has some inside info on these dark elves. Using his level 5 stealth ability to completely erase his presence, Sung-jae starts shredding through the dark elves' ranks. Meanwhile, our boy unleashes his fire strike skill, landing a hit that completely obliterates one of the dark elves. Yu Yang also activates her Flame of Eternity to cook up a massive fireball, blanketing the area and forcing the elves to reposition. As the dark elves charge in for an all-out assault, Ina activates her fire arrow and starts picking them off. Just as one of the elves is wondering how these mere humans know their weaknesses, Joyeon's blade skewers him right through the back and out his chest. The elf is totally pissed that some F-rank human dared to attack him, but as he spins around to face Joyeon, Jae-hun's chain lightning zaps in for the finishing blow. A moment later, the whole skirmish is over, and Jae-hoon suggests they keep pushing forward, since they're on the clock. He tells them he's sensing the mana signatures of some survivors and worries they might get wiped if they're too late. Back at the academy, President Jane is absolutely ripping into Instructor Seog for messing up so badly again. He apologizes and tries to explain he never expected some outsider to just waltz into the guild building, but the president isn't buying that excuse. Seog tries to assure him it's no big deal, since it's common for civilians to die in sudden portal breaks and that they can just cover it up, but the president thinks that's complete nonsense. Seog suddenly starts coughing up blood, and the president tells him the transfer spell doesn't work on mana-less civilians, which would mean some mana-using rats are inside. He tells him he'd better hope this whole thing blows over, because things are going to get real ugly for him if any of those students make it out alive. As the president applies more pressure, Seog starts bleeding from his nose and eyes. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Seong-eun urgently leaves her guild, heading for the Kin Guild, to investigate the ominous mana signature. She suspects the spell has to be at least S rank, which means the kids and Sung-jae are in some serious danger. However, since her earring hasn't reacted yet, she can confirm no one has kicked the bucket. As she rushes out, she tells Han to call the association for immediate backup if she's not back by morning. As Seong-eun speeds off on her bike, she vows she'll never forgive Jane if he touches a single hair on her people's heads. Meanwhile, Seong-chan looks like he's been critically injured, so his friends are helping him move so they can get the heck out of there. They finally stumble over a rock, and she starts crying because they just have to find a way out of this dungeon. She starts blaming herself for everything that's happened, wishing she wasn't so useless. She's startled when someone suddenly puts a hand on her shoulder, and it turns out to be Jae-hun. He tells her she did a great job and asks her to leave the rest to their party. A moment later, the girl passes out, and they give her and Song-chan some potions to get them back on their feet. Seong-chan wakes up soon after, and they tell him he's in Sartal-hae, the domain of the Dark Elves. When Jae-hoon asks them what went down, they explain that they got warped here right after reaching the Kin Guild. Then they were ambushed by a squad of Dark Elves who snatched their friends. But the girl and Seong-chan managed to stay off the elves' radar, but they eventually crashed from a straight-up mana overload. Judging by her tone, Jae-hun suspects she's calling herself a coward and wishes she'd gone down fighting alongside her party. However, Jae-hun thinks it's some main character syndrome arrogance to wish you'd fought an opponent you couldn't handle. That kind of thing only happens in webtoons. A flashback of his past life, when he also had to bail on his comrades, hits him hard. So he tells Seon-chan and the girl that it's not on them that the others were captured. When June asks where their party was taken, the girl explains they were dragged before the king who commands the Dark Elves. Jae-hun also asks who warped them here, so Seong-chan tells him it was Instructor Seogi. After a beat, June tells the others to hang back while he scouts ahead, but Yu Yang immediately protests, asking what the heck he's planning. Our boy informs them he's sensing a huge spike of dark mana from the direction their friends were taken, which means it's probably the path to the dungeon boss, and he needs to book it because their allies' life signatures are getting weaker. Yu Yang is all like, "Are you crazy? That's a total suicide mission." And Ina agrees, saying they need to work as a team. But for some reason, Joyeon is on board with John's plan. Our guy explains that they can't take on the Dark Elves one-on-one and win, and they need to stay behind to guard the injured. Yu Yang tries to argue, but she eventually bites her tongue because she doesn't have a better strategy. Sung-jae also reluctantly agrees, but he makes Jae-hyun promise to retreat immediately if he runs into anything too high level. Joyeon leaves the others in Zhongwai's care, and Joyeon promises she'll protect the others with everything she's got. As Jae-hun pushes deeper into the dungeon, Seong-chan's friend wonders if he'll be alright. So Sung-jae reassures her that he will be, cause that dude's on a whole other level. Meanwhile, Yu Yong wipes the tears from her eyes and tells Aina that Jae-hun will definitely be fine, noticing she's freaking out too. All of a sudden, Sun senses something and tells everyone to shut it because mobs are approaching. As he reaches for his daggers, a beam of pure energy zips past his head, slicing him deep and slamming him to the ground. Out of nowhere, the dark elves close in on them, and one of the stronger-looking elves scoffs that these human cadets have been annoying them like flies. Meanwhile, our boy is still pushing forward, knowing he's got to clear this dungeon fast before something bad goes down with his party. He shoves open a massive gate and comes face to face with the king, who's been waiting for him and has a special welcome all prepared. Just as Jae-hun is about to speak, his artifact earring starts to burn hot, and he realizes the manager's life signature is fading fast. Before he can even act, the gate slams shut behind him, and the king tells him he's not leaving this boss room unless he survives a fight with his personal guard. Ja is at a crossroads because he has to save the others, but then he remembers Joyeon's promise and decides to trust his party while he handles this raid. The Dark Elf King starts taunting him, asking what he's gonna do, so Jae-hun just unleashes a wall of fire around himself and promises that everyone in this room is about to die. Back outside the boss room, Sung Jae is still down for the count, the sword that got him lying on the ground beside him. Hoi-yeon rushes to his side and sees the manager's awful condition, realizing he's probably been hit with some kind of poison debuff, which means these mobs totally know the weak point of an assassin-class raider. The elf leader recalls his blade and decides it's time to deal with the minions, or small fry, as he calls them. Now that the biggest pest is out of the picture, Hoi-yeon confirms his suspicion they were totally waiting for Jae-hun to dip before they attacked. Aina points out that the guildmaster must have sensed that manager Sung Jae is down for the count. She remembers Seon-gun gave Jae-hun that Abaldi earring, the one that's supposed to ping him if any of them are in danger, and she had promised to show up if things went south. Meanwhile, over at the Dark Elf Palace, Jae-hun is literally burning with rage and fire, just tearing through Dark Elf flesh like it's nothing. He cloaks himself in flames and closes in on a few elves, but then he spots the bloodstains around their mouths, so he tells them they're gonna have to spit out whatever they just ate. Our boy remembers that look of insane determination on Hoi-yeon's face. It's the look of someone who's made their choice and is ready to go all out. He's seen that exact same look on his best friend from his past life, and on the comrades who died in the simulation dungeon, so he doesn't think he can trust those eyes. Meanwhile, Yu Yong throws up a mana field, and Ina summons a bunch of radiant divine swords to make life a living hell for the Dark Elves. The Dark Elf squad leader tells them it's pathetic watching them struggle so pointlessly, so he assures them they'll all become part of the king's feast before sending his soldiers to charge. Aina realizes the elf is crazy fast, but Hoi-yeon parries the dude's attack with his shield. Hoi-yeon activates his martial arts skill, Polar Extremity, and counters with a slash that forces the elf to back off. The move actually makes the squad leader admit that humans aren't completely useless after all. The party realizes this new batch of Dark Elves is way stronger than the last ones they ran into. And as the leader closes in, Hoi-yeon's like, "Who the heck are you?" The guy introduces himself as Kel, the captain of the Royal Guard, and someone with royal blood. They're totally shocked to hear he's a Dark Elf Royal, which means he's got to be stronger than an A ranker. Meanwhile, Hoi-yeon remembers the first day he met Jae-hun and how he jumped in to protect him, which made him remember all the good things he'd forgotten about being a raider. To him, Jae-hun's sheer gutsiness is the dream he wants to achieve. He decides there's no way he's dying in a place like this. He has to catch up to Jae-hun, no matter what. Then, to everyone's shock, Hoi-yeon suddenly tosses his shield aside and charges straight at the monster. He thinks this is what he should have done from the start, because a raider has more than one core. So he taps into his upper, middle, and lower chi centers, forcing them all open. Kel is shocked by the sudden explosion of mana erupting from Hoi-yeon. Just being near the shockwave injures him slightly. He throws up a guard and asks Hoi-yeon how he's even capable of something like this. But Hoi-yeon doesn't answer, he just activates his skill, Sword, Body Unification. This immediately makes him start coughing up blood. Aina screams for him to stop, and a system window pops up, declaring that the skill's proficiency level is too high for the user and his blood flow has reversed. It warns him to cancel the ability immediately or he'll die in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. So Kel totally takes advantage of the opening and orders his soldiers to capture Hoi-yeon alive, even if they have to take off his limbs to do it. But despite all that, Hoi-yeon doesn't deactivate the skill and decides to take on the soldiers head-on. He'd managed to acquire an S-rank skill called Sword Body Unification from his training, but his body still can't handle the backlash. It's a technique used only by those who have reached the absolute peak of swordsmanship, where the sword and the wielder become one. As the soldiers swarm him, Hoi-yeon effortlessly deflects them and moves to engage Kel directly. As their blades clash, Hoi-yeon realizes that even in this powered-up but unstable state, he's still no match for Kel. He figures the only thing he can do is stall for time, so he keeps pressing the attack against Kel. As they fight, Kel just laughs, mockingly pointing out that he knows exactly what kind of state Hoyan is in. However, Hoyan refuses to back down, because he has a promise to keep. He tells Kel that a guy like him would never understand why he's pushing himself this hard, and goes for a direct strike. But the dark elf zips out of the way, trying to gank him from the flank. Joyan totally parries the strike, his maxed out perception stat letting him read the counterattack and flash step out of there just in time. Kel calls him a little rat, but Joyan just blitzes him again, almost completely bodying the dark elf. Suddenly, mid-clash, Hoyan's body starts to overload, and a system window pops up, screaming at him to deactivate the skill immediately, because all his muscle fibers are snapping and all his blood vessels are twisting into knots. While he's reeling from the backlash, Kel moves in for the finisher, but somehow, Joyan still manages to parry his attack. He starts coughing and gasping for air, his body hitting its absolute limit. Despite the insane debuff, he keeps the skill active, deciding to go all in for one last stand. Right where he stands, he unleashes a massive mana blast that just rips the ground apart. The attack totally nails a dark elf, but Joyan's pissed when he realizes it's just some random mob, not Kel. Turns out, the captain used his own subordinate as a meat shield. The dying elf calls out to his captain, but Kel just scoffs that he was at least useful for something. As Joyan collapses, coughing up a lungful of blood, he mutters to Kel, calling him a coward. The words barely leave his mouth before Kel lunges forward and runs him through with his blade. Meanwhile, tears are streaming down Yu Yong's face as she watches the horror unfold, screaming Joyan's name. Back inside the palace, Jae-hun is totally wrecking dark elf mobs with his hellfire chains. But he still can't break through to free the captured students. And he starts to sweat, remembering he told Joyan he only needed 10 minutes to gank the boss and save everyone. Just then, a dark elf mob charges at him, spear aimed for a killing blow, but our boy just lets it get close before blasting its face with a fireball. Meanwhile, the dark elf king is just cackling as he watches the whole show. He calls Jae-hun a fool, asking if he seriously thinks he can win against this many soldiers. Jae-hun just asks, why not? And the king calls him arrogant for a worthless human. Jae-hun remembers hearing people call him worthless way too many times growing up, and man, he is so over it. Suddenly, all the dark elves start choking, struggling to breathe. Our boy's mana flares up intensely, and several of the elf soldiers just collapse. The shocked king demands to know why his soldiers are just standing there, totally frozen and not attacking. But little does he know, our boy is activating his skill, Chains of Hell. As the soldiers finally try to move in, Jae-hun wipes out a huge chunk of them with his chains, even thanking the king for giving him a chance to test out his new skill. Hundreds of dark elves are incinerated by the hellfire, and the enraged king just screams, calling Jae-hun a bastard. He threatens Jae-hun, screaming that he won't get out of here alive after what he just did. But Jae-hun just casually strolls toward him and asks if he's being serious right now. The king can't believe a mere human could be this OP and finally realizes he can't win this fight. He threatens Jae-hun, saying he'll regret this and warns him that the other 7 kings will absolutely hunt him down and end him, even if he manages to take him out here. While the king is still monologuing, Jae-hun uses his light step skill to flash right in front of him and just decks him in the face. With the punch, he unleashes a point-blank fire explosion that sends the king flying. He finally tells him that it's not his problem, what the other kings do, and says they can come and get him if they're so mad. Meanwhile, Kel's sword is still buried deep in Joyan's chest. Ina watches in total despair, feeling useless because she was too weak to do anything while her friend was getting wrecked. She's losing someone important again, and this time she feels like it's the end. Kel stalks over to her and grabs her by the throat, planning to absorb her power. Yong screams her name, but she just cries in Kel's grip, telling herself that she can't lose, not again. Suddenly, an immense wave of brilliant mana floods the area. It turns out to be Guildmaster Seong-eun, who calmly asks Kel if he's the one who hurt her student. She tells him to choose his next words very carefully, because if the answer is yes, he's a dead man. Her overwhelming aura blankets the whole battlefield, and Joyan, who's bleeding out, is just glad he managed to hold on until the cavalry arrived. Once more, Seong-eun asks Kel if he hurt the people on the ground, and the crushing weight of her mana pressure starts making him break out in a cold sweat. Kel realizes he's totally outclassed by this lady's insane mana pool, so he cooks up a scummy plan, grab the kids as hostages to even the odds. He boldly declares this whole horrific scene is his masterpiece. So, Seong-eun just casually asks, "Oh, really?" Then, out of nowhere, he pops his sacrifice ability, flash healing everyone at once by burning through his own life force. The guy is completely shook that he can cast a high-tier healing spell that fast, thinking, what the hell is going on? Finally, Seong-eun tells the creep she really doesn't like it when people lay a hand on her crew, so she just blasts him away with a torrent of pure energy. The explosion sends him flying and starts eating away at his flesh until he begins to just fade out of existence. Yang is totally mind-blown when he realizes Seong-eun didn't even use a named skill, she just straight up fired a condensed mana blast. Seong-eun dashes over to Zheng-Wai, channeling her healing mana to stabilize him. But the real problem is Joyeon. A quick scan shows he's in critical condition, and when she tries to cast a heal on him, her system interface flashes a warning. His injuries are severe, and would take a massive amount of mana and time to mend. She realizes he's totally overexerted himself, pushing his core past its limit and wrecking his mana meridians and key pathways. If she'd been even a second later, he would have been mana locked for life. She manages to patch him up, but her system dings with a debuff notification. Her own life force has permanently dropped by 2%. Popping a high-tier skill like that is a huge mana drain. She realizes she'd have been a goner ages ago if it wasn't for Ja. When Yu Yang nervously asks about Joyeon, Seong-eun explains he's out of the woods, but he'll probably be logged out for a few days. The news brings a wave of relief over the other cadets, so Seong-eun asks the million-dollar question, so, where's John? They kinda shuffle their feet before admitting he went to solo the boss room. But instead of freaking out like they expected, she just smirks and assures them he'll be totally fine, like, completely untouchable. John sputters that John went in there times alone, asterisk, but Seong-eun just waves it off, saying a guy like him doesn't get taken out that easily. Since the Dark Elves are pure magic-type mobs, she knows they're no match for John's anti-magic build. Meanwhile, our boy is straight up taunting the Dark Elf King, telling him his royal buddies can come get some, cause they're gonna be times pissed asterisk. Course, that's only if he makes it out of this dungeon alive. The king, who's now got a face full of his own blood, curses under his breath. He can't believe he's getting clapped by some no-name human, so he decides to make a tactical retreat and warn his brothers. But just as he tries to bolt, he's shocked when John, with a burst of speed, flash steps right in front of him. Using his lightning chains, our boy binds the king and faceplants him into the dirt. Totally enraged, the Dark Elf King screams that he's not going down alone, he's dragging John with him straight to Helheim. The king unleashes a secret art, a legacy skill passed down through the royal bloodline called Frozen Earth, totally expecting John to be shaking in his boots. However, John just thanks him for the unexpected loot drop. The king is baffled, like, why is this dude grinning? Our boy whips out his blank card, thanking the king for casting that specific spell right now, since he never thought he'd get to copy it in a low-level dungeon like this. In a flash, he registers the Frozen Earth skill onto the card, and then uses his absolute calculation ability to completely dismantle the king's spell. The king just stares, his jaw on the floor, as his ultimate attack shatters into a million icy pixels. John then grabs his head, reminding him of that old saying about knowing your enemy. After incinerating the king's head with a fire spell, the Nornir system chimes in, registering that he has defeated Shinan, the Dark Elf King. For this feat, he earns the title, Slayer of the Dark Elf King. John scores an ingredient, class item called Essence of the Dark Elf King, and a piece of unique grade equipment, the Dark Elf King's Pauldron. After successfully clearing the second hidden quest, he also gets another blank card and a sealed grimoire, plus a new skill called Magic Artifact Embodiment. He immediately rushes over to the captured students and feels a rush of relief seeing one is still breathing. But his stomach churns when he sees that the others didn't make it. So he quickly activates his sacrifice skill to heal the kid who's still hanging on. As he's channeling the energy, Seong-eun joins in with her own mana, telling him that being a healer is a seriously cruel class. Apparently, a healer's happiest when their skills aren't needed at all, and their second happiest moment is pulling someone back from the brink of a game over. Meanwhile, back on the city streets, Seoki is absolutely fuming, realizing his entire scheme has been completely wrecked. He swears to himself that it doesn't matter if they cleared the dungeon, because he's going to make sure every single one of them dies a horrible death. Then, out of nowhere, Jaijun appears right outside his car window, shatters the glass, and yanks him out by the collar. With a totally unhinged look in his eyes, John calls him a son of a witch for everything he's done. Flashback to an hour ago, the survivors from the Dark Elf Gate emerge from the Kane Guild's portal. Seong-chan walks up to thank Seong-eun for her clutch support. Seong-eun just casually tells him if they're that grateful, they can always apply to her guild later. The offer totally blows Yu Yong's mind, and she's ready to sign up on the spot. John just thinks Yu Yong is being a little extra and tells her to, like, read the room, so she totally kicks him in the shins and reminds him he's on a talking ban for the rest of the day for scaring them all to death. Jaijun winces in pain, wondering why. It hurts so much even though her strength stat is supposed to be total garbage. A little later, Han rolls up in a company van and informs the guildmaster that she had to rush over since she couldn't get a bead on her location for hours. Sang-yoon apologizes for going off the grid and promises to debrief her on the situation later. In the meantime, she asks Han to transport the injured and the kids back to the guild first. Song-eun and Jae-hoon have some important business to finish. Han asks the manager if Young Jae can come with her, and that's when Jae-hoon spots that Song-jae's arm is totally shredded, which completely freaks him out. Just as he's about to blurt something out, Seong-ja hits him with a telepathic message, telling him to keep his mouth shut in front of his sister, cause it'll be way worse if Han finds out. These siblings have a serious love-hate thing going on, and Han almost ditches Seong-jae when he doesn't hop in the van fast enough, forcing him to sprint to catch up. After they're gone, Jae-hoon and Seong-yoon ambush Seo Oki, who's been lurking nearby and watching the whole time. He's shocked they actually made it out and has no clue why Seong-yoon is here. Pissed off, he activates a magic artifact that President John gave him for emergencies like this. Using the artifact, he blinks behind her and goes for a killing blow, but she effortlessly sidesteps the attack. She points out that his little teleportation trinket is pretty low tier, since it only moves him a few dozen meters, which is seriously limited. She demands to know why he was trying to off the students and who the mastermind is, but Seoki just clams up, spitting that mages are inferior beings anyway. He then activates something Seong-yoon immediately recognizes as a mana suppression device, so she just sighs and says, "That's a real shame." Meanwhile, Jae-hun overhears the whole exchange and decides Seo Oki has outlived his usefulness. Back on the street, Seo Oki readies a blast of mana, completely ignoring Seoi's mana suppression field, and she asks if he seriously thought a cheap gadget like that could ever stop her. It clicks for Jae-hoon. Then the reason he couldn't detect the magic seal at the Reed Guild earlier was because Seoki had used a mana suppression device there too. Seong-yoon tells the instructor it doesn't even matter if he won't talk, because she already knows Jae-hun is the one pulling the strings. She adds that a mana suppression field is a joke to break. You just have to overwhelm it with a massive amount of mana. Then she promises him he's going to die, right here, right now. Suddenly, the entire atmosphere shifts as she calls down bolts of lightning that zap his entire body. Yeon instantly recognizes the spell she cast as Lightning Call, an A-rank skill whose power scales directly with the caster's mana output, and he realizes the level she's casting it at is on a whole other dimension. Sometime later, Aina gets back to her dorm, replaying the moment Jae-hun protected her by catching the spear that was meant to end her life. She realizes he managed to reverse engineer the spell's entire magic circle in just a split second, which means she's still got a long way to go to catch up, but she makes a mental note to thank him properly later. Meanwhile, a whole swarm of reporters is camping outside Mills Academy, trying to get a scoop on the situation and demanding a word with President Jae-in. That's when Instructor Yesu heads over to let Jane know the Academy's rep has totally tanked, and rumors are flying that he's the one who created the Ghost Guild to basically ditch all the cadets. Jane is absolutely seething, wondering how his whole system went sideways. Yesu, totally deadpan, informs him that the media vultures are circling outside and the comms are blowing up, so she asks what the play is. Completely ticked off, the chairman orders her to put the whole academy on lockdown and tell everyone they're not taking any interviews right now. As she heads off to handle the containment protocol, it hits Jane. There has to be a mole inside Mills for intel on his grand design to have leaked like this. It's pretty obvious Seok got zeroed out, so he decides it's time to go with the eye for an eye doctrine. The chairman makes a call to a fixer, offering to pay whatever it takes for a full-scale media blackout. A few days later, Jae-hun intentionally bumps into Joan in the hallway, commenting that he's looking pretty jacked. Oyeon is stoked to see him, and says he's only doing alright thanks to him and the guildmaster. After a beat, Jae-hoon asks him why he almost decided to log out of life for good. And when Joyeon fumbles for an answer, Jae-hun warmly reassures him to just keep vibing with that positive energy. He encourages him to do whatever he wants and figure out the reasons later. However, before he bounces, our boy reminds him to pop a few health potions for himself because everyone's been worried sick about him. For some reason, the idea of just doing what he wants gets Joyeon's mana flowing in a whole new way. Later that day, our guy pulls up his status window to check out his stats and his new A-rank title, Slayer of the Dark Elf King. The title juices his mana and attack power when facing dark-type monsters and will trigger the aggro of all dark elves, making the user a priority target whenever this title is equipped. He enthusiastically equips the title anyway and decides to save the Dark Elf King's essence as a rare ingredient for June, since that guy loves messing with new crafting materials. Our boy also scored an active skill called Magical Artifact Realization, a skill that lets him conjure necessary armor mid-battle just by burning some mana. This ability blows Jae-hun's mind, so he immediately slots it into his skill tree, completely awestruck. Jae-hun realizes the value of this new skill isn't its rank, but its insane utility. On the black market, a single piece of C-rank armor sells for tens of millions of credits, which means he can basically craft high-tier gear of that value anytime he needs it. Suddenly, the dagger he was given, called Missile Time, starts to hum with power until the system pings our boy that all of Missile Time's effects have been unlocked because he's met all the required conditions. Because of this, he gets a passive skill called Armor Crafting Genius, and all the equipment he creates from now on will get its rank boosted by 1. This is some seriously game-breaking news for Jaijun, and he now understands Missile Time's full effects weren't active because he hadn't cleared all the prerequisites. Since he's racking up all these buffs, he decides it's time to start grinding with them. The next morning, you can see tons of students prepping for their activities. It's time for the Males Academy exams, and because of how ridiculously hard these tests are, they're nicknamed the Student Graveyard due to the intense and brutal competition. The exams cover both theory and practicals, where the practical portion involves potion crafting and raiding pocket dimension dungeons, all of which is live-streamed to the entire nation. Meanwhile, Joyeon is woken up by Yuo Jong, who's threatening to throw hands. He apologizes, saying he just passes out every time he tries to read a textbook. A frantic Yu Jong reminds him they only have a few days left until midterms, and warns him that failing is absolutely not an option. Nearby, Aina is also struggling to process what she's reading. Joyeon realizes that both he and Aina are total noobs when it comes to theory, and she had offered to tutor them to help them level up. Both of them finally just give up and accept their fate of having to retake the exams, but Yu Yong tells them to stop talking nonsense and breaks down the upcoming subjects they have. A few days later, after one of the tests wraps up, some students are chatting about how the exam went and spot the elites, Ina, Yu Yong, and Jae-hun talking amongst themselves. The students just assume they're all geniuses who aced the test with their eyes closed. When Yu Jong asks Ina how the test went, she suddenly just blue screens. Jae-hun and Yu Yong start roasting Ina and Joyeon, claiming that books are their natural enemy, which makes Ina chase them all over the place. Meanwhile, Suhuk tells Minsu that this time, he's going to absolutely demolish that arrogant bastard, no doubt about it. But Minsu just thinks Suhuk is in his emo phase. Sometime later, Yu Yong is brewing a potion in Jae-soon's workshop that blows up in her face, so Jae-hun starts clowning on her. He tells her his own potion is way better and tries to get June to back him up, but June, looking pained, declares that at this rate, they're both going to fail. He states that neither of them has any talent for alchemy, shattering their hearts into 1,000 pieces. Our boy realizes he needs a serious training arc or he's going to fail the practical, so he asks Jung if there's some kind of cheat code so they don't flunk out. After running some calculations, Jung suggests they use a special catalyst, a monster-type ingredient called moonlight fireflies. Apparently, they only spawn in high-purity mana zones, and not even 100 of them hit the black market annually. If they can manage to grind down their exoskeletons into a fine powder, then they'll be able to get a massive buff on the potion's effects. A little later, Jae-hoon and Waijong track down Kano Yulsunbai, one of the seniors they totally smoked during the rookie hunt. After he hits her with a long time no see, she just stares at them, shocked, and asks what the hell they want. Our MC tells her he needs to ask for a favor, but she just tells him to get lost, saying she's not doing jack for him. However, he asks if she's really going to shut him down without even hearing his offer, but she's still not having it, figuring the only thing he could possibly offer is a few worthless academy points. Our boy drops an offer of 30,000 lira in cold, hard cash, which makes Yu Yong's jaw drop and gets Soil's eyes to light up at the sound of that kind of bank. Soon after, their new party heads out to a field called Jolabuk Tomoyu, near Mount Daegu, with Jason tagging along. 1 hour earlier, Soil heard his quest offer and figured it was doable, but explained that even with her inspection skill, she still needs some kind of trace to lock onto a target. When she asks if they have a lead, Jae-hun assures her he's bringing a super talented alchemist for support. She's like, who? And just then, Jae-song pops up. But, yeah, she does not see Jae-song as a talented alchemist at all. Our MC asks if she knows the guy, to which she replies that they were in the same party for her first rookie hunt. Apparently, she didn't even know he was an alchemy spec, and had just written him off as some F-rank nobody who got shoved into the martial arts class, especially since he was pretty much dead weight back then. As their party ventures deeper into the woods, Soil mentions to Jung that he's got a totally different aura now, and he actually looks like he's enjoying the grind, which kinda catches him off guard. Moonlight fireflies are nature-type monsters that can pass for normal insects in the mundane world. Jason leads them to a prime spawn point where they should be able to spot them easily, but Seo points out that visibility is dropping fast from this point on. Anyway, Yuna notices the dense mana in the air doesn't seem to be affecting Jung at all, so our MC explains that Jung told him he's, like, a total bug enthusiast, which gives Yu Yang the major creeps. After scouting the area for a bit, our alchemist finds a faint mana trail from a moonlight firefly, so Soil immediately gets to work tracking them. After activating her unique skill, Inspection, she gets a ping on something she's pretty sure is the moonlight firefly swarm. They quickly start following the trail, but they realize this isn't the path they came in on. The whole area has a low-key creepy vibe. Still, Soil insists her skill's navigation is pointing them this way. After pushing through the weirdly dense foliage for a while, they suddenly break into a clearing with a glowing waterfall, where a mesmerizing swarm of fireflies is just everywhere. Jisung excitedly confirms that these are 100% moonlight fireflies. You can tell they're monsters just from how massive they are compared to regular ones. Since they're zipping around so fast, Yunga activates his gravity attribute skill to lock down their movements, but the mana bugs seem to be shrugging off the pull of his spell. When Soil suggests Jihoon just amp up the power, he admits he doesn't have the mastery to tweak the skill's intensity. Yu Yong starts to freak out that the fireflies are going to escape, but our boy tells her not to sweat it, then casually whips up a mana room to trap them all. Soil is totally floored that he just manifested a full-on mana room, and she straight up calls him a monster. Joyan is just stunned because a big brain play like this never even crossed his mind, so he rushes right in, but you can tell from Yu Yong's face that she absolutely loathes bugs. Anyway, Jihoon basically drags her inside, and the rest of the party follows to join Jihoon, who's already harvesting the critters. As she starts collecting them, Soil wonders if there's any other cadet in the entire academy who could create a mana room like this, and realizes that not even a third year could pull this off. After they're done, they head back to Jihoon's workshop and try the alchemy process again. This time, it actually works and doesn't blow up in their faces, which totally shocks Joyan, and Injong proudly declares that he worked his butt off to pull this off, and that they can expect a purity of at least 70% in their potions. When they finish, Yu Yong and Jihoon start celebrating, but Jihoon is worried because his own potion only has a 50% purity and Yu Yong's is at 47%, so he wonders if they'll even pass the practicals. A few days later, after their exam, Hoyong starts clowning on Jihoon and Injong, saying he almost mistook their cauldron of ingredients for a monster summoning pot. Even after Yu Yong scored all the high-tier ingredients, she still ended up in 42nd place, with Jihoon taking 3rd, Joyan in 19th, and Ina snagging the top spot. After roasting them a little more, Joyan takes off for his next class. Jihoon just tells himself that this grind isn't over yet, since he and Yu Yong still have more exams to clear. The only problem is, the practicals are on a whole other difficulty tier. It's basically a mashup of the entire rookie hunt, an augmented reality trial, a mock dungeon raid, and every single lesson they've had up to this point. On top of all that, another factor that exponentially jacks up the difficulty is the party formation system. On the day of the practicals, Yu Yong is bummed, because she got a cost of 14 and will have to strategize hard to get on a decent team. This cost is calculated for each cadet based on their current academic and combat rankings. Cadets have to form parties of 4, making sure their total team cost doesn't go over 50. For this exam, Joyan has a cost of 17, and Injong has a cost of 14. Jihoon remembers having a cost of 6 in his past life, and was hyped because he managed to get into a stacked party, but the results were a complete disaster. He thinks it's a garbage system for team building, since the high rankers just scoop up the F-listers, because the top dogs have high costs, and can easily fit low-cost cadets into their party budget. Suddenly, our boy gets approached by a cadet he recognizes from his past life. This is the same guy who dissed him for being a low ranker, but in this timeline, he's asking if he's the genius cadet, who snagged first place in the rookie hunt, and also crushed it in the mock dungeon. Back in his past life, this dude mocked him and told him to know his place during the exams. In the present, he cheerfully introduces himself as Chu Hansung, but Jihoon just completely ignores him. Anyway, Hansung suggests they party up, claiming his cost is way lower than his actual skill level, and offers to help Jihoon deal with his high cost of 20, which makes finding teammates a pain. Jihoon, however, knows this guy is a total scumbag who preys on the weak and kisses up to the strong. He tells Hansung, "Yeah, that's a hard pass," and tells him to go bother someone else. Looking nervous, Hansung tries to explain again that he has a low cost for his high skill set, but our boy just shuts him down, saying he doesn't care because he can clear this trial solo and Hansung is just too weak. Anyway, our boy walks off to meet up with his friends and asks them if they've considered his proposal, while Hansung just glares daggers at his back. Meanwhile, the warrior class cadets, Jaina and Sungwoo, tell Jihoon that they're totally in. Hansung clocks Jinna and Sungwoo as the scrubs who bailed on Jae-hun during the mock dungeon raid, and our boy just tells them he's glad they accepted, cause he was worried they'd chicken out. Hansung is still seething that Jae-hun chose those deserters for his party, and storms off. absolutely certain Jae-hun will live to regret this F-rank decision. A little while later, Jae-hun and his new party members link up at a cafe. Out of the blue, Jin-ae asks Jae-hun if he's for real about recruiting them, pointing out they were basically useless deadweight in the mock dungeon. Sungwoo also reminds him they were left for dead during the Kin incident, all because their stats weren't high enough. Anyway, our boy assures them he has zero intention of losing this. Jae-hun figures that Jin-ae and Seung-woo's academy rankings are tanked way below their actual potential, all because they fled that dungeon, and the one with the good stats is, you guessed it, Han Seung. Finally, the two agree to join and ask who the final party member is. Our boy tells them their last recruit will be here any second, and right on cue, Yoo-jong walks in. They remember how Instructor Yan had to physically restrain Yoo-jong from absolutely wrecking them for ditching Jae-hun in that dungeon. The second she enters, she gets right in Jae-hun's face, demanding to know why he summoned her to party up with these times guys. Meanwhile, Chairman Jae-in is reading a report about how Milla's academy is losing its title as the top academy in Korea, and how he's at risk of being expelled over the whole incident. He furiously smashes his monitor because those scumbag reporters still ran these articles even after he paid them a fortune in hush money. He realizes the media is turning its back on him, the almighty Jae-in. And it's crystal clear the Lotus Guild is the one pulling the strings behind this. He decides he has no choice but to lay low for now, even if it means taking a few L's on his stats. He's got to wait for this media storm to die down, and then get back to his original scheme, all for the sake of some seer. Back at the cafe, Yoo-jong sits defiantly, giving the two warrior-class cadets a death stare. Finally, she agrees to let it slide for now, but asks Jae-hun if he's seriously okay with this party composition. Our boy tells them he needs them to believe that ordering them to retreat was, tactically, the best possible move they had. Yoo-jong really has no choice but to trust him. At last, she asks him the real reason he wants them on his team, since he could easily solo the entire exam and get a perfect score by himself. To be honest, our boy picked them because they all share a major grudge against Jae-in, and he's positive they'll keep whatever goes down between them completely under wraps. Finally, he drops the bomb, telling them he has a strategy to take down Jae-in using this very event, and they all just stare at him, completely shook. On the day of the practical exam, all the cadets gather up, and an instructor, Park Jun, steps forward to oversee the second phase of the field tests. Our boy immediately pegs this Jun guy as just one of Jae-in's lackeys, here to replace the disgraced Seokai. Jun explains that the exam will be broadcast live nationwide to showcase the cadets' skills to the entire world, so he tells them to give it their all and wishes them good luck. The students are instantly teleported to a pocket dimension that looks like it's completely flooded with molten lava. Our boys' squad is designated Team D, and their main quest is to clear all the floors and return with the boss's core. The mission objective for the first floor is to eliminate all monsters on the level and find the staircase leading to the second floor. The place is obviously blazing hot, and Jae-hun informs the party that they're in a dungeon modeled after the fiery realm of Muspelheim. Our boy suggests they start by mapping the dungeon, since they need all the intel they can get to counter any surprises, and also because there are a few rare items he'd like to farm. Yoo-jong explains that one of the items they need to grab is the frost herb, because long-term exposure to this realm's heat will hit them with a nasty debuff and be dangerous in other ways. Sungwoo compliments Jae-hun and Yoo-jong, saying they look like total pros at this. But our boy just explains that this is dungeon rating, 101. Dungeon exploration, 101. Survival is the #1 priority for any raider. A moment later, Jae-hun activates his mana detection skill and immediately pinpoints the frost herb's location. After tracking the mana signature, they stumble upon a field overflowing with frost grass, so Jae-hun suggests they farm as much as possible and stash it in their inventory. Since Sewoo was bragging about his high-tier alchemy grades, Jae-hun puts him on potion brewing duty. All of a sudden, a system notification pops up. Viewers are about to enter the channel, and they're warned to be careful what they say and do. The cadets have to put on a show for the nationwide broadcast and keep the audience hyped. Jae-hun finds it annoying, but sees how it could be useful. While they're gathering the herbs, he alerts the party that 4 C-rank monsters are approaching and orders them into Formation B. Everyone snaps into position as several lava slimes squelch towards them. Youngwoo pops his provocation skill to pull aggro on himself, and Jae-hun advises everyone to kite the monsters using items and maintain distance, since the mobs will explode if you hit their weak spot. The whole party readies their weapons but holds their ground as the monsters continue to advance. As they get closer, Yoo-jong calls out to Jae-hun, but he tells her it's not time to move yet. When the monsters are just 1 centimeter away, their team's viewing channel goes live, and spectators start pouring in. Some of them are already asking if this is the live feed with the student who ranked #1 in the rookie division. Jae-hun orders his teammates to engage, So Yang activates her water shot skill, launching an arrow that punches a hole right through one of the monsters. As Gina jumps into the fight, Jaijun figures this is the perfect environment to show off the frozen earth skill he acquired. So he flashes a smirk at the camera and proceeds to activate a skill. He doesn't plan on making things too wild just yet, but he will flex his better arts once the situation gets a lot more intense. For now, he activates a skill called Ice Rain, showering the field with a downpour of frost. Some of the viewers are freaking out, wondering if this is even real, and how a freshman cadet can use a skill like that. Some of them think it must be a system error because the skill our boy just dropped is a straight-up A-rank art. However, Jaijun is sure these clueless viewers will be the ultimate weapon to take down Jin. Meanwhile, the team manager, Sunbi Nim, watches the live stream, wondering how Jaijun can use an A-rank skill without even breaking a sweat. According to Agent Kim Gon, Jaijun has the backing of both Jain and Lotus. He figures it won't be hard to expose Jin using this kid. So he's glued to the stream, hyped to see what Jaijun will do next. The ice rain that Jaijun cast wipes out the lava slimes, and Yoon admits she's not even surprised anymore, though she has no idea where he learned that. When Gina points out it's getting crazy hot, our boy suggests they chug their potions. They all start scouting for a spot with less heat, so Sun Woo points to an area where the energy signature feels weaker. Jaijun agrees with his assessment, so he decides to set up a safe zone there. Meanwhile, on another stream, Aina is spamming holy arrows into some of the monsters, and Joyeon, who's also nearby, tears another one to shreds. After they've cleared them all out, Aina mentions that this dungeon seems way too easy, and Joyeon agrees that the mobs are weaker than he anticipated. Their other teammates just watch, totally confused, because they realize they could have been wiped out with a single mistake, and they just fought lava slimes at point-blank range without taking any damage. Back with Jaihun's party, he sets up a tent for his team to chill in while they wait for Sun Woo to brew the potions, which he says will take up to an hour. When Jaijun teases Yujun about making subtle comments to rush Sun Woo, she protests that she didn't mean it like that, and they start bickering again. Gina just laughs at how close they are, but Yujun totally denies it. A little later, Jaijun gathers the crew to fill them in on his secret plan. After explaining the strategy, Yujun pulls Jaijun aside to ask if it's really possible, and our boy just reassures her that it is. He thinks this is the perfect time to stir up some trouble, so he unleashes a pulse of his power to make the connection to the pocket dimension unstable and cancel the limited voice chat function. The viewers are all spamming the chat like, "What's Jae-hun even doing? And why is he only running with Yong?" Just as they start thinking the rest of the squad got wiped, Jae-hun tells the viewers his party members are A-OK, which completely blows their minds since you're not supposed to hear the cadets at all. Turns out, Jae-hun did a little creative tinkering with the pocket dimension's broadcast code so he could talk to them. He's like, "What's up everyone? Pleasure to be here." He then announces that the Times Real Times show is about to begin. Meanwhile, President Jae-in is about to pop a mana vein watching Jae-hun's little stunt. He absolutely can't believe what he's seeing, and has no clue how Jae-hun managed to hack the Pocket Dimension source code, a system crafted by dozens of high-level mage-class raiders and the Academy's top magic instructors. Instructor Jun, who's standing right there, suggests they drop the hammer on Jae-hun, but Jae-in's like, "Oh, I want to, believe me, but I can't." There's no rule in the book for this kind of stunt because no one was crazy enough to even think of it. There is, however, a rule that says a cadet from this academy can't just leak sensitive info about Mills to the public. That's an instant expulsion. And right then, the president hears Jae-hun call him out by name on the live stream. Jae-hun connects the president to that whole guild experience incident and a ton of other shady business, then tells the viewers not to even sweat the idea of him getting expelled. This just completely floors the president. Our boy then tells the whole world that the president's favorite motto is, "The strong survive and the powerful rule." After a full-on villain laugh at Jae-hun's sheer audacity, the president orders Instructor Jun to expel him the second these exams are over. He also tells him to hire at least 2 veteran A-rank hunters to take care of Jae-hun once the heat dies down a bit. As Jae-in storms off, he swears he'll make Jae-hun pay for this. Back on stream, our MC explains that President Jae-in can't just expel him with his top-tier grades without massive public backlash. The chat is going absolutely wild, and a bunch of viewers are starting to connect the dots, realizing there's some seriously messed up stuff going on at the academy, especially with all those uninvestigated allegations against Jae-in just piling up. Flashing back to the safe zone earlier, Jae-hun tells the squad he's going to tweak the Pocket Dimension's broadcast script so the viewers can hear them, basically to get the audience on their side. YY is like, "Bro, is that even allowed?" The president's going to flip, but our MC just assures him that, with the viewers as their backup, they're golden. Plus, There's no actual rule that says you times can't times mess with the pocket dimensions code. Back to the present. Jae-hun announces to the stream that the real Dungeon Raid broadcast is about to begin a special show they've cooked up just for their entertainment. The viewers are hyped, but Yu-yong feels totally exposed now that the peanut gallery is analyzing her every move and debating her power level. A little later, Jae-hun leads Yu-yong over to this insane-looking lava fall, and our boy tells the stream this is where they're gonna find the pocket dimension's hidden piece, which they'd find totally epic. The viewers are absolutely losing their minds at the mention of a hidden piece, so Yu-yong pops her theft skill while our boy activates his wind boost and gravity control abilities. Jae-hung plans on showing the stream exactly how a regressor clears a dungeon. Meanwhile, back at Mill's Academy, instructor Kim Ji, John lets ZB Nim know that he'll connect him with Jae-hun right after the exams are over. He's pushing him to get in touch with Jae-hun as soon as possible and recruit him to their side. He even offers to let Jae-hun call all the shots on the contract terms. Ji-hun takes the quest, thinking it'd be a massive long-term buff if the Raider Management Guild could get Jae-hun on their roster, but the only problem is that Jae-in is gunning for him too. Back in the pocket dimension, our boy throws an arm around Yu-yong and starts dragging her toward the lava. She's freaking out, telling him to wait up, but he just full sends it toward the lava flow as she screams her head off. The chat is blowing up, with viewers totally confused about why they're taking a nosedive into the lava. But still, Jae-hun totally nails the landing on some invisible mana step right by the lava torrent, and Jung is practically having a heart attack with relief that the hidden route was legit, just like Jae-hun's S-rank perception stat predicted. He tells her to hang on tight and unleash the spell, making sure she doesn't botch the casting time calculations. Jae-hun is floored, recalling the first person who ever actually found the hidden piece here in his past life, even though he knows Chairman Jae-in stashed it here under national sponsorship and never intended for a cadet to get it. After nailing every single foothold, they finally land on a solid platform. So, Yu-jon is like, "Yo, is that glowing thing in front of us the item you were talking about?" Turns out they're just some orbs, and Jae-hun confirms his theory that these orbs are the key item to clearing this dungeon. At this point, Chairman Jae-in starts sweating bullets, totally unable to process how Jae-hun could have found the hidden piece. Jae-hun just tells the viewers he knew the item was here, thanks to his mapping skill. But I didn't expect this thing to be so well hidden. He pops his Ice Rain skill and blasts the sea of lava, separating him from the item, flash freezing it solid. He and John drop down towards the artifact, and Jae-hun trolls the viewers, asking if they have any clue what this thing is. Most of them are totally clueless, and when they start spamming the chat for an answer, he drops the bomb. This is a fire essence. Apparently, this little gem is a key item for clearing this dungeon, and the Pocket Dimensions system window confirms this fire essence is a B-rank item that gives a temporary, exponential boost to your flame resistance when you consume it, but it's a one-and-done deal. The buff won't stack if you take another. Usually, the academies set up a training ground that's as close to a real dungeon as possible, motivating the cadets with a hidden piece. But it's super sus that this reward was stashed away where no-name, F-rank students could ever hope to find it. The viewers are totally losing their minds seeing the fire essence items because those things are crazy expensive in the item shops. They figure out Mill's Academy is dropping some serious cash, way more than usual. 10 million for gear just for a midterm exam. After snagging the first hidden piece, our boy is off to hunt for the next item on his checklist. He wishes he could see the look on Chairman Jane's face right now and can't wait to watch him freak out when he reveals the rest of the gift he's prepared. As night falls, they head back to the safe zone, and Youngun starts whining that the potion tastes nasty. Our boy is like, "I know," but tells him to just suck it up and drink it, cause it'll make clearing this dungeon floor way easier. Finally, Yoon mans up and chugs it down, only to immediately collapse. Totally confused, Jaijun asks Sewoo if he slipped him some poison or something, but Sewoo is like, "No way, dude." After that, John explains that they've pretty much cleared the first stage and now they need to find the portal to the second floor. Meanwhile, back in the Academy's control room, Instructor Jae-hun strolls over to Instructor Jun. He jokingly reminds him that he's the one running this show, asking why he even showed up and if he doesn't think he can handle his own business. After a beat, Jun just tells him he probably can't, which makes him scowl. With Sayok out of the picture, the administrative authority for the second round of practicals was supposed to go to Jae-hyun, but Jun somehow weaseled his way in and snatched it right from under him. Finally, Jae-hun gives him a sarcastic apology for overstepping, even though they were hired as equals. But Jun tells him he doesn't really care about stuff like that. Jae-hun tries to press him for more, asking what he means, since it's only natural for him to be salty about the position, but he gets nothing but a stone-cold wall from him. It totally ticks him off. But Jun just reminds himself that he's got the chairman's favor now, and Jae-hun is no longer his superior, even if he was 2 years ago. A moment later, Jae-hun tells Jun he'd better check the rope he's climbing, just to make sure it's not completely rotten. Then he just walks off. Jun is stung by his words and just thinks he's being arrogant. He knows Jae-hun is talking about his connection to the chairman and is confident the chairman will get his reputation back, since these current setbacks are nothing but a minor debuff. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Team D makes it to the second floor. A quest pops up. Hunt the elite mobs on this level and secure the hidden treasure. Elsewhere, Heimdall is straight up slaughtering some people and chatting with Hugin, who asks if he's on his way to meet the great adversary. Heimdall scoffs that the great adversary is just some mortal, and it won't take long to wipe him off the map. But after he's taken care of, he's pissed he'll be stuck on guard duty at the Bifrost all over again. He tells Hugin to stay out of his business, since he's just some evil entity. Hugin, though, thinks both gods and humans are fools, and thinks of Munin, the other of Odin's ravens. Lost in thought, he tells the absent Munin that nothing has changed and nothing ever will. Back on the second floor, Gina notes that this floor is even more of a sweat fest than the first, and Young points out that the quest here seems way tougher, and that's putting it mildly. With a totally disgusted look on his face, he forces them to choke it down, and they've got no choice but to obey. Turns out, this dungeon has 3 whole floors, and the final boss is chilling on the last one. On that level, Jae-hun is totally planning to throw Jin another curveball to deal with. Before they even start the hunt for the second floor boss, our boy drops a hint to the stream chat that he knows where some hidden loot might be stashed, which gets everyone super hyped. He just gave them that little teaser to get their attention, but his real endgame is something else entirely. He reveals that one of the dungeon's true treasures is the salamander itself, which has a thing for collecting shiny loot, kinda like a crow, and hoards it all in its nest. The viewers go wild, and one of them immediately hits up the hunter net and sees that salamanders can also purify corrupted items. When they start asking how Jae-hun has all this intel, he's just like, duh, I did my research. The second hidden piece is a legendary item called the Replica of Balmung, a blade straight out of Germany's Song of the Nibelungs. It's a legendary dragon-slaying sword, and just like Talfi's Thundersteps, it's an artifact with some seriously OP destructive power. The original was supposedly wielded by some legendary German hunter named Balak. Out of nowhere, Gina asks about the salamander's weak spot, and Yu-yun explains it's their stomach, since their outer scales give them insane defense. Apparently, the standard meta is to just blast their bellies with ice-type magic. As they push deeper into the dungeon, Sun Wu notes how the temperature is spiking and that he'd be taking serious heat damage if not for his fire essence buff. Even though Jae-hun knows the dungeon's layout, he pretends to scout around so he doesn't seem too sus. He suddenly calls a halt, saying he's picking up a weird mana signature coming from a spot littered with a bunch of swords. Young is skeptical, wondering if they're actually hidden pieces since there are so many and they look like a bunch of unregistered junk items. But Jae-hun knows the perfect place to hide a real hidden piece is in plain sight, among dozens of swords just stuck in some rocks. Even though Jae-hun tried to rig the search so the other students would fail, Jae-hun ain't got time for his games and just pops his detection skill. After a quick scan, he finds the real deal and yanks it from the stone. The second he pulls it free, the Nornir system pings him with a notification. He's found the corrupted replica of Balmung, an A-rank artifact and the favored sword of Sfried, the legendary dragon slayer. It has a sealed effect that boosts strength by 70 and agility by 30, plus an S-rank passive skill called Dragon Slayer that gives a massive physical buff when fighting any draconic-type monsters. The only catch is, the sword's effects are locked because it's corrupted. Some viewers are freaking out, asking how he knew which sword was the hidden piece. But others are just like, nah, Jae-hun's just built different. They press on with the raid, and Yoo-jun gets ready to track the salamander. But Jun tells her to pump the brakes for a minute, reminding her of the strat. The salamander gets a massive debuff right after it eats, and the salamander king only feeds once a day, at night. Yok-chun asks if stalling is really a good idea, since salamanders have insane scent detection, and they could get aggroed first if they just camp out. He says they need to figure out a way to mask their presence, then whips out that nasty bug from before, making Yu-yun totally lose it again. When she tries to bolt, he grabs her, reminding her she's the MVP for this part of the plan. The bug's a bombpede, and it sprays a foul liquid when it gets scared. The liquid stench is so bad it's basically tear gas, and this is the exact bait John plans to use for the hunt. Sure enough, the salamander detects the foul odor and emerges. Yu-yun gets into her casting stance but gives Jae-hun the side-eye, reminding him he promised her a quest reward for doing this. Since she was absolutely terrified, Jae-hun bribed her with a promise of the rare magic staff that their instructor, Miss Se-yoon, loves. Honestly, he's just gonna give her some F-rank junk staff and is pretty sure she's gonna murder him when she finds out. The viewers are on the edge of their seats. spamming emotes in the chat, and wondering if this galaxy brain strategy is actually going to work. Jai reassures the chat that Jaijun is a top-tier wind mage, and right on cue, Jun conjures a small gust of wind to carry the bug's stench directly into the salamander's nest. The viewers are blown away, because this is only possible with some seriously insane mana control, and people are actually starting to feel bad for the salamander. The moment it gets a whiff of the bug, tears start rolling down the salamander's eyes. So Jaijun tells the party to remember the strat, hold position, and only move on his signal. He then activates his Tier 2 Ice Lance and slams the monster, which shrieks in pain as it crashes to the ground. Jaijun waits for the exact moment the monster breathes fire, and when it does, he whips out the Balmung sword and yeets it right into the monster's mouth. Young is screaming that Jaijun is a total psycho, and the viewers are spamming the chat wondering what in the world he's doing. Meanwhile, Jae-in's jaw just about hits the floor seeing Jae-hun's big brain move, positive that there's no way a freshman cadet could know this, since he intentionally left it out of the academy curriculum. Down on the second floor, the monster starts hacking up the sword, so Jae-hun signals the party to move in, and the warriors immediately form a wall in front of him, blocking the projectile with their shields. Jae-hun quickly scoops up the sword, which is now glowing with a completely different aura, while the viewers are still going nuts with confusion. To explain what just happened, our boy pulls up the item status window, and it shows that the corrupted Balmung sword has now been purified. The viewers just about lose their minds when they see the sword's ridiculously high stats. He explains that a salamander's core contains a purification attribute that can cleanse corrupted items. The viewers are stunned at Jae-hun's expert-level knowledge. I mean, he's just a freshman, and as he wields the sword, they're all wondering why a mage class would even be holding a sword. They totally expect him to pass the artifact to the warrior class cadets in his party, but he doesn't. Then Zombie Nim, who's also streaming incognito, drops a bomb on the chat, telling everyone that Jae-hun is a battle mage. Jae-hun faces the monsters and pops 2 skills called Swift Steps and Flexible Movement to buff his agility, topping it off with his Wind Boost. With a lightning-fast movement, he blitzes the monster and slices off one of its arms. After landing, he activates another skill called Ice Edge to forge a frozen spike. Sung W gives him the signal that the salamander's core is exposed now that its arm is gone. So Jae-hun launches himself at it and stabs it right in its weak spot. The viewers are speechless for a hot second, completely unable to process what they just witnessed. Meanwhile, Seo is uploading something online, wondering why Jae-hun made her do something so annoying. She just posted an article revealing Jae-hun's true identity, listing all his achievements from the Neverland dungeon raid, since Jae-hun had initially kept his identity under wraps after the Neverland incident. This article is basically meant to shut down all the haters claiming what Jae-hun is doing is just CGI. Back on the second floor, after taking down the salamander, Jae-hun tells the others he found an item called the Ring of Transcendence. The Ring of Transcendence is a B-rank piece of gear that momentarily amplifies mana to boost a spell's power and grants the active skill known as Overload. However, because it's missing a component called the Transcendence Stone, its rank is nerfed, and the Overload state is unstable. Overload is a ranked skill that amplifies mana to increase a skill's power by 1.5 times for 5 minutes, but it'll leave the user completely mana-locked for 5 minutes after the skill wears off, all because it's missing the Transcendence Stone. Since there's only one artifact ring, he suggests they rock paper scissors for the drop. But the rest of the party tells him to take it, since he did most of the aggro. So Yu-Yun suggests he just treat them to some food or something once they're out of the dungeon. Hyped, John pockets the loot, and they're warped to the next floor. The moment they materialize, the system announces the protective barrier will drop in 1 minute, and then the boss raid will begin. They're protected by a mana shield that isn't even cracking, despite the boss monster wailing on it. The sheer force of the monster's blows is freaking everyone out, so Gina asks Jae-hun if he has a strategy. He's like, nah, we don't need one. I'm just gonna solo this thing. Some of the spectators are also. People are wondering if it's a smart play for Ji-hoon to break formation and solo the boss mob. Apparently, the dungeon's layout gets a little remixed each year, but it's usually some C-rank or B-rank monster. And a whopping 70% of the cadets totally wipe on this floor. A second later, the barrier drops, and the floor boss, a gnarly lava golem, is unleashed. Our boy immediately charges in with a mana-infused fist, but Gina yells that he's being reckless. Meanwhile, Se-woo and Yina are totally freaking out. Yoojun just tells them to chill, saying Yoon is a total beast and won't get clapped by this kind of mob. Ji-hoon and the golem start trading blows, and our MC actually forces the monster's hand back. When the monster counters with a punch from its other hand, our boy instantly throws up a mana barrier to parry the attack. As he lands, he pops a level 4 wind boost and his Ice Edge skill to completely immobilize the monster's legs. With that done, Ji-hoon activates his mana detection skill and zips right past the golem's haymakers, dodging like a pro. As he's weaving through, Jaijun recalls the mob's stats. Lava golems are tanky and hit like a truck, but there's a trick to beating them. He activates a skill called Bind, spawning chains that lock the monster down. Then he unleashes a literal hailstorm on the monster, using his Ice Shower ability. Even though the bind magic shatters pretty quickly, the ice pelts all the golem's joints and flash freezes them, completely nerfing its mobility. Hyped up, our boy activates his water sphere skill and blasts the frozen joints, causing all the monster's limbs to immediately shatter and fall off. As the monster crumbles, the Pocket Dimension system announces that they have successfully defeated the floor boss. Some of the viewers in the stream chat were asking if that was seriously the boss fight, while the rest of the party just stares, completely shook. Yujin calls him a crazy bastard, realizing his skill level is already in a whole different league than hers. Shortly after, the system notifies them they've obtained the golem core. But Jaijun doesn't think the trial is over, not when he still needs to make sure a certain someone gets put in their place today. The system asks if they want to return to reality, but Jaijun slams the decline option. He tells the viewers the boss fight was way too short, and he's got something epic to show them all, which is fighting the hidden boss. The viewers are curious about what's coming next, and Jaijun leads the team to a spot where he claims to feel a massive mana signature. When he turns around, he realizes none of his teammates are actually trying to follow him, so he reassures them, "You're not gonna die, no matter how much it hurts." As they step inside, the system notifies them that they've found a hidden gate and is generating a special quest where they have to defeat the hidden boss of the secret floor and return to reality. Your average cadets can't even sense the presence of the hidden gate, and they couldn't reach this point even if they found it by sheer luck. That's exactly why Jaijun planted this hidden piece. He turns back to the viewers, who can't believe this guy found a secret floor, when everyone else is still struggling back on floor 2. Jaijun already knows the summoning mechanic for the hidden boss, but he decides to at least pretend to look around for a bit. Suddenly, Yujin points out an altar that looks familiar, and after a moment, she realizes the pattern on it is a dead ringer for the golem core. Our boy slots the golem core into the altar's socket, causing a brilliant light to flood the entire area. Jaijun yells for them to get back as the Pocket Dimension's hidden boss, the Red Dragon, begins to materialize above the altar. Their mission: ensure all party members survive, defeat the enemy, and retrieve the dragon's heart to claim the special reward privileges. As the Red Dragon fully manifests, the viewers watch in disbelief, since even veteran raiders would struggle against a monster of this magnitude. The audience starts reacting negatively, complaining about the insane difficulty spike of the Pocket Dimension, the exact response Jaijun had been hoping for. However, his absolute calculation skill is basically useless against the dragon's raw physical attacks. Still, he's absolutely confident he can solo this monster. In the control room, Chairman Jane is totally bugging out as his master plan for a smooth midterm exam goes up in smoke, completely trashing his attempt to dodge the media heat. He realizes Jaijun must have tampered with the entire Pocket Dimension system, but Instructor June is like, "No way. A cadet could never pull off a high-level hack like that." When Jane doubles down, insisting Jaijun is the culprit, June starts sucking up, clearly fishing for a promotion. Finally, the chairman admits he's kinda relieved it's Jaijun causing all this chaos. If the kid's objective is just to snag an item, they can spin this whole mess and minimize the bad PR for Mila Academy if he successfully clears the dungeon. Jane's main worry is that Jaijun has aggroed the dragon. Assuming the kid just messed up because he's a noob, he's desperately hoping Jaijun slays the red dragon anyway, but when he looks back at the monitor, he's floored to see Yu injured and spitting up blood. The students immediately freak out because the Pocket Dimension's protection system has failed, and they need an evac. Like, now. This sends even the chairman into a full-blown panic. The spectators are absolutely losing their minds, since cadets are never supposed to take real damage inside a Pocket Dimension, but it's actually happening for real. When the students' HP bars just straight up vanish as the Pocket Dimension destabilizes, some viewers genuinely worry that the cadets could actually die in there. This turn of events makes the chairman even more livid, and he mutters a curse about Jaijun under his breath. Meanwhile, our hero is internally monologuing, wondering how it feels for the chairman to get played with fake scenarios cooked up against him, just like he used to do to others. Some viewers start flaming Jane's management of the Academy's facilities, suspecting that he's intentionally setting up these dangerous scenarios to screw over the students. They're complaining about how often these accidents keep happening, and how the school is constantly pushing these kids to the brink. Jaijun is, for a second, actually thrown off by how on point Yu Young's acting is, when she suggests he should have played along and that her top-tier visuals are totally being wasted at this academy. Jaijun quietly begs her not to make him laugh, since he has to maintain his grim-faced protagonist look. He finally steps away to face the dragon. As he squares up with the boss monster, He knows he could totally one-shot it, but figures a quick win wouldn't be nearly as epic. The beast swipes at him with a claw, but he just backdashes, effortlessly dodging the attack. He activates the skill Mana Weapon and unsheathes his purified sword, Balmung. The viewers think Jaijun has this in the bag now with that legendary grade sword and start hyping him up. Our hero pops the special skill on the Balmung replica, Dragon Slayer, which grants a 300% damage buff against all draconic-type enemies. He unleashes a double slash at the red dragon, which only increases its aggro, causing it to whip its tail right where Sunwoo is standing. Sunwoo manages to successfully tank the hit. Our hero remembers he has 2 immediate quests to clear. He recalls Joyeon pointing out in her books that a dragon's weak spot is a mole on its heel. So, our hero flash steps behind the monster and lands his next strike right on its critical point. To wrap this up, he activates his skill Overload, which boosts the power of all his abilities by 1.5 times. Moments later, he unleashes his Frozen Ground ability, instantly flash freezing the entire area, including the red dragon. Our hero shatters the frozen dragon into a million icy shards, securing the W. Back in the chairman's office, Jane starts getting spammed with enraged calls from the school board members, all of them pointing the finger directly at him. Though he tries to argue his case, he quickly realizes that for the first time ever, nobody is buying it. He asks instructor June about the media, and June reports that every reporter they hit up rejected their offer, stating they couldn't trust Mila Academy anymore. Jae-in is positive Jae-hoon couldn't have orchestrated this whole scheme by himself and suspects some S-rank powerhouse is backing him. While he's mulling over his backer's identity, one of his lackeys rushes in to deliver an official decree from the Lotus Guild. The scroll details the disciplinary actions being taken against Mila Academy and demands the headmaster's immediate imprisonment. Apparently, Jae-hun drafted the whole thing himself, citing the recent midterm exam incident as a critical failure that put students in a life-or-death situation, mirroring the same kind of risks seen during the Guild's field training. The document claims Juin constantly put the cadets' lives on the line and is known for bribing high-ranking officials for personal gain, among other accusations. For violating 17 other hunter-related laws, the Guildmaster, Seun, is ordering his immediate arrest. A furious Jae-in protests, arguing that the Lotus Guild has no authority for a direct intervention, since only the National Hunter Association's headquarters can make that call. As he reads further, he discovers that the 4 major guilds, 29 other guilds, and the National Hunter Association's leadership are all on board with the action. Jae-in is left completely speechless as a squad of hunters storms his office to take him into custody. Meanwhile, as the students emerge from the pocket dimension, a swarm of reporters is already waiting, desperate to interview Team D about the whole fiasco. Jae-hun is satisfied his instructor handled the media circus discreetly. A reporter asks if his comments about the headmaster inside the pocket dimension meant he had inside info on the arrest. Jae-hun explains he can't spill the details because of the Academy's non-disclosure agreement, but he tells the press this is the 3rd time they've been put in mortal danger, and he wants to prevent other cadets from getting hurt. While they keep pushing for more info, he shuts them down, citing the need for Yujong to get immediate medical attention. Jae-hoon escorts Yujong to a paramedic bus the Lotus Guild had on standby, a necessary play to hide the fact that Yujong wasn't actually hurt at all. Simultaneously, Jae-in is escorted out of the academy by the National Hunter Management Police, where he's met by a mob pelting him with raw eggs. As the eggs fly, the crowd chants demands for the headmaster to resign. Shortly after, once they're all inside the ambulance, Yujong is already cracking up, telling Jae-hoon he's a terrible actor. When he asks if his performance was really that cringy, she starts mimicking his over-the-top actions. The whole scene amuses instructor Seong-gyun, so she asks what his endgame was in masterminding all this, pointing out he would have been totally screwed if things had gone sideways. However, our hero tells her he learned from the guild raid experience that while his own safety is important, protecting other people's lives has to be the top priority quest. Yujong teases Jae-hun, saying this is completely out of character, and asks if he drank a bad potion or something, but he just tells her to shut it. After a quick laugh, Seong-gyun informs Jae-hoon that there'll be a press conference in 3 days where they'll officially wrap up this whole affair. And with that, we conclude our full recap of Mythic Item obtained. What an absolute grind. If you vibed with this regression back into the story, show your support by channeling all your mana into smashing that like button right now. But here's the real S-rank quest. We need your intel. Dive into the comments and tell us what you thought was totally OP or a major debuff in this manhwa. And don't you dare forget the main mission. Let's get the official power scaling done. Rate this manhwa from a trash, tier 0 to a god tier 10 in the comments below.